Hello. Hello, yes. That means you too, kitty. Ginger will sit in my room before a stream starts and just be like totally hanging out, being a little cuddle buddy. And as soon as I start talking, he's just like, whoa, whoa, hey, whoa. What's this talking nonsense? I didn't sign up for this. Oh, buddy. And he gets all worried and like he'll usually leave and then come back. I have to hear your voice. Yeah. Come on, buddy. I got Ginger in my lap and she in the basket. We're hanging out. And welcome to day 3 of Trails to Azure. Day 3. It seems so weird. It seems so weird that we're only on day 3 because we're actually on chapter 3. So 2 days we did the prologue, chapter 1 and 2, and we're on chapter 3. I think we're on chapter 3 anyway. I'm pretty sure we are. Anyway, the point is that like the game pace seems to be moving a little bit stronger, like a little bit better. I feel like this could even be one of the more short Trails games, which would be a good thing because honestly, the 80-hour prologue that is Sky 1 it's an 80-hour prologue, you know. Member of the Coconut Ginger Alliance and streamer of Twitch.tv, yes, and God Gamer, yeah. Pacing is better too, yes. Yep. Cold Steel is after this one, yeah. We'll probably break with something else that's not Legend of Heroes related between the games. I mean, at the very least, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound comes out on the 31st. But if I had to take a guess, I'd say we finish this game before the 18th, honestly. Which means that we have a whole 2 weeks before Ninja Gaiden. Cha, Ginger. Hey, bud. I did, yeah. I did. I played Unicorn Overlord and I reviewed it on Discord. I played it so you don't have to. No VOD of it though. I played it off stream. It was fun. It was like if Ogre Battle was really, really well thought out and polished. That's basically it. Because it's definitely a strategy game, and it utilizes a lot of what Ogre Battle does, but it's a lot more deep and complex and interesting. Story is pretty meh, but everything else was really good, yeah. No VOD because I played it off stream. It was one of those games where I wanted to stream it, but just there were too many things going on at the time, and I just did not have stream space for it. And I wanted to play it, so I played it on my own time. Same thing with like the Dragon Quest III remake. Yeah, no problem. So I don't have a VOD for you. That's the one annoying thing about streaming, I would say, is that there are a lot of games that I don't stream that people would want me to play, and I would want to play on stream, and there's only so much time in the day, you know? And right now our time in the day is dedicated to the Legend of Heroes games right now, like Hatsune Miku. I want to stream that, but I'm afraid of DMCA on that one. So I've actually played Miku. Didn't you get me the game, or I got it based on your recommendation or something? And I played a good amount of it before I wrapped it up. I think it's still installed on my PS4. So it's definitely a game that wears me out very, very quickly because it's just a lot of focus, you know. Anyway, hi, hello, welcome to Trails to Azure, day 3, and we're actually like what chapter are we on? Okay, we're chapter 2. All right, still fine, but prologue, chapter 1 and chapter 2, and in 2 days, so that's like more than a chapter a day, and I feel like we're halfway through chapter 2. So I mean, usually it's like two days for a chapter or a day and a half for a chapter or something like that. So I mean, it's definitely moving a little bit smoother, faster, and it's better in general so far. Thank you, Naughty, for the 123 bits, and yeah. I think that's it. I don't think there's really much else to say. There's a massive Final Fantasy franchise sale going on Steam. So if there was ever FF game you never picked up, now is the time to do it. I mean, and it includes Rebirth and FF16, which are just bonkers good. It's just incredible how amazing those games are. Ryu Power, what's up? Mr. J, what's going on?
Cool.
Master V, hello. No name, thank you for the 123 bits. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's all. I think I see all in those games is pretty cool. Yeah. Let's see, Berserk now. Space Created, hello. By the way, if you're asking about packages because you sent me something, let me know that you sent me something so I know to check the box, because otherwise I'm not gonna go check the box. But I know a couple people have said they wanted to send me something, but they haven't confirmed that they have sent it. So we might have some boxes to open next week if those actually do get sent. But until things get confirmed sent and they're in my hand and everything like that, then I don't have anything, you know? Playadasic, what's up? What's up, Berserk now? Big Sammy, hello. Thorin, hello. What's up, Ryu Power? Weapon. What's up, Velacor? Zyfreak. Dokkan, hello. No name, how's it going? PRS? What's a PRS? What is a PRS? Pixel remasters. Oh, they're on sale too, yeah. Pushing for a date the races. Hey, I'm sure it'll get there. All right, let's get into it. So we just had this huge 2-hour-long cutscene. There was a bunch of like suggestive stuff making it seem like big stuff is happening soon after the tower was unveiled. So let's see what we got. Mario is missing. East Crossbell Highway. Bueller. Okay, his musician is obviously Olivier. Racers. Morka Village. And East Street. Yep, that's exactly what happened.
いやー、でもまさか遊撃士のお姉さんたちの要請とはね。訓練ってのは色気がねえけど、時間があったら寄りたいよな。
いい機会かもしれませんね。こちらの猫の捜索というのはあのご家族からみたいですけど。
ああ、東通りに引っ越したボンドさんのところだな。
Bond, James Bond.
いろいろ大変そうだし、できれば力になってあげたいな。
そうね、私も賛成。私たちを頼ってくれたみたいですし、忘れずに訪ねてみましょう。
タワーのお披露目とビップたちの来訪で街も浮き足立っているみたいだ。いろいろ回ってみるのも楽しいかもしれないね。
All right. I feel like we should just do the simple stuff. Oh, actually, we should probably start some of the ones that aren't just go out and kill stuff. So, well, that's gonna be right into it. So, Morka, Crossbell Station. All right, let's do the station first. Yeah, that's definitely not Mueller. Or what's his name? I mean, it's Mueller, but it's like it's the Olivia's handler guy. What's up, Cindy? Well, we might as well do this since we're in town. Let's try East Street first. Because he'll probably be getting drunk, honestly. I mean, we should have seen Lecter with the Iron Bull Chancellor anyway. Like, we were right there. So I don't see why that's a surprise to us. It seems like sometimes the most obvious things are, like, completely ignored by the players, but then the most obtuse knowledge that only the writer would know, they just go like, oh, I heard of that somewhere. I know all about that. Sure you do, bud. Downtown district it is. Lots of people have told me that I'm a dumbass. Thank you very much. I know just how dumb my ass is. You beat up local kids for information. Man, this is like Dumb and Dumber right here. You can't double stamp a triple stamp. You can't double stamp a triple stamp. That guy's name is Huey. Trails in the sky. I mean, with the amount of the amount of words in these games, they all have stories. Can't have that many words and not have a story. Or can you? She's gonna push him down, isn't she? I like how they just do not put up with this bullshit. Oh man, Ellie, you actually nailed it, damn. I mean, honestly, it's most of the Trails game where they just don't have very much actual main story. It's all just a bunch of build up, and then they have like a major plot element happen, and then the game ends. Yeah, exactly. It is. It is. What's up, Suntop? The flaws of Xenoblade Chronicles X are not necessarily just the story and world building. They're mostly in other things. And he's gonna be gone. Exactly, Zyfreak, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. When you design your game to make your players want to avoid parts of the game, it's a problem. I mean, it's rewarding to get past them, but the player isn't going to sit there and go, oh, I know what's in store for me. They're going to be like, ugh, you know? Trails to AWS? I don't get it. Oh, nice. You reminded me that I gotta go check that. Would have loved it when Mishy's like, dude, get out of here. No. I guess that means downtown district next. Not downtown. Back alley. That's open. Why is that open? This is new. Neat. What if they always planned for that to be there like that? Make a wishy with Mishy. Oh, thank you. Once again, Olivier gets dragged off. So now it's a Trails game officially. It's like when you find a treasure behind a waterfall, it's like, yep, it's an RPG. All right, I think I need to go to Amorica and the East Highway. Yep. So both of the next quests will be this way. What level am I? Like 62, yeah, so there's not gonna be anything new here. Although I will say I should check to see if the enemies have... Well, they wouldn't have leveled up. I haven't changed chapter yet, so... Oh. Well, I guess I'm finding out. I was just gonna kill it because I thought I could just do the insta-death thing. We're gonna get like 10 experience, yeah. 8 experience, okay. There's my quarry. Looks like my craft points is good. Exterminate! Oh man, these guys are a little bull. Damn. Okay. I'm just gonna have to deal with the them getting around. Okay, a couple rounds now apparently because I'm getting stun locked. Okay, this is really dumb. I'm just getting stun locked here. I should have just done the one that only hit a couple of them. Like, look how long these stuns are. They're like 3-turn stuns. I'm not an enemy. I don't have 50,000 health and 8 of them. It doesn't. I hate that. I hate that rebuttal. Well, you can heal, so the enemy should be able to. No, no. I'm supposed to have a chance of winning the battle. You know, like, stun locking the player just means you game over. You know what I mean? Like, no, that is not a reasonable rebuttal. Thankfully, they didn't hit too hard, so it was pretty easy. Now the Bulls game over. Also, I was using a combo attack. That's what stunned them. Hopefully that's a better combo attack that Wazzy learned, because his current ones suck. They're low AoE, and then you have to be within a certain radius to even hit them. So it's really, really, really not good. Oh, I needed to keep going down that road. I need to go to Amorca. I guess I'll take the car. Yeah, exactly, yeah. The AI doesn't care that they're stunned, they get stunned. I'll probably get a promotion on the next quest turn in. Let me just check these really quick. Okay, yeah. It's the bracer battle and then the required one.
Yosh, どこに行こうかな。うまくいくかな。よし、やるか。どこに行こうかな。さあ、行くぞ。到着だ。
They said they were gonna wait by like a tower or something. Maybe they said they were gonna wait at the end. Oh, okay. You fell right into my. Oh, never mind.
任せてくれ。
I was gonna say you fell right into my trap, but then they debuffed me to hell, so never mind. Of course I missed. One that's absolutely destroying me. That's fine.
さてとエニグマ
悪いな。
Ah! Oh my god, they're screaming. Okay, she's going Super Saiyan mode. Oh, nice.
かかってくれ。行くぞ。
They're separated. I don't like that. There we go. Oh.
僕の番か。
Oh boy, this might be pretty rough. Their damage output is like massive, and their speed is really, really, really high.
任せて
And they're knocking me around as well, just making it really hard to, like, you know, get a damage on them, get healing on me. It's just...
今だわ
グラッツェ。さてと。 行くよ。
よーし
If I can get what's-her-name down, the damage won't be that big of a deal, because she's doing a lot of the what makes it so annoying to deal with. So all the debuffing.
エニグマよーしや
ありがとう。さてと。
Like the one shots are really annoying because I lose all my craft points.
私の番ね。エニグマ、クロウ。ありがとう。私の番ですね。やあ。
行くよ。
さてと。
Probably should have just started with some buffing then. That would have cleared up a lot of the imbalance there. Oh, you can't stat down her. Oh, cool. Awesome. Well, never mind then. I guess a Crest might have helped. It's like as soon as I res and heal to full, they just get one shot again. What's the point of fucking healing at that point? Their speed is so stupid, like ridiculously stupid, and damage output for that matter. I'm just spamming resing. Dumb fight. If I had Crest up first, that would have minimized a little bit of it. It's just, they're still just running circles around me and it's really dumb. I mean, Final Fantasy lets you spam dozens of revives, and it's not balanced that way. It's a balance around mechanics, not just blasting you into hell, making you use your revives. There's such a penalty for having a KO in your party, your team, too, with all the craft points going. That's such a huge loss. I guess in other Final Fantasies you lose your limit break, but only 7, I think, does that. 10 does it for your Aeons, you lose your overdrive, but not the players. Not. I mean, yes, you do go back to the beginning of the CTB, but it's not like crushing. Only in the super bosses is it really crushing. What's up, Mecha? We're doing a duel? Oh, they're just okay. Oh, good. Axel Rush was so bad. Nice. Oh, apparently we're going there. Not what I meant. What am I going? Alright, I think I'll rank up with this one.
おめでとうございます。ラン
I
クアッ
got
プし
Wang.
ました。得点のお疲れ。
Ooh. It's a super quartz thingy. Starts at level 2. It gives. All right. Wow. So this is actually, I think it's better than Pixie. You get a lot of like spell damage with this, and you do get that spell damage up, but prevents ailments and stat downs. I guess it's only at a 25% though. Although the green and blue basically means you get breath right away just from that. That's a hard one to choose. That's a hard one to choose from. Honestly, I feel like maybe this would be better than Crow, because it makes sure that he gets the heals. The stats are better and the speed is almost the same. And I think I would prefer this. The speed up at the start of the battle is nice, but I think I prefer this one on him. That guarantees that he'll have the breath AoE heal as well, without too much struggle. And it's actually, it'll be a lot easier for him to get Holy Breath as well. Alright. We need to go to the House of Bond. James Bond. Yes, the age-old House of Bond. Oh, East Street. We're in the wrong part of town. Your cat hates you, that's what you did. Oh, did they?
ああ、それにマリーは必ず見つかるさ。だからサニータ、元気をお出し。ああ、君たちは。
Hello, Mr. Bond.
どうもこんにちは。
Domo konnichiwa.
ちゃんと見てくれたんだね。ありがたい。正直なところ、警察というよりギルドに頼むような内容かとも思ったんだが、君たちのことが頭に浮かんだから頼らせてもらったんだ。
ええ、そう言っていただけると。なんでも子猫のマリーちゃんが一体いつからいなくなったかわかり？
ああ、はっきりした時間はわからないんだけど、昨日の夕方過ぎからなんだ。
家族みんなで東通りの露店を見ている時に目を離している隙に突然いなくなってしまったみ。その後商店街の皆さんにも手伝っていただいて。
ああ、それで夜になるまでみんなで探したんだけど。
お父様は嘘つきですわ。今朝になれば帰ってくるって言ったのに。
すまない、サニータ。
サニータちゃん。
ちなみに何か目撃情報はある？
ああ、と言ってもそれらの情報によるとさすがに街道には出ていないようなんだけど、中央広場方面へ向かうマリーを見たという人がいてね。昨日はもう夜も遅かったからそれ以上は追い切れずで、音沙汰なく今朝に至るってわけとなると、市内であればどこへ行ってでも不思議じゃねえかも。
つまり捜索範囲は市内全域ってことかな。 もう少し何か手がかりが欲しいところだけ失礼ですが、これまでにマリーちゃんが
I already know exactly where the cat is.
それが一度もないんだ。
It's at their old
何
house.
しろマリーはサニータによく懐いていてね。それに臆病な子だから自分から離れてどこかに行くのはどうにもだから何かの拍子で僕たちを見失って。
なるほど、そうですか。
とにかくまずは街に出て
なあ、とりあえずは
Sweep the entire city for a cat. You might as well be trying to like
僕も
I don't know
また
lift the
探しに
city
行く
up
つもりだけ
to
ど
check under there. You know what I mean? Like
長丁場
a
に
cat in
な
a
りそう
city,
だ
there's
し
so many hiding
もし
spots,
他に用事があれば
and cities are kind of
先に
big.
片付けてくれて構わないからね。
そうですね。いえ、他は大丈夫なので、すぐに捜索を始めたい。
そうか、助かるよ。
じゃあロイド、まずはどこから調べるの？
そうだな。
I'm probably gonna have to go through the steps and hit every plot trigger point. I can't just go straight to their old
まず
house.
は足取りを追う意味でも、東通りから調査すべきだろうな。
だと
ちなみにこの東通りでマリーちゃんが行きそうな場所にそれなら露店にある魚屋さんですわ。この辺りでは一番のお気に入りの場所なんですの。
ああ、今朝は確認してないけど、もしかしたらひょっこり姿を見せているかもしれないし。
Hey, Sunita, my cat hasn't run away. Get wrecked.
店主のマルテさんには昨日捜索を手伝ってもらったから来ていればわかるはずなんだ。よければそちらの方で話を聞いてきてもらえるかい？
なるほど。わかりました。
ところでボンドさんの方はこれからどうされるんですか？
幸
I
い
just went
今日は仕事も休みだね。
boom on that kid.
もう少ししたら昨日の続きで捜索を始めるつもりだけど、東通りの人たちには昨日のうちに大体声をかけて回ったからね。今度は中央広場の方を地道に回って情報を集めようと思ってるんだ。何かあったらいつでも声をかけてほ。了解っす。
それじゃあ、まずは露店の魚屋で聞く。あ、
おや、何か用事か。
ええ、ちょっと
ああ、ボンドさん一家の子猫だね。
They didn't need to do. I'm getting annoyed by the whole narration of like Lloyd and friends explain the situation kind of thing, because they could have just been like, "Hey, we're looking for Sunita's cat. They said you might know something." Less dialogue, less text, less interruption of the scene. That's it. Done deal. Like that's the only connecting line that you need.
でも、あいにく今日はま
Or
だ
you can say
来て
you're
いな
with
く
the
て
CPD
ね
or whatever, but yeah.
念のために置いてあったあの子の好物の干物もそのままだったし、
It would definitely not go untouched. Just maybe untouched by her.
昨晩からここには来ていないんじゃないかね。
そうですか。
あのご家族にはいつもひいきにしてもらっているし、なんとか見つけてあげてちょうだいね。
ええ、
ご協力
まずは空振りか。
ロイドさん、
ああ、とりあえずは周辺であとは捜索範囲が広がってしまうけど、ザイトの鼻に頼るしかないかもな。
それはいいんだけど、ピオちゃんがいない状況でちゃんと意思疎通できるかしら。
そうなんだよな。でもまあ、そこはなんとか身振り手振りで。
あれ、何してんの？
Oh boy.
なんで ちじゃん。こんなところで何してんのさ。
どうでもいいだろうが、とっととうせ。
釣れないな。それじゃあそっちのお姉さんの体に聞いちゃおうかな。また思いっきり揉んでみたいし。ちょっと
見ての通り、特務支援課のお仕事でね。君たちに関係のある話じゃないから絡まないでくれないか。
別に絡んでるつもりはないんだけど。ちなみにどんな仕事なの？
はあ、仕方ないな。
それでそのマリーって子、これからどうやって探すの？
ああ、これから警察犬の力を頼って。
それじゃダメだよ。
え、
お兄さん、犬は詳しそうだけど猫についてはまだまだだね。もっとさ、マリーって子の気持ちになって考えてあげないと。詳しいことは知らないけど、その家族最近引っ越したんでしょ？だったら答えは一つだと思う。
そうか、どうして気づかなかったのかしら。住宅街だわ。
そこに
そうか。
Called it.
マリーは初めから家に帰ろうとしていたんだ。ただし新しい家ではなく前に暮らしてた。
なるほど。
どちらかというと犬は人に、猫は家に馴染むというからね。飼い主と
I've never heard that one, but whenever a cat gets out, whenever they go and explore, and the first thing they do when they need to go get fed or feel safe again is go home. So
確かにコッペなんかも支援課のビルから離れねえしな。
そういうこと。それじゃ先に行ってるからね。
まさか見た、まさに気まぐれな子猫。
I think
虎の子と言うべきかな。
I think one thing that really annoys me about the way these games go in general is there's always this like friendliness with the enemy, you know? You're always just like hanging out and maybe having some drinks and helping each other find their cats and whatnot. Ha ha ha. And then like the next scene we're like fighting each other to the death, you know, and it's just it just feels very childish, you know?
ドンパチが絡まなきゃそこまで危険なやつじゃねえ。すぐに飽きるかもしれねえし、様子を見てみるとしようぜ。
わかった。俺たちも早く。
That being said, it'd be nice if people could set aside their differences and, you know, collaborate and work together and just be peaceful, but, you know.
ってこの前のおまわりじゃねえか。
特務支援課とか言ったか。
その説はどうも。ちょっと話を聞きたいんだけど。
へえそういうことかよ。
心当たりあるみたいね。
お互い時間を取るのもなんだし、とっとと話しちゃくれねえか。
はあユーリ 例のふざけた取り締まりで世話になったことだし、それなりの誠意を見せてほしいところだよな。
You broke the law and we punished you, and you want an apology for us catching
土
you?
下座とか裸踊りとか。
そりゃいいや。そういうわけで土下座か裸踊りに決定。ああ、野郎の裸とかいらねえから。
この人たち思った以上に最低ね。
やれやれ、何か勘違いしちゃってるみたい。
脅すわけにもいかねえし。
ああ、ここは俺。
ねえねえお兄さんたち、なんでこんなのに手間取っちゃってるわ。
え、
はいはい、さっさと吐こうか。それでも抵抗して胃の中全部ぶちまける。
おい、いきなり何を。
このガキ、有利に何しやがっ。
うざいな。こいつ殺しちゃうよ。
ちょっと待った。
さすがにそれは。
やれお前らとっとと言う通りにしろ。それじゃやばい。ためらいなく本気でやるぞ。
わかった、言うから。猫なら来たよ。あんたらが来るちょっと前だ。
How about we get information out of them and we cut open their stomachs? We can do both, you know. It doesn't have to be one or the other. I mean, you're thinking small time here, you know.
だからまだ近くにいるんじゃないか。
Smells like it's about to rain, but pretty sure it's like clear, sunny day.
これでいいだろ。有利を話してやってくれ。
へえ、かわいい子猫を脅したんだ。それってこんな感じ？お兄さんもこうなりたい？よくわかってんじゃん。さてとどうやらマリーは近くにいるみたいだよ。急いで探しに行こう。
ああ、ご協力感謝するよ。ちなみに彼女は警察とは何の関係もない。
I mean, we could arrest her for assault, so she's still breaking the law, and we are still liable for her actions, and if we don't do anything.
せえとお前たち。
You're gonna threaten us after that girl just did that to you? Like right after?
それじゃ次行ってみよう。
なんという。
すごい迫力だったわね。
あの細腕で大の男を2人も吊るし上げてましたし。
さすがは最強の両兵団の息子。さっきの殺気はランディにも通じるところが。
一緒にすんなっつうの。
もう何してんのさ。早く行かないと見つけらんないよ。
ああ、すぐ行くよ。
Oh, hello there, little treasure. How do we get to you? How indeed. I don't have the treasure tracking thingy yet, so I can't see them on my map. All right, sewer fish.
こんなもんかな。それ。しまった。
What?
それ。
Sor de wa.
よし、ゲットだ。それ。
I pressed it like right away and it didn't take. Ba-da-dum. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum.
それ
I should go to the Fisher dudes and upgrade my rod probably, because I'd probably get the next rod by turning in the sardines. Yes, exactly.
こんなもんかな
Thank you, Phobos, for the 100 bits. Oh, look at the poor kitty.
ロイド
ああた
I think the worst part about the side questing is that they make you do the most mundane things, and they always make it an effort to do the mundane thing.
あ いたぞ
ここからはちょっとしん
ああこれ以上他の外区に行かれないよう俺とエリーを迂回して行政区方面から近づくから
了解です。
いやランディと君はこのまま住宅街方面から頼む
あった
包囲戦だね。
さあマリーこっちへおいで
心配しないでいいからね。
マリーちゃん。
観念して
ほらほら何もしないよ。
しかもまだ子猫じゃんしまった
Well, at least it's trapped in there.
キャンセルにものすごい
Cats are very, very fast. Fast reaction and very, very slippery. If a cat doesn't want to be caught, chances are it's not going to get caught. Unless you corner it.
ああ、皆様、ようこそお越しくださいました。
Yep. It's pretty amazing how fast cats can react to stuff.
今、子猫が突然入ってきて、ものすごいスピードで駆け抜ける。
ああすみません実は俺たち
その劇場内をさ
ええ、むしろそうしていただけると助かります。本日は夜に各国首脳を招いてのステージを控えているのですが、ちょうどアーティスト全員が休憩しているところでしたので。
よかったそれじゃあパパッと探します
ちなみに子猫がどこに向かったかご存知ですか？
それがあまりにすごい勢いだったのと、ただその階段を駆け上がっていったのは間違いありません。
なるほどとなると手分けして探した方が良さそうだな
そうね。分担はどうしましょう。ちょうど扉が3つあるから2人
I wonder what my reaction time is.
そうだな
Because I would imagine video games train you for reaction time, you know?
じゃあシャーリーはお兄さんと一緒に
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm curious about.
え
ちょっと待って。
どうしてそうなるの？
なんとなくあ、ひょっとしてお姉さんたちが一緒にお兄さんと回りた
そんなことは。
そういう問題じゃなくて。
なんだか面白いことになってるなお前人事だと思って
ま、ここまで来たらおかしな真似はしねえだろう。シャーリー、ロイドに変なちょっかいかけるんじゃね
はいはい分かってるって。お兄さん可愛いけどシャーリーの趣味とは違うしね。
かわいいってはあまあいいや
100, 115? I'm probably somewhere in there then.
とりあえず手分けして劇場内を探すことにしようみんな一通り調べたら
それじゃあ
Little bit, maybe on the little bit on the lower or like slower end, simply because I'm 42.
ああもちろんだしかしこうして話してると
But I don't think my reaction time is bad. I think my reaction time is really good. So it does get me bothered when certain games expect like ridiculous reaction times, you know?
さっき
Like perfect parry stuff can be really annoying.
本物だった。一体どっちが本当のこの子なんだ。
あれれ、どうしたの？ひょっとしてシャーリーに惚れちゃった？
You're 15.
惚れません。
Slow your roll there, Shirley.
とりあえず2階の S 席を調べてみよう。
イエスサ
さて、マリーはいるかな？
ー。早速見つかったね。
よし、それじゃ
もういいけど、お手並み拝見だね。
さあマリー、安心してこっちに来るんだ。
わお。シャーリーもだよ。まだまだ修行不足ってことかな。
I mean, it's a pretty revealing outfit. And oftentimes ages are assigned to characters arbitrarily, meaning that they don't really look their age a lot of the time because anime and the weirdness that goes with that. But it doesn't matter. Like, it's about telling a story, and that character has an age, and when you do that kind of thing, it's gross because definitely the writer suggesting that that's acceptable, you know?
とにかくすぐに後を追うよ。念のためエリーたちは反対側からエントランスに向かってくれ。
わかったわ。
それじゃあとっとと追いかけようか。あれ、あのお姉さんは。
あれはもしかしてリーシャか？やっぱりリーシャじゃないか。アーティストは全員休憩中だったんじゃないのか？
Of course, they gotta show her full model or sprite portrait again, wearing the outfit. Like, that's basically a requirement.
昨日の夜遅くに衣装を修繕してもらっていて、
It looks the exact same to me.
本番前の最終チェックとして衣装合わせをしていたんです。それよりも子猫が入り込んだそうですね。
ああ、そうなんだけど。ってあれ、俺たち逃げた子猫を追ってここに戻ってきたんだけど。
なんだ？
少なくともこちらには来て。
いや、みんなお揃いだね。
そうみたいね。それにリーシャさんまで。
ワジにエリー。その様子だと。
The door's open right there. It's in the main stage, obviously.
すると
Which would be very, very hard to find because it'd be underneath the seats and it'd be very hard to catch. Having to scoop between those.
玄関は閉じてもらったし、やっぱりこのホール付近が怪しいんじゃないかしら。
どこかの影に隠れてる可能性はありそうだ。
そうですね。一度全員で探してみましょうか。
ま、それしかなさ。
こちらの女の子は？
ああ、その子は。
お姉さんすごいね。さっきから狙ってるのに全然隙がないんだもん。
そいつは俺の不詳のいとこでな。まあ気にしないでやってくれ。
ランディさんの。
シャーリー・オルランド、シャーリーって呼んでね。いやー、お姉さんのことはアルカンシェルの舞台で見たけど、こうして近くで見るとまた破壊力は格別だね。いいなー、大きくて羨ましいよ。
それってすでに私は一度被害に遭っているから。
いいじゃん、減るもんじゃないんだし。これも何かの縁ってこと。あれ、
What's up, Jimmy Jam?
あんなところに隠れていたのか。
私、
たく
うしたらいいのかしら。
俺が2人のフォローに回るよ。また逃げてくるかもしれないし。
了解しました。
今度こそちゃんと捕まえられるといいね。
There should be a cat chasing mini game that they make, and they would break up the monotony of just story battle, story battle, story battle. Well, at least it's not going anywhere.
いけない。舞台装置が。でも一体誰が。
このくらい。
すごい。
何も取って食おうってわけじゃないんだからさ、いい加減安心しなよね。ほら、こいつはどうだ？悪くないって？じゃあお次はこうだ。ちょっと落ち着いた？
Come on, even I can make a better purring sound than purr. Come on, it's not hard.
それに信じられないくらい軽やかな身のこなしでした。そうだ、誰が装置を動かしたのか確認しないと。
それじゃあこれから一緒に降りるからもう暴れちゃダメだよ。何さいきなり。あっ、
まずい。
わお、ナイスキャッチ。
どうやらなんとかなったみたいだな。
Why did we set the cat down? Are we dumb? Are we dumb, chat? Why did we set the cat down? It will just run away again.
ああ、俺からもお礼を言わせてもらうよ。
いえ、とっさに体に
Oh,
入った
yes, we are
だけです
dumb.
から。それに私が出しゃばらなくても。
そうなのか。
へえ、わかるんだ。確かにあのタイミングなら飛び込んだら助けられたけど、とりあえずお姉さんのジャンプとダイナミックな胸の動きが見られたから満足かな。
シャリー、
ご愁傷様。
それにしても本当に申し訳ありませんでした。まさか舞台に子猫がいたなんて。なのに確認もせず点検のために装置を動かしてしまって。
まあいいんじゃない。誰かが怪我したわけでもなし。
ええ。ですからそんなに気にしないでください。
とりあえずそろそろボンドさんのところに戻りましょうか。
そうだね。今も心配して探している最中だろうし。
現金だなこいつ。
そうね、さっきまであんなに怯えていたのに。
だってそれが猫だし。
この子が言うともの。それじゃあ俺たちこれでご協力ありがとうございました。
いやいや、とんでもありません。
どうかお気をつけて。
Crossbill series will forever be inferior simply because Rixia does not join your
ね
party.
えねえお姉さんのことリーシャって呼んでいいかな。
No.
ええ、もちろん構いませんよ。
ありがとうリーシャ。それじゃまたね。
Is that what happened? They didn't actually pick up the cat? Or like, at least have it like pretend that they were picking it up or something?
ランディさんのあれの噂の。
マリー、もうどこに行ってたんですの？本当に心配。ごめんなさい。悪いのはサニータだもの。でもありがとう。こうして帰ってきてくれて。これからは勝手に一人でどこか行っちゃダメだからね。
よかったわね。こ これで一件落着ですね。
君たちにはなんと俺を我が家の大切なマリーを本当にどうもありがとう。
感謝の言葉もありませんわ。以前は主人も
Money's a good starter.
そして今度は
Rare quartz, that's a good one.
皆さんは
Powerful gear,
私たち家族の
いえ
all those will work.
それに今回は俺たちよりもここにいる彼女がすっかり怯えてしまっていたマリーを落ち
マリ
I get enough U materials, I'm good.
ー、もしかしてそのお姉
Especially if I get a
さん
weapon
と
that's
一緒に
better than anything I can upgrade with U material, then there's no need.
心配しなくていいよ。マリーからサニータのことは大好きだって聞いてるからさ、のろけ話を散々聞かされて参っちゃうくらいにね。そうなのそれじゃあそろそろシャーリーも帰ろっかな。お兄さんたちとも遊べたし、マリーとも知り合いになれたし、なんといってもとっておきを見つけちゃったしね。
おい
またね。また近いうちに会えるかもしれないけどさ。
なんだか台風みたいな子でした。
台風というより竜巻って感じだったけど。
たくおじきももう少ししつけとけっての。
まあ今回に関してはいろいろと助けてもらったし。
できれば彼女にもお礼を言いたかったけど、とにかく君たち
このご恩は一生忘れませんわ。
サニータからも。
どういたしまして。
また何かありましたら遠慮なくご連絡なさってください。
And then ring, 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 banana phone.
そうね、無事マリーちゃんが見つかってよかったけど。
すまねえな、不祥のいとこが迷惑をかけ。
先輩のせいじゃないですよ。それに結構いい子みたいじゃないですか。そうね、なんだかんだ言って親身になって協力してくれたし。
ま、確かに悪気はねえんだ。それだけに結構厄介だな。
なるほど。
But it makes me feel good, man.
女の子の気まぐれに振り回されるのも男の解消だと思うけど。それでどうするんだい？
そうだな。支援要請も一度支援課に戻って。
そうね。
All right, well that's the other thing. It's either head back to the building and then something happens or get a phone call. So 50-50 chance. Last time was the phone call. This time is go back to the building. So
あれ？
あら、すごくいい匂いね。
へえ。メープルシロップの匂いみたいだけど。
I mean, maple syrup does have an odor, but it's not really something that permeates.
ロイドたち、やっぱり帰ってきたんだ。
なあ、ちょっと休憩にね。それにしてもマフィンを焼いてたのか？
なんかみんなが帰ってきそうな気がしたからメープルマフィンだよ。
お、キーボー気が利くじゃねえか。
嬉しいな。せっかくだし紅茶でも入れましょうか。
なるほど、そんなところで出くわしたのか。
ええ、何か狙いがあって現れたわけではなさそうですが。
赤い星座の方に相変わらず動きはないんすか？何かあれば。
Why doesn't Zyke get some muffins?
連絡があるはずだ。
Yeah, see, Zyfreak and I we're on the same level here, man. Why didn't Zyke get muffins?
気持ちはわからんでもないが、弱い。
まあ気になるのは赤い星座だけじゃない。とにかく何か兆候はないか。
I need my elbow brace. Oh man, my elbow's really got a lot of discomfort right now.
ビップが訪れている状況で何か起きたら大変だし。
Good point, Locke. Good point.
余裕があったら
回ってみましょう。
ロイドたちまた出かけるの？
ああ、お仕事再開だ。マフィンごちそうさま。すっごく美味しかったぞ。
You didn't even eat it, bro. It's still there.
私たちの誰よりも料理が上手になっちゃったわね。ひょっとしてオスカーさんに作り方を習ったりしたとか？
そんなとこ。あ、まだ残りがあるからよかったら食べて。明日くらいまでなら大丈
Oh,
夫
there'll
だ
be
と
a
思う
food
から。
for combat. Yeah.
へえ、気が利くじゃない。
お父さん泣けてくるぜ。
ちょっと待った。いくらランディでもキーヤの父親役は譲れないぞ。
面白い。俺様とやり合おうってか。
何を張り合ってるんだか。
親バカ、ここに極まれりだね。
You ever notice that like weird obsession with like making the protagonists like fit into a family unit, you know, where they like get some cute girl that's like lost or abandoned and then they like forcefully try to adopt her into the family kind of thing. Like the same thing happened with Ren and Estelle and Joshua, and now it's Lloyd and Ellie with Kia. And I've seen it in a lot of other anime style games as well, where it's like, you know, kid girl is abandoned, the protagonist and the main male and female protagonist, you know, kind of semi-adopt them. And it's just like, I don't know. I mean, it's fine to, you know, to promote that kind of thing, you know, like having kids. A lot of people want to start a family and everything like that, but it just kind of bypasses the whole everything. And I think the reason they do that is because they're trying to have that that appeal, the draw to like having a girlfriend and a family and everything, because a lot of like teenage boys who are going through a lot of that, you know, hormonal change and everything, they want that, right? Potentially, mostly just the naughty stuff, but you know, that's part of it, right? And it's like that appeal without having to go PG-13. You know, they don't have to have the characters actually have romantic interest. They don't have to have the characters actually kiss. They don't have to have the characters actually have a romantic scene at all. And it just, you know, it gets young boys like interested and ready to like, oh, right, yeah, I like this. It appeals to me kind of thing. You know what I mean? I think it's one of those things where, oh, hey, I'm just going to run into every one of the characters. I think it's just one of those things where they're trying to skirt around rating while also like appealing to young boys, because this is essentially Shonen, the video game, which is geared towards teen and preteen boys, so.
白い鷹？
いや、はやぶさみたいだね。
おいおい、なんだってこんな街のど真ん中に。
I don't know about that so much. It's about appealing to their target audience. Because I seriously doubt they want to protect kids when they're talking about romantic relation-y stuff with the same kids oftentimes, like Tio. So I really don't think they give a shit about that. I think they care about appealing to a target audience and skirting around rating requirements by not having too much like romantic-y, relationship-y stuff and just kind of plopping it right down into it. Like it's one of those things where they don't have to build it up. They just slap it right in and bypass any kind of growth that would occur in a character's romantic like, you know, connection.
ザイトが話しかける時と同じような感じだけど。
ティオスケがいたら何喋ってんのかわかりそうだが。
あれ、どうしたの？わあ、白い鳥だ。くちばしも尖っててかっこいい。なるほど、そうなんだ。
キーヤ、やっぱりわかるのかな。
すごいですね。この子ジークって言うんだって。
人たちに伝言があるから受け取ってって言ってるよ。
そうなのか。
あ、確かに足のところに
I'm sure you could totally determine its name from screech, scree. Totally.
背景クロスベル警察特務支援課様、皆様の評判を耳にしてぶしつけですが連絡させていただきました。もしお時間があれば内密に相談に乗っていただけないでしょうか。本日夕刻クロスベル空港待合テラスにて追伸。もしご都合がつかない場合もご返答はいただかなくて結構です。
これって
Yeah, you know, she'll probably just learn how to speak bird on the internet or something really quick. Which is obviously just right there. It's like, I just pop up on the internet like, how to speak bird, and then voila.
でも綺麗な筆跡だし文章も丁寧な感じだね。
Oh, now we're gonna use logic in this game?
メモに押され
When
て
did
る
that start
は
happening?
やぶさの紋章は
キーヤ、彼はなんて？
行くか行かないかはロイドたち次第だって。
そうか。
どうするの？まさかそんなわけはないとは思うんだけど。
ああ、さすがにな。
でも白はやぶさの紋章って今の子もそうだったみたいですし。
せっかくのお誘いだ。ここはお受けしておこう。
It's okay, we're stronger than the Divine Blade of Wind. We're
用事を
fine.
済ませてからでもいい。
わかったわ。緊張してきました。
まあ、さすがに清掃していく必要はないだろうが。
それじゃあ用が済んだら南口のクロスベル空港に行こうか。
よくわからないけどみんな頑張ってね。
Let's check our requests.
また
Cool, we're done. Alright, I'll be right back in a minute. I just need to get some water, bathroom, stuff like that. So I'll be back in a minute. I also want to get my elbow brace because my elbow's really not feeling super good. So be back in a minute. Hang tight. kind of funny. I can find, because like my joints are all fucked up in a lot of places and everything. I can find my back brace, my wrist brace, my knee brace, but not my elbow brace. And I know I have one. That's all right. I'll just look for a little bit more in depth when I have more time instead of in the middle of the stream. But I mean, I had to go to the bathroom and everything anyway, so I really didn't look all that much.
まだ夕方まで時間はある。少し早いけど。よし、少し早いけど、待合テラスで待ってるか。
そうね。
せいぜい腹をくくるか。
リベール王国の高速巡洋艦、はあ、やっぱりすごい船ですよね。
ZCF の名前を轟かせた世界最高速の飛行船ね。未だに自己記録を更新し続けて他を寄せつけていないそうだけど。
そんでリベールの王女様が乗ってきた機関ってわけだ。クローディア姫だったか。やんごとなき方って感じだよな。
正確には王女じゃなくて王太女だけどね。つまりはリベール王国の次期女王陛下ってわけさ。
はあ、なるほどね。まさか呼び出したのが本人ってわけはない。
さすがにわからないわね。ベルに聞いてみれば殿下のスケジュールくらいはわかると思うけど。
その必要はないみたいだよ。
お待たせした。特務支援課の諸君だな。
やっぱり。
お、さっきお嬢さん方が騒いでた。
ああ、これは失礼。除幕式でご一緒だったかな。申し遅れた。リベール王国軍王室親衛隊ユリア・シュバルツ巡査だ。クローディア殿下の命によりこれより諸君をアルセイユへ案内させていただく。どうぞ。
How nice of everybody to walk so politely in single file. More Mary Sue, Gary Stu treatment because we're hero protag guys. We get the special treatment and everybody loves us the most. And we're the coolest Nostamus in the world.
さすがはリベールの誇りと言われるだけはあるね。
まさか王太女殿下と会うことになるなんて。それにユリア巡査がこんな近くにいるなんて。
落ち着いてノエルさん。サインをもらうなら後で一緒に頼みましょう。
ええ、フランの分も頼まないと。
うちのお嬢さん方はいつになく舞い上がってるし。
しかし噂には聞いていたが、まだ若いのに大したものだ。何でも数ヶ月前にあった大事件を見事解決に導いたそうだな。
I guess it kind of makes sense that we might have caught the eye and attention of her because of the parallels between this situation and their own situation.
それに他のみんなの協力があってなんとか解決できたことですから。
いや失礼。以前も同じようなことを言っていた知人がいたのでね。
It's one of those things, so we talked about this actually before. Back in the day, it was done to make the player aware that something was interactable. So the NPCs walking back and forth was just like, oh hey, there's something moving there. What is this? And then you talk to them and they, you know, you can clearly see it's an NPC. And if, especially if you grew up with it, you just kind of accepted it as like, that's normal. And as time has gone on, instead of just them walking in place, they have like an idle animation, like they're just kind of sitting there looking around or something, you know, or whatever. But they don't really need to have NPCs moving back and forth in place anymore to draw our attention, because they're just designed in a way that makes them pop already. And it's just one of those things that some developers just never let go of and don't understand why it was done, and think that's just what you need to do. You know, it's kind of funny, actually, especially for a game made in 2014. I feel like it's pretty dated. If only.
わかりました。
さすが最新鋭の軍艦ですね。それでは失礼します。
Yeah, every now and again you'll get guards that don't move, that walk in place like that.
もしもし、こちらクロスベル警察特務支援課です。あ、キヨですか。あ、キヨだ。またかけてくれたんだ。昨日と違って普通の動力通信ですが、ひょっとして近くに誰もいませんか。課長もさっき出かけちゃったし、サイトはそこにいるけど。そうですか。実はロイドさんたちのエニグマに繋がらなくて、それで支援課に直
I wonder if they have like suppression devices to prevent signals from getting in.
そうなんだ。
Since they don't really have phones, do they?
ロイドたちだったら真っ白なハヤブサに呼ばれて出かけたみたいだけど。真っ白な。ジークって言ってサイトみたいに喋れるの。なんだかいろいろと進展しているみたいですね。
Oh, she's at a station. She's coming home.
時間みたいですね。キーヤ、また後で。
Either she's going somewhere else or she's coming home, finally.
よろしく言っておいてください。
I'm guessing she's coming home.
またね。
おう、帰ったぞ。
The light didn't go back to red. I wonder if it's only red when it's ringing.
もっと早く帰ってきたらキヨと話せたのに。
なんだ、通信が入ってたんか。で、なんと言っていた。
She didn't seem like she had anything to say, actually. She didn't say anything, did she? What was the point of that call? Just to say that she was trying to get a hold of somebody, I guess? Maybe? Maybe that might have been what it was.
殿下、失礼します。特務支援課の諸君をお連れしました。
どうぞお通ししてください。
さあ、
はい。
それでは
はじめまして。リベール王国王太女のクローディアと申します。あのような形でお呼びして本当に申し訳ありませんでした。
いえ、とんでもない。はじめまして。クロスベル警察特務支援課のロイド・バニングスです。
同じく特務支援王太女で
エリーさんのことは実はいろいろ聞いていまして、お会いできて嬉しいです。
そうなのですか。
ええ、先ほどおじい様のマクダエル議長閣下とお話しする機会をいた。それとマリア・ベルさんとは何度かお話しする機会がありまして、以前リベールにも留学されていた経験がおありだとか。
はい、3ヶ月ほどの滞在でしたが、ご挨拶もできずに。
いえいえ、こちらこそ。
どうも。ランディ
I'm gonna interrupt and introduce myself.
ワジヘミス。
ようこそおいでくださいました。本当ならこの場でもう一人ご紹介したい方が少し遅れてらっしゃるみたいで。
Oh boy.
心配には及ばないよ。
この音って。
どこかで聞いたような。
おいおい。
いらしたようですね。
もしかして
さっきの支援要請
I wonder if the dialogue changes if we didn't do that request.
すでにご面識が。
とんだサプライズだね。
諸君、先ほどは失礼した。クローディア殿下も遅れて申し訳ありませんでした。いつものようにこのたわけがいろいろと首を突っ込んでいまして。
まあ
改めて自己紹介をさせてもらおう。エレボニア帝国皇帝ユーゲントが名代、オリバルト・ライゼ・アルノールさ。もちろん真の姿は不正室の天才にして漂白の演奏家。
Please be choking, actually choking. Come on, come on, Lloyd, die, die, die. Oh, sorry. Just got ahead of myself a little bit there.
これが現実だ。極めて遺憾なことにな。帝国軍第7機構師団所属、ミュラー・バンダール少佐だ。クローディア殿下のお招きで、主ともども参上させてもらった。よろしく頼む。特務支援課の諸君。
And we'll be sitting at the
エステ
table.
ルたちから聞いたんですか？
Oh, I guess that makes a little bit more sense since we did go to the final bad guy with Estelle and Joshua in the last game.
皆さんがエステルさんたちと冒険を共にした仲だったなんて。
つくづくとんでもないコンビだよな。
まあそんなわけで気を楽にしてくれたまえ。僕たちとエステル君たちはリベールの異変に立ち向かった仲間。そして君たちとエステル君たちもクロスベルの異変に立ち向かった仲間。つまり僕たちも運命の仲間同士というわけさ。
いや、そう単純にはいかないかと。
正直恐れ多いです。
でも本当に気を楽になさってください。相談したいことがあってお呼びしたのも確かですが、それ以上に皆さんとお近づきになりたいと思っていたんです。
姫殿下。
おお、感激っす。
恐縮です。
しかしエステル君たちもどうやらクロスベルで楽しく過ごしていたようだね。テーマパークなんてのもあるし、僕も1ヶ月ほど滞在して。
お前のスケジュールは向こう半年埋まっているがな。
ミラー君のいけず、夢見たっていいじゃない。
まあそんなわけでこちらは君たちについて一通り知っている状態だ。それを踏まえていくつか君たちに伝えたいことがあるんだが。
はい、本題というわけですね。
何でも通商会議に関する。
はい。
Bloop.
エプスタイン財団製のシステムを使っているんですね。
ああ、この間の情報処理システムは財団のものを導入しているからね。こちらを見てほしい。
エレボニア帝国最小ギリアス・オズボーン閣下ですね。
ま、鉄血宰相でいいさ。彼の人となりを知らない
Blood
君
and
たちに
thunder.
ここで悪口を言うつもりはない。ただ一つだけ前提として知っていてほしいことがあるんだ。現在エレボニア帝国内でいつ内戦が起きてもおかしくないことを。
そうなんですか？
残念ながら事実だ。具体的には宰相を中心とする帝国に新たな中央集権体制を作り上げようとする革新派、そして有力貴族を中心とする古い貴族制度を維持し続けようとする貴族派。この2つによる対立が行き着くところまで行ってるのさ。
革新派と貴族派の対立。
I mean, normally I'd say the group that's against the nobles is probably the better one, but I mean they said that they were like an authoritarian, more than likely fascist, highly militarized, like group or whatever, right? So it's actually kind of funny because typically rich people are all about the fascism. So like Seems odd. There's gotta be a particular difference between them, or it could just be actually like wealthy people that understand, you know, that their wealth helps keep the country going, and so, you know, helping all people is important. Rich people that care about people. Oh my god. sorry. Oh man, that was a good joke though. We'll see what their actual differences are.
話は聞いていましたけど、相当深刻な状況みたいですね。
I mean, authoritarian can be a lot of things. It doesn't have to be fascist, but with a name like Blood and Iron Emperor, it sounds pretty militaristic in nature, you know. And that's a major point of fascism is it's a highly militarized authoritarian government system.
中立というより第三の道を行こうと思っている。まあどちらの陣営からもうさんくさいコウモリに見られてしまう切ない立場なんだけどね。
I've never heard that slogan, but it sounds like war and homeland kind of thing, you know, which is indeed very fascist. They're very nationalistic and they're very militaristic, which is it's good to have pride in your country and everything like that. That's fine to an extent, but nationalism takes it to the way extreme.
否定はできんな。
しかし両者の対立が内戦直前まで行き着いているということはまさか通商会議に関する気になる情報というのは。
なるほどね。
君の懸念通り貴族派の有力者である海援公の方で動きがあった。どうやらこの通商会議中オズボーン宰相を狙うテロリストをクロスベルに送り込むらしい。
その資格ではなくテロリストというのは。
宰相殿は貴族派以外からも激しい恨みを買っていてね、国内外で弾圧された勢力がテロ組織を結成しているんだ。
Rebellion or terrorist? Well, I'm sure if it really depends on which side is talking about them.
そんな連中を貴族派が体よくミラを与えて利用しているわけさ。
そういうことか。
自分たちの手は汚さずに政敵を葬ろうってわけだね。でもそんなことになったらさすがにいろいろまずいんじゃない？
So, wait, hold on a second. The nobles are trying to assassinate Osborne?
まずいどころじゃない。クロスベルにとっても大問題だ。
Yeah, it would be a disaster for Crossbell if an assassination was even occurred, like as an attempt on their soil, because it would reflect poorly on Crossbell as a host country. And the other countries would try to have them take responsibility in some way.
すみません。
いや、その心配はもっともだ。暗殺を防げなかった代償として、帝国からクロスベル自治州に。
You know, there's one thing that I do respect about these games' stories is they do seem to have a rather good grasp on a lot of political movements and concepts and everything like that. It almost feels like they've studied a lot of like political science and everything, and they wanted to tell a story that was highly political. But the weird thing about it is, despite all the politics in the game, there's like no politics. You know what I mean? Like there's no strong messaging. It's like, hey, they're political oppositions, but they're not actually like, it just feels indifferent. Like they're all fine. Not like, you know, one movement is clearly authoritarian and the other isn't. And then they call it an authoritarian movement, but then they don't really talk about like why that's bad or anything like that, you know? They're just like, yeah, you know, they just have differing beliefs or some bullshit. It's kind of weird. Maybe they're just trying to be indifferent, but like, you can't be indifferent to fascism. You just gotta slap that down 100%, you know? But we'll see how the story moves forward, you know, because a lot of the political movements and pieces moving across the boards and stuff hasn't really occurred in these games yet, because it's mostly just been the society, and then there was like the cult, and then this one is actually revolving around those parties, so we'll see how it moves. True, I mean that's true, but like it's involving the people, and the people would have something to say about that.
たとえそれが帝国内での対立問題から起きたことでもね。
信じられない。
非常なようだけど、それもまた外交の一側面だわ。
だろうな。
そして実は同じような構図が共和国の方にもあるのです。
そうなのですか？
ユリアさん、お願いします。
は。
Feels like the screen is completely irrelevant to this whole scene.
こっちのおじさんも恨みを抱えちゃってるとか？
いいえ、彼がどうというよりはカルバードの歴史によるものです。西ゼムリアにあってさまざまな文化を昔から取り入れてきたカルバードには非常に難しい問題があります。いわゆる民族問題です。
民族問題。
知っての通り、カルバードは昔から東方系の移民を受け入れてきた国だ。共和制に移行してからその流れは顕著になり、巨大な東方人街などが誕生することになったのだが、当然そうした流れに対する反動というものがあり得るわけだ。
反東方移民政策主義ですね。
Man, imagine basing your entire political like ideology around hating immigrants. Jesus Christ, to the point where you just name yourself the anti-immigration faction. Grow the fuck up.
そのような運動が存在するのは
One of the major amazing things about the US at one point was the fact that it is still so diverse, and it's what made America America. I mean, it's been called a melting pot throughout history. You know, Statue of Liberty even says like, bring me your tired and your weary and your poor and everything. Just like, and it always just, it's interesting because like, if you go to Japan and like, let's say you're white and you are born in Japan and you're Japanese by nationality because you were born in Japan, but not by like historical like bloodlines or whatever, you would still not be Japanese. Like you would just be outsider all the time, forever and infinity, no matter what. It doesn't matter how much you're involved in the culture. But in the US, if you're born in America or you have citizenship, you're American. Period. It's always been like that, and it's one of the awesomest things about the US. So it's like everybody could be an American, and it's what the whole country is founded on, and what its like whole premise is. And it's kind of like the same thing here, and it's like, how do you grow up in a country like that, grow up in it, and be, you know, taught these concepts, and then like go to the whole like 180 of like founding an anti-immigration party or whatever the hell they called it. It's insane. It's so stupid.
そうした民族主義者が大統領を狙っているんですか?
Yeah, radical nationalists, which is exactly the type of people that are against that kind of thing.
やはり潤沢な資金源を持つスポンサーがいるらしく。
But the reason I bring up that, like, I'm not trying to get all political because obviously, you know, we don't do that here. It's not really the format and the platform for it. What I'm getting at is they're clearly mirroring the US with Calvard, and a lot of the same sort of concepts are brewing in the same way that they have in the past in the US. That's basically what's going on here, and that's why I bring that up.
最新の武装を供与されたテロリストが動いているという情報が入っています。
At least it's accurate to call nationalists terrorists.
そいつは厄介っすね。
お話は分かりました。
Dehumanizing your opponents is a hallmark of fascism as well. So calling them animals and stuff like that is very. If you dehumanize them, then it's easier to hate them and act violent against them. That's why they do that, because once again, you know, fascism is a militaristic, conflict originated belief structure. It's also self-defeating because it feeds on hate and division and like conflict. And let's say, like, for the sake of argument, that a fascist government wins and they control whatever they wanted to control originally, like that's their original goal, they will start self-cannibalizing because they will need something to fight and hate against, and so it just infighting starts. And you can see it in a lot of places right now where that's occurring if you're paying attention.
確かに自治州政府に直接伝えた方がいいんじゃないの？
伝えたくても伝えられない事情がある。
Not only that, but like if you go to a foreign government and you say, hey, one of your leaders are have an assassination contract against them or something, they're just gonna be like, yeah, okay, is it you? Are you trying to get under our skin here? You know what's going on? Like they're gonna be highly skeptical, obviously. Like, and then they would be forced to mobilize on it and look into it because they have to take every threat seriously. Also true. They have their own intelligence. I mean, it makes sense to keep it from the Cross-Bellion government because it's like they have their own intelligence, they have their own, crew protection, what do you call it? Detail, right? So yeah, asking for help is a sign of weakness. That's one. Like, oh my god, help me, they were trying to get me kind of thing. But also it's like they probably want to see if they can handle it without a scene. If they tell the government, the Cross-Belt government, then it creates a scene. They're gonna have a lot more extra guards, and it's gonna cause tension with the people, because when you see a lot of police on the street or a lot of military on the street or a lot of enforcement of some kind on the street, it creates fear in the people because, you're looking at like what could be a police state kind of thing going on where, the government has you controlled with an iron fist, kind of thing, right? And it makes a sense of unease. You want just enough law enforcement that you feel safe, but not so much that you feel like you're being oppressed. So by telling the government, the local government, it could create unrest.
そこにどのような思惑があるのか現時点では分かりませんが、ただそのような状況でこちらが帝国と共和国の裏事情を勝手に伝えるわけにはいきません。
そして僕も皇族とはいえ帝国政府の方針に干渉はできない。そこで姫殿下の提案で君たちを呼んだというわけさ。
なるほど。つまりここでの話はあくま。
It feels like they would contact the bracers for this kind of thing and not us if they wanted it off the record.
無論そこで聞いた噂話をどなたにお伝えしようと自由です。
そういうことですか。
いやはや思った以上に大胆つうか
優雅なお姫様の割になかなかのやり手みたいだね。
ちょっとワジ君
いいです。クロスベルを取り巻く状況はますます今後少しでも見通しを良くするためには悪あがきをするしかありませんから。
ただでさえ厄介な面々に情報をコントロールされているみたいだしね。エステル君方面のコネくらいは活用させてもらわないと。
厄介な面々。
多分ご存知だと思います。
This, yeah.
キリカ・ノーラン女子の2人です。
Why Kilika?
なるほど。先ほ
ほどの情報がクロスベル政府にほとんど伝わっていないの。多分その2人の情報操作だろう。キリカ助手はもともとリベールで遊撃士協会の受付をしていた人物だが、そのくらいの情報操作ならば苦もなくやってのけるはず。
なるほど。ギルドの方でも聞きましたが、
味方ならともかく敵に回したら一番厄介なタイプだな。
そしてレクター・アランドール、経歴不詳、出身も不明だが、それはアイアンブリードと呼ばれるメンバーの一人だということだ。
アイアンブリード？
また大層な呼び名だね。どうやら鉄血宰相と関係のあるメンバーみたいだけど。
最小殿が拾い上げたという
Not exactly hiding their connections there with that naming convention.
癖はあるが恐ろしく有能で様々な工作を行っているようだ。貴族派からは最大限に警戒されているみたいだね。
アイアンブリード。
単なる情報証拠以上に大変そうな相手みたいね。
加えて現在クロスベルに居座る兵ゆえと赤い星座の問題もある。それぞれ政府とつながりがあるようだから、よもや会議を狙うとは思えないが。
だが不可解な動きを見せているのはこちらにも伝わっている。それについては君たちの方が実情には詳しいかもしれない。
はい。お返しと言ってはなんですが、現状で分かっていることについて。
Lloyd and the others outline the recent actions of the Red Constellation and Heiyu.
そんなことが。
その院という資格はいささか気になる。
まあ最小殿や僕を狙う心配はないんじゃないかな。それに赤い星座というのは恐ろしく好戦的な両兵団らしい。護衛もあまり連れていない僕みたいな相手は標的として物足りないんじゃないかな。
そうかもしれないっすね。
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that Trails fan often praise about the series is that there's a lot of discussion about the other nations, so when you're in them, you have a pretty good idea of what's going on there.
そちらの少佐さんがいるんならやりたがるやつもいそうです。
たかが軍人一人だ。それも現実的ではなかろう。いずれにしても現時点ではあらゆる事態を想定して備えておくしかなさそうだな。
そうですね。
皆さん教えてくださって感謝します。おかげでこちらの方も様々な事態に対応できそうです。
いえ、とんでもない。
こちらの方こそわざわざ重要な情報を教えていただいて
本当にありがとうございました。
お互い様さ。しかしそういうことならお礼に夜のクロスベルの名所でも案内してもらおうかな。ワジ君やランディ君なんかはいろいろと詳しそうだしね。
お、行っちまいますか？
それならとっておきのスポットに案内できると思うけど。
おお、そうと決まれば晩餐会はキャンセルし
させるかアホ。これからアルカンシェルの公演も感激するのだろう
むむ、それもあった。アルカンシェルは一度見ておきたかったんだよね。
きっと楽しめると思いますよ。
目を丸く
Although to be fair, Sky already kind of painted a pretty good picture of what each nation is doing and what their government structure is like.
楽しみにしていますね。また何かあったら皆さんにもご連絡いたします。今度はジークに頼らず直接通信を差し上げますね。
承知しました。
さすがにあれは何かと思ったから
な。なるほど。両首脳を狙う。
Thought we were keeping this to ourselves. Well, it didn't take long to tell not only the first division, or not just our chief, but also the first division. They're thinking they want to go to war. Trying to power grab because they want to be authoritarian dipshits. And the easiest way to do that is through conflict.
ええ、そちらはお任せします。それにしても、お前たちがあのアルセイユに乗ったと聞いた時には、しかも国賓クラスの2人からそこまでの話を聞いてくると。
一家の方でも当然チェックしていましたか。
ま、こっちも突然だったんだから。
そういう時は上に相談してから招待を受けるかどうかをだな。
ありきたりの対応をこいつらにやらせてどうすんだ。
We just did it at Civi's. We're just friends of Joshua and Estelle.
ちょうどいいってところだろう。
いやー、でも確かに変わったお姫様と王子だったよな。特にオリバルト王子ってのがあんな変人だとは思わなかったぜ。
失礼よ、ランディ。確かに愉快というか、とても軽妙な方ではあったけど。
でもいろいろなことをよく考えてる人だとは思う。あの護衛をしてた少佐もかなりの腕前だったみたいだし。
それにクローディア姫とユリア巡査は素敵でしたね。姫殿下は気さくだけど気品があって、ユリア巡査はもう凛としてて。
Prefer slightly cool, so it's cool on my throat, you know? I don't particularly care for room temperature water.
どうしてそれを。
まったく。まあいい。テロリストの存在
I don't want it cold though, so I don't put ice in my water. I mean, I would prefer cold over room temperature though.
やはり正念場は明日。
Isn't it funny how the temperature of water changes the taste, but it's not so much with a lot of other drinks? I mean, beer definitely.
ああ、明後日の午後には首脳たちも帰国する。何かあるとしたら明日の可能性が高いだろう。
確か会議は昼からでしたね。
I mean, a lot of other drinks have a difference, but it's a lot more of a subtle difference. It's more of a temperature difference and not a taste difference. Not 10.1 degrees or 9.9 degrees, just 10 degrees exactly. The colder something is, the less you can taste it. That's actually interesting that you say that. Because, and he's a chef, because RPG Chick likes to refrigerate a lot of her, like, I don't know if she like orders chocolates for herself or if she makes something for herself. Something like cereal. She refrigerates cereal. Okay, so she refrigerates her cereal, and she says she likes it better that way. And I told her I have a harder time tasting it when it's cold, so I don't particularly care for it refrigerated. And I just thought it was a me thing, but it's actually a thing. That's interesting. Ice cold drinks are apparently an American thing. I think it's an American thing simply because a lot of those like modern conveniences, like having like ice dispensers on your fridge and stuff, are pretty American. Like a lot of Europe especially just doesn't have space because their countries are very like condensed, you know? Like they have huge populations in a much smaller area, so there's just not a lot of space for everybody. But America is very spread out, so a standard home in the US is quite a bit bigger than a standard home in anywhere in Europe, you know, for the most part. Not to mention, a lot of Europe is a lot of older development, like from way long ago, hundreds of years old in some cases, and older developments were built smaller because the craftsmanship was less refined. So you couldn't get thinner walls. You had to have big honking bricks, you know, to keep things up because they didn't have the technology to build things up more like modern-like, you know? And there's definitely plenty of modern development in Europe, but it's not as much. And so you couple those things together, you know, with population density and old world designs, and you get not as much space. And the US, you know, having only been 250 years old, there's not a lot of history there. It's super big. There's tons of empty space. So a standard sized home is much bigger than a standard European home of similar cost or whatever, right? and with more space means bigger appliances and more like luxuries, I guess you could say, and better infrastructure usually, like you know, more modern like ventilation and AC and electronics, etc., etc., etc. You know, it's not like they're third world countries or anything. They just have a lot of old infrastructure, and it's very expensive to replace that. And it's actually interesting because there's like this really scary thing about integral infrastructure that nobody really knows is about to happen. And well, like wiring in your house and stuff like that. It's older wiring, you know, that's what I'm getting at. Not like the hardware, you know. Anyway, a lot of like infrastructure in, you know, not just the US, but all over the world that has to do with like water, getting water to and from, is basically on the verge of completely breaking down. And it's just because it's just been around for, you know, 100 years, and there's not any maintenance. Like, we busted our ass to build up the modern world, but we're spending no money on maintenance because a lot of like the divisions and stuff that are responsible for handling that, they don't really have much of a surplus budget. They operate like on a budget of keeping people in the office to do the office work, and that's it. So there's no surplus of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not just money, but like resources, capital, that's the one, to like perform regular maintenance on like water lines and replace them and constantly, you know how like the Golden Gate Bridge is always being painted, right? The Golden Gate Bridge is always being painted. The reason is because by the time they get from one side to the other side painting it, the backside needs to be painted again because it just takes so long, you know, and it's just so much work that they're just always painting it in order to repair it. That needs to be done with our infrastructure, all of it. Roads, yes, they're already handled because they're very obvious, but water pipes and stuff, they're underground and they're just sitting there corroding, and eventually the whole system will fail, and then they won't have any capital to repair them, and it'll be catastrophic. Y'all might have better like regular maintenance on that kind of stuff, but there's also like this thing in the US where if something isn't uncovered and seen to be not up to code, then it just gets left there. But as soon as you, like, let's say you buy a 50-year-old house and then, like, I don't know, the roof is leaky, and so you go in and get somebody to repair it, and then they open it up and they say, oh look, all this wiring isn't up to code. I literally cannot do any more work until this is fixed. So now you have to bring it up to code, but only this little spot that I've uncovered, you know, kind of thing. So yeah, it's the same there. That's what I figured. Anyway, there's some answers for you. That's why cold drinks might be more of an American thing, but it likely really depends on the drink and where you're at. I'm sure plenty of people all over the world enjoy a cold drink, but you know, having like everything be cold as a cold drink probably might be a little bit more of an American thing, I suppose. I mean, fax machines are great if you don't have like email, I suppose. Anyway, that should answer your question there, Kamen Rider. And your comment.
それから一度休憩を挟んで夕方くらいまで続く予定だ。
となると、その会議中、首脳連中を守り抜けばいいのか？
いや、オルキスタワー内部には万全の警備体制が敷かれている。
I mean, you get that every restaurant I've ever been to across the entire U.S. The only place I don't remember not ever getting that was in Japan. I had to constantly ask for more water, and a lot of it was the reason I needed so much water was because I was sweating like crazy due to the high humidity and everything. So I was very, very thirsty going out all day long, every day. But yeah, the only time I didn't get people like regularly giving me new water or refilling my glass. The other problem was that every restaurant I went to in Japan gave you tiny little glass of water, like really tiny, like 4 ounces of water, and I'm just like, more please, you know. You know, just one sip, thanks, you know. And I'm 6'4", just that alone I need more water. But yeah, everywhere in the US people top off your water or your drink or whatever all the time. I'm in the West and they do it here everywhere. California, Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, whatever. At least the mugs of beer were of appropriate size.
加えて会場警備にはアリオスも参加する予定だ。それもギルドの立ち会いとして通商会議の場にもいるそうだから、安心といえば安心だな。
Could be. But even in times of drought, I've never really been in a situation where a restaurant will be like, oh, we can't give you water, you know? That's why you order with no ice, Locke. Always order with no ice in the US. In the US, most of the restaurants I go just give you a pitcher of water for your table. They just set it down.
Tower から出てきたところで遠くからターンって狙撃とかね。
正直それが一番怖いパターンではあるよな。
ねえねえライダー。あ、ブスッとしたおじさんだ。
相変わらずしつけが。
That sounds like I want to go to Germany, Zyfreak.
すみません。
キーヤちゃん、この人はダドリーさんと言って。うん、
ダドリー、久しぶりだね。元気だった？
一家の捜査官たるものじゃなくて呼び捨てはやめるがいい。
ダメなの？じゃあダドリーおじさん？
誰がおじさんだ？誰？
まあまあ。
Germany's definitely on my bucket list, especially considering I know at least enough of the language to probably get around. I'd need a refresher though. But it's gorgeous countryside, so.
ああ、そうだった。ロイドたちに通信が入ってるよ。
通信が？
あら、通信機のベルは鳴ってなかったみたいだけど。
あ、普通のじゃなくて顔が出てくる方。
端末の方か。あ、キーヤ、よく操作が分かったな。
でもそれならティオスケか？
そばかすの人。なんだか顔が赤くなったり青くなったりしてるけど。
遅いっての。まったく。いつまで待たせんだよ。
悪い。
No. You put that kid in his place. Say, listen, we're doing grown-up things. You can wait.
それにしても久しぶりだな。
ああ、もうそんな挨拶はいいっての。
Thank fuck.
あんたらに至急頼みたいことがあるんだ。今から僕のベースを見てきてくんねえか？
ベースってあなたが寝泊まりしていた？
ああ、ジオフロント B 区画の第8制御端末のある場所さ。昨日から今日にかけてあの端末を勝手に使ってるやつがいるみたいなんだ。
勝手に使ってるって。
一体どうしてそんなことがわかっ
つがヨナコ、勝手に使ってるのはお前だって同じじゃねえか。
それはともかく、僕の留守中あの端末には強力なプロテクトをかけたんだ。それで万が一それが破られたら動力ネットの遠隔接続実験の時にそのアラートが今日来てたんだよ。
それは
君がプロテクトをかけた端末をハッキングした者がいる。つまりそういうことだね。
ああ、そういうことさ。かなりのハッカーなのは間違いない。とにかくとっ捕まえて二度と触らせないでほしいんだ。
たく、自分のことは棚に上げて勝手なこと言ってやがるな。
でもかなりのハッカーってちょっと心配ね。
ああ、レンはもう帰ったはずだし、ロバーツ主任とも思えない。とりあえず見てくるから、また後で連絡してきてくれ。
ああ、頼んだぜ。
なんだ、行くのか。
ええ、念のため。
I think it's smart anyway, just because it could have a connection to what's going on.
俺一人で見に行ってきてもいいですし。
おいおい、無茶言うなよ。
そうね、いるのがハッカーだけとは限らないでしょうし。
ご一緒します。
待て、私も同行しておこう。
へえ、どんな風の吹き回し
Change of heart? He's always been on our side. What do you mean change of
通
heart?
商会議を前にしてイレギュラーな要素は少しでも把握しておきたいというだけだ。時間が惜しい。とっとと行くぞ。
わかりました。
それじゃあ軽く食後の運動と行きますか。
We had dinner?
キーヤち
I
ゃ
don't
ん、
remember having dinner.
それでは行ってきます。
ああ、せいぜい気をつけろ。
いってらっしゃい。
Can I steal his cords now? Wow, that's pretty neat. Still can't steal his shit. Damn. I'm guessing then that this will be the end of chapter 2, more than likely.
a そういや、ここの扉の鍵はまだ持っているのか。
ああ、さっき保管していたロッカーから取って。
確か例の小僧の部屋はダクトを通った先だった。
Yeah, but what about all the treasures?
了解です。
But what about all the treasures? But what about the treasures? Oh.
あらら。
いつの間にこんなものが。
ひょっとしたら市の管理担当が防犯のために施錠したのかもしれんな。南京錠も市の施設課の方で一般的に使われているものだ。
ということは、そのハッカーが仕掛けたわけじゃなさそうですね。どうします？
It looted them in the last game, though.
いや、大きな音を立てて相手に気づかれるわけ。このまま先に。
We can't afford to get noticed by the other parties, so let's take half an hour to get through to it instead.
了解しました。
やれやれ。
And fight a bunch of monsters along the way. I'm sure that won't draw any attention.
ぼやかないの。
みんなチャンス。
No, it's true, it's true. I wanted to go this way anyway. No complaints from me. Yeah, the whole game is just reused asset, the video game.
上出来かな。お疲れ様。
Zwei to Penguin. As you loaded the penguin from the chest, you could have sworn it whispered something about a man it calls Monsieur and the importance of daily exercise. Oh. Oh, I wonder if those shards help me get more information about those documents that I pulled up from the last game. I just realized they don't have the amazing geofront track from the last game. Damn, what a shame. I was actually looking forward to the geofront. Dudley is like the best support ever. Why am I not surprised that Nue Blanc's most ordered drinks are Bloody Shirleys and Jägermeisters? Bloody Mary. You ever had a Bloody Mary? It's disgusting. It's like one of the few mixed drinks that I just absolutely do not like. I do enjoy a Long Island iced tea. Sure, that's definitely a good one. What's up, King? Usually, when you get a Long Island iced tea, it's a substantially sized drink, so you can get a little tipsy and actually have volume. I've never heard of that. I don't really frequent bars though, so. I do enjoy a White Russian, but I don't know what a Dublin drop is. Is that the one that used to be called something offensive? Never had one then, but I like White Russians so much that I always keep Kahlua in the house. Another quartz fragment. That's 3. I wonder how much I'm gonna need for whatever it is that I get from it. You know, the worst part about this dungeon is that they didn't even do anything different with it. It's literally the exact same dungeon. Oh, there's only 2. I thought there were 4. Taking treasure chests? Oh, Lloyd, you're so tired. You're speaking nonsense. Here, let's get you some shut-eye. Just step inside and close the lid. Okay, that one was a swing and a miss. Oh. Don't be high level. I hate the ones that I have to come back for.
任せてくれ。
私の番ね。行きます。なんとかなりましたね。
E for effort. I just wrote a script about the dictionary for the next Arkansas production. It's a play on words. Oh, what's this? Interesting. I need more blue. I need more green than I need blue, though, so. I think it's considered a debuff, so I can't equip it with, like, the, Swordbreaker. I see, I see. I think I needed that for something, didn't I? Oh. For breath. Dang, it's a shame I want these to try and get these on here somehow, but I guess that would work. And that would give her a little bit of healing and resin and everything. Oh no, monsters have appeared. Whatever shall I do? Okay, well, you're not doing anything. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to take some hits here.
私の番ですね。
行くぞ。そこだ。行くよ。行くぞ。
私の番ですね。エニグマ、やっ、ありがとう。それ。
行くよ。行くぞ。
え、やっ、行きます。そこ。
気合を入れろ。
よし、上出来だ。
悪くない。
Gladiator belt. You fight a civil summons inside. Your charges include chest invasion and grand larceny. See you in court, pal. Darn it, they got me. Except this is not private property, so. Yes, that's a good one. I'll give it to her. I mean, I suppose the only good thing about them reusing all the dungeons from the previous game is that navigation is pretty simple. Know exactly where I need to go. How close are we to the level, and how much XP are we getting? We're very close to a level, and we're getting okay XP.
やれやれ時間の無駄だったな
Well, we're near the end. Yeah. I kind of want to get that level. Well, actually, no. If there's a boss, then it'll slingshot me a little bit. Thanks, Stalker. We're having fun. We're enjoying it. Story on this one is moving a lot better than the last one. Sewer birds, obviously. Naturally.
かかってきな
Cool, 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 cool. Fucking garbage. Absolute trash design. How many freeze reduction? I have one. One person can be immune to freeze. Shouldn't be her, actually. So very stupid. That's what you call, ladies and gentlemen, terrible fucking game design. I can only get 3 with my team attack too. Like, it's one thing if they had like a lower rate of application or something, but it's like nearly 100%, and that doesn't even kill them. So, but yeah, that near guaranteed freeze, absolute horseshit design. Oh, cool. Ellie's going last, so I can't just cleanse them. I can't just cleanse them and then just get back to it. You cannot be for fucking real, dude. Oh, now I'm getting spam delayed. Oh, cool, cool. Yeah, awesome. No, really fucking awesome design. Just flawless. What the fuck? Are you serious? I'm just getting... This is unbelievable. A great example of absolutely garbage tier game design. Oh, this is only single target. Well, that's not good. Fucking trash tier boss design there. Good lord, that was awful. The stupid shit that I had to pull in order to, and luck that I needed to get in order to do that. Just absolutely moronic. What the fuck were they thinking? Like, it's one thing, you know, when the enemies have a chance, or bosses, anything has a chance to apply debuffs, but it's like near guaranteed. What if I just didn't have resistance to freeze at all? You know, I only had one item that let me get resistant to freeze, but what if I had none? I had to leave the entire fucking dungeon, hope I have enough money to go buy a freeze resistant trinket, rebuild my entire team, and then I can go in and just have a normal boss encounter. This is like the dumbass shit they do in those like totally not a hard mode hack mods of like Final Fantasy VI or something, where it's like totally not a hard mode hack, but it's a hard mode hack, and where every enemy is at all their stats multiplied, every character has had their damage reduced, and all the bosses have like one weakness that you have to like find your way, sift through the bullshit to find or whatever, and it's like, it's just dumb. You don't design a boss around like this one tiny little thing that you need in order to like make it a non-stupid fight. It's just shitty design. They failed to freeze. Well, the first off, the first thing that happened was I noticed that Burning Heart makes you immune to status ailments. So I used that, and I think it doesn't just remove status ailments. I think it makes you immune to status ailments for the duration of the buff, I think. And then the other thing was that I got lucky with Wazzy not getting debuffed as well. And so I was able to actually do stuff. Just luck. And it's probably like the death with Ren where it's like 90% chance, so it's not 100% chance. Just get lucky, and it's just awful. And even then, it's not even a solution, because if they decided to do the AT delay thing, there's 8 of them, and it's an AoE AT delay. They could all just keep spamming it until I die, and there's nothing I could do about it. Really fucking dumb. Completely brain dead design, like absolutely completely idiotic. They had no fucking clue what they were doing when they designed that fight. They thought they did, but they really didn't. Sure, I could have S-braked with Ellie, healed and cleansed debuffs, and hoped that I got turns and enough to kill them, but chances are it's not gonna happen. Not to mention, what if I just didn't want to use Ellie? What if I wanted to sit her on the sidelines, you know? It's just all sorts of idiotic. Modsy, thank you for the sub to Zyfreak. Modsy, did you read the thing in Discord I told you about? Games channel, it's a little bit further up now because, you know, people talk in the channel. You'll know it when you see it.
しかしここに来るまでの間、誰ともすれ違わなかったが。
逃げられたの？
ああ、どうやらそうらしい。この音楽はそっちの装置みたいだな。
さすがにうるさいな。ああ、こいつがスイッチだな。
Oh, that's the trap.
なんだか不気味ですね。
そうね。音楽が鳴っていたのも不自然だし。
うん。そこはかとなく悪意を感じるけど。とりあえず奥のモニターに映っているのは何だい？
図面？これは
Chobin, 109 months, dude. Holy heck! Thank you.
タワ
Hope
ー
you're
内
doing
部
good.
の構成図が記されたデータみたいですけど。
どうしてそんなものがこんな場所に。
しまった。
罠か。
ダメです。ビクとも飽きません。
I mean, we might see it if they ever update the Xenoblade trilogies of, you know, the 3 games there. We'll see. I think they are currently working on that. I think we'll see an update within a couple months, more than likely. Games channel.
今のは。
おい、誰だ。
はじめまして、支援課の諸君。予想通り君たちが遊びに来てくれたみたいだね。お近づきの印に置き土産を置いていくから。
端末から喋ってるのか。
これは
ロバーツ主任から渡された。
3本勝負で2本取ったら君たちを解放してあげるよ。ただし負けちゃった場合は丸焦げになってもらおうかな。
Sweet.
何？
I mean, okay, we're already being burned to a crisp, so much for the deal. That much fire, that close, we would start to burn. Like, it would be so hot, not to mention with the smoke filling up, that we would, if we didn't suffer burns, then we would suffocate. Not to mention, the oxygen is quickly depleting because fire operates on oxygen.
あまり時間はない。急がないと死んじゃうよ。
We can just shoot the fire, yeah. Just, you know.
とにかくやるしかない。わかった。
さあ、始めるとしようか。
This is gonna be all buggy like the other one, where it was like impossible to win. I mean, it wasn't impossible to win. I won both of my matches, but it was like so difficult that I wouldn't have won unless I got lucky. Well,
まだまだだね。
I
さあ、
just got.
始めるとしようか。
I shouldn't have lost there. That was a complete accident. So much for my backup, though. That's my backup loss, which I don't have anymore, and they're very much doing much better than me. This is kind of actually crazy for like a story thing. Like it shouldn't be this like intense of a mini game difficulty, you know? 'Cause I feel like I'm not terrible at these kinds of games.
ほら、こいつはどうだい？まだまだだね。さあ、始めるとしようか。
Making me not like this mini game. Honestly. I just did nothing. Cool, 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 cool. I was afraid of this. I was afraid of this being horribly balanced and designed, and lo and behold, it is. That's all that did? He got an I win button when he did it.
ほーら、こいつはどうだまだまだだね。さあ、始めるとしようか。
Well, so much for ever playing this ever again, ever for as long as I have access to it forever. I flat out just completely refuse to do any pom-pom party anymore after this. Complete garbage. Boy, they're really tripping over their own shoelaces here in the last little bit, aren't they? One of the worst boss designs in the history of video games, and then now this, where it's like a forced minigame, and it's like so stupidly overtuned, you have virtually no chance of actually winning. It's only one line that I took care of, so it did almost nothing for me.
Yo. よし、
ロイド、すごい。
やるじゃねえか。
手を抜きすぎたかな。それじゃあ次は本気を。いい加減にしてください。
この声は。
ここから先は覚悟してください。
This is so dumb because like there was no skill involved. She had one place to go to. That was it. And she just dropped her piece down there because that was the only place that she could go and everything just dropped down perfectly for her.
お見事。一応お仲間みたいだし、約束通り出してあげるよ。
I think I'm bleeding on my forehead.
それじゃ。
Oh well.
開いた。急げ、爆発するぞ。
はい。
伏せろ。
No, not Jonah's pizza boxes. His collection is ruined now.
死ぬかと思いました。
一体何者だ。
よかった。ご無事みたいですね。
ティオ。
やっぱりティオちゃんだったの？
おいおい、一体どうなってんだ。
実は今日の午後、クロスベル行きの国際定期船に乗った。いろいろ大変そうだったので、なんとか帰国を早めても。
そうだったのか。
Dude's rich, so he's fine.
じゃあ課長さんから話を聞いて。
ええ、エニグマで連絡したらこちらに向かったと聞いたので。
I understand how to play Puyo Puyo and Tetris and everything. These aren't alien concepts to me.
本当に助かっちゃったわ。ありがとう、ティオちゃん。
いえ、間に合ってよかったです。それにしても厄介な相手だったみたいですね。なんとか割り込みをかけて撃退することができましたが。
割り込みって。ああ、それか。
さんたちが閉じ込められたと分かったので、どうやら相当な腕前のハッカーだったようですね。
ああ、そうみたいだな。
どうやらとっくに離脱されてしまったようだが、そういえばプラト、一人でジオフロントをここまで追ってきたのか。
Oh, that definitely makes it better.
たまたま
We expect you to know this thing that we didn't tell you about.
同行してもらいました。
え
とんだ場面に居合わせたようだな。
Really, the worst part about all of the dialogue in this game is the constant chuckles before like nearly every single voice line. It is so annoying.
あの時の
取り逃がしたか。どこのネズミかは知らんが、相当抜け目がないようだな。
ちょっと待ってくれ。ここにいたハッカーはヘイユへの関係者なのか。
いや、縁もゆかりもないものだ。おそらく赤い星座とも関係があるわけではない。
何？
なんであんたにそんなことがわかる？
ヘイユへと赤い星座はすでに。
Yeah, Sonic and Chuckles. They do it afterwards, after they say something really dark and awkward and sinister or something like that, you know? It's almost like a hallmark of the game. It's almost unsettling, you know? This is just like they don't know what they're saying and how to put it in the sentence. It's a very obnoxious excuse for any kind of actual character personality.
オルキスタワーの図面。
なるほど。まさに明日の会議の場所だね。
会うのはこれが初めてか。クロスベル警察捜査一課。
噂は金がね。通商会議の警備ではいろいろ苦労しているようだな。
どこぞの組織をはじめ怪しげな連中がバックをしているのでな。
Yep. Picked something up there when I was scratching my head. Oh well.
どうやらこちらの知らない動きにいろいろと通じているようだし、ここは一つ警察までご同行を願って話を聞かせてもらおう。
Yeah, good luck with that, Dudley.
ダドリーさん。
おいおい、マジかよ。
何の容疑でクロスベルの刑事法に抵触した覚えはない。
何？任意の事情聴取だ。後ろめたいことがないならぜひ来ていただく。
Actually, I would have plenty of reason to object to going to a PlayStation without breaking any laws. Like, for one, I don't fucking wanna. For two, was to say you're gonna just let me leave whenever I want to.
いつの間に。
へえ、巫術を使った分け身ってやつか。
今宵はこれでさらばだ。また近いうちに会えそうな気もするが
な。ロイドさん、付近をサーチしますか？
いや、その必要はないだろう。とりあえず支援課に戻って話し合う必要がありそうですね。
ああ、不本意だが仕方あるまい。
His attempt to forcefully arrest her, by the way, is assault. So, at least it's realistic police behavior.
ただいまです。キーヤ、ザイト。セルゲイ課長、ただいま戻りました。
ああ、よく戻った。いきなり仲間のピンチを救ったみたいだな。
ええ、本当に助かりました。
あそこでティオちゃんが来てくれなかったらどうなっていたことか。
ゾッとしますね。
今回ばかりは礼を言わざるを得ないようだな。
別に大したことは。
照れるなって。
まあ実際いいタイミングで戻ってきてくれたと思うよ。あんなハッカーが絡んできたら僕たちだけじゃお手上げだしね。
そうだな。課長、ダドリーさん、明日の通商会議ですが、俺たちもオルキスタワーの警備に。
ロイ
イド、それは。
おいおい、いきなりどうしたんだ。
What? Where's all this police force wanting to do police work coming from? What? That's crazy talk. You want us to do our jobs? I'd completely disagree.
会場の警備体制は万全だと言ったはずだが。
ですが今日のハッカーはタワーの図面らしきものをインの言葉ではありませんが、何か仕掛けてくる可能性がある。いや、むしろその情報を誰かに渡した可能性が高いと思います。
誰か。
Who did the hacker give the information to? Third part.
赤い星座かヘイユエ、または帝国政府か、どれもありえそうだけど、より現実味のありそうな連中が。
I mean, the society doesn't really work with anybody, so.
クローディア殿下と
Unless, I mean, they just like drop some information on their doorstep saying go have fun with it because we want to unsettle the country's cohesiveness through war, you know.
それぞれの国のトップを狙う2グループのテロリストどもか。
確かにビルの構成図があれば死角を狙えるかもしれませんね。
もちろん偽装情報の可能性もあるでしょうが、やはり明日オルキスタワーで何かが起きる可能性は高くなったと言えると思います。
Honestly, Zyfreak, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Those floor plans would probably just be public.
タワー周辺の警備でもいいので参加させてもらえないでしょうか。
なるほどな。ダドリー、どうだ。
明日の正午ちょうどにオルキスタワー1階に来るがいい。予備の警備要員
12
通商会議の現場
in
に
the
入れてやる。
day? They make a 12 in the day? Oh, that's ridiculous. Totally unrealistic. No? Okay. Weird localization still. Lunchtime, that's breakfast.
勘違いをするな。あくまで予備の要員としてだ。市長暗殺未遂事件でも偶然とはいえ役には立ったし、動力ネットに詳しい人間もいる。万が一の保険程度だから、せいぜいわきまえておくがいい。
了解しました。
慎んではい。
しかしやっぱり照れ隠しの一種ではないかと。
いつになったら出れてくれるのかね。
出れる？ねえねえエリー、出れるって何？
キーヤちゃんと話している時の
No, don't tell her that.
というか。
You don't tell her that because then she'll start using it. She's going around calling everybody sugar daddy now.
貴様ら。
どうやら明日は死ぬほど忙しくなりそうだな。
Thanks. The game was reminding us that Zyte exists. I am also here. The next day, 8 a.m. Oh yeah, you know what? We haven't had our super break moment or whatever. So that'll let us know when we're near the end of the chapter.
あれ？また。
Crossbell Station, IBS, and Ursula Road.
やっぱりいくつか新しいのが来ているか。どれも結構気にはなるけど。
時間に余裕があれば立ち寄ってみましょう。午前中だったら自由に動けそうだし、
車を使えば郊外にも移動できそうですね。
車ですか。ちょっと楽しみですね。なんでも ZCF が開発した動力車だとか。
ああ、一家の連中も見返せそうな新型だぜ。
でもティオ、昨日着いたばかりなのに朝早くから動いて大丈夫か？ なんだったら午前中はジローすみませんつい
まったく
なんだか清介が戻ってきたって感じ。
そうね、やっぱり端末前にはティオちゃんがいる方が
やっぱり皆さん息が合ってますよね。とりあえずこれで新生特務支援課のフルメンバーですね。
リーダーとしてはなかなか感慨深いんじゃない？
ああそうだな。とにかくティオ改めてよろしく頼むよ。それと大変な時にわざわざ戻ってきて。
Zayn is a good boy like
こ
that.
ちらこそ改めてよろしくお願い。
なんだか
調子が出て何よりだ。ま、その元気がありゃ通商会議の空気にもお前たちなりのやり方で警備の役に立ってくるといい。
了解です。
課長の方はこれから警察本部で待機でした。
ああ、各方面との折衝を押し付けられちまったからな。バックアップには回るがオルキスタワーの警備にはただ何かあったら
助かります。
よろしくお願いします。
ああ、そ
Bye.
そういえばキアは図書館だったか
Or something?
朝早くに出かけて行っちゃったわ。昼までには戻るみたいだけど。
そっか。だったら大丈夫かな。
よし、じゃあ俺たちも出かけるとすっか。
You can add Tio to the party now. Alright, so let's see what she's got first. She's got the Forest Water one. Increase potency of healing arts, amount healed multiplied by 1.2. It's definitely very decent. I mean, her Orbiment is just worse. She has the same one as Wazzy does now. She doesn't have a full one. So they're all equal now. Also, if it's blue, then there's no AoE heal. I feel like I just, as much as I want to bring in Tio, I just want to keep it the way I have it. I like Tio a lot as a character. She was an awesome caster, but although she does have that AoE attack on her weapon. The biggest problem is that I just wouldn't have a lot of really strong physical attacking. Plus there's no, well, I guess I probably already have team attacks. Yep. Oh yeah, she's got Summon Zeit as well. I mean, I could just swap them. I don't really care if she's a healer, right? And she gets the extra spellcasting damage, or I could even give her that one, which would give her the wind. That would make it easier for her to get the healing. Plus she has a better enemy attacking thingy, because it's like a spread. She already has cast. She has action 1. Action 1, action 1. Looks like everybody has action 1. He's got action 2. Let's just keep him on it for now. Maybe I should wait until the end of the chapter to get action 3 so I can save myself, because I'm kind of low on the time quartz from buying actions. And she already has casts, so I don't really need to worry about that. Oh, no, it's better. Okay. It wasn't open and it was giving a different color that made me think differently about what's going on there. Okay, I'm just doing this to give her EP. Because the more you open, the more EP you get. In fact, I'm going to do that for a few. That'll give us a lot more EP to work with, so we're not running out as soon as we cast a spell. Okay, so it is the good one, which means that I can really take advantage of some of the stuff here. I know she prioritizes water because of the required water up there, but like, I mean, I'm obviously going to swap that in so she has more water, but can move this over for better on that. His speed isn't even all that much better. Alright, so with that in mind, what would be the best thing to do? Would it be to get more time? Which I can't do, okay. Would it be to get more Mirage? If I want to get an AoE spell, probably the easiest thing would be with Wind in order to get Aerial, but Aerial's not all that great. So let's check our lists. I would just need a couple Earth in order to get Aerial. Which, having to get Wind and Earth just feels like... I don't want that. Eventually, you know, you want Wind and Water to get Holy Breath. That's really all you want at that point for healing. But as far as offensive spells go, looks like time is really hard to work with because you need the space in the Mirage. Whereas with space, you just need space. Like, you just need 7 space and you're good to go. And even then, it's like, you can keep building up for even better and better. The only hard one would be the Reincarnation. Plus, it eventually has that Ultra Heal. Mirage is kind of the same deal. You need a little bit of space and time. But Galleon Tower would be really nice to get if I can pick that up, because it does have that blind on it. And she did have a lot of Mirage already. But I just don't think I'm late enough in the game to really pick up any of that. I think the best thing I could do is hope for Aerial. So maybe getting a Petrify on there. And that'll give me Aerial. It should have. Apparently she got its Hollow Sphere though. Oh, that's the... There it is. No, she doesn't have Aerial still. I guess Calamity's Edge we'll have to do. Alright. I guess that's all I can really muster at this point. I gotta use the restroom really quick, so I'll be back in a minute. Hang tight. Coffee doing its thing. Right? Yeah, yes, the element of surprise is a very good element. A lot of people do not expect it. Alright, where do we have to go here? Train station. And the IBS. Hey, what's up, Amilis? 52 months, thank you so much. This is probably what I'm not gonna do. They're usually really super duper mega vague hints about things that if you don't pay attention to every building and every place and everything all at once and have perfect memory of it, then you're just not gonna remember it. Like, you know that house has 2 chimneys? No? Well, then you're never gonna do this quest. You know what I mean? Like, that's basically it. Cursed cage lies within the city. Search the throne of the constabulatory's famed scrutineer. Honestly, it's the other way around. It's like 80% of them were horrible and 20% of them were actually really neat. That's the way I felt anyway. Alright, well. We can just... constabulatory, I want to say, is like law enforcement. But I don't know what the famed fucketeer is or whatever. Scrutineer, famed scrutineer. The press? I guess. This is the throne, so it's got to be a seat. That's even if I can go up there. Nope, okay. So I give up. I think normally I would, but whenever I stream a game, it's always no guides, no help, no nothing. Most of the time when I play a game, I play it that way too, but sometimes every now and again, when like in a situation like this, I would just either not do it or maybe look it up. More on the area and on the side of just not doing it. Ursula Road? Where's that? South. I mean, did mention it a long time ago, earlier today, at the beginning of the stream. don't know if I was screaming it though. Hmm. Two whole XPs. Oh. Really? Do you have some kind of setting set that like lets them do like big pop-up messages to you or something? Because I don't remember it being that in my face. Wait, what? Oh, I am on Ursula Road. Isn't this the last one? Maybe it was out on the water area and I wasn't close enough for it to spawn on the map or something. It felt like I was, because there were no dots for quite a while, and between the solid dots, there weren't any phased out dots. Does the Stargazer Tower count as the same road? I don't think it ever does. It never does in any other roads. Once you go on a side road, it's like the old Amorica Road instead of it being the East Road or whatever. I guess this is still considered the Ursula Road for this part. Weird. Exterminate! I don't have any stuff. Well, this could be bad. The worst part is that even if I do end up getting the points I need to do a combo, everybody's being sealed, so they can't use crafts.
くれ。エニグム駆動。
私の番ですね。やあ、この調子でいきましょう。
Easy peasy mushroom squeezy. I was gonna say it's gonna be a TO combo guaranteed. Since we just got her. I don't have a lot of the like I don't have FF9 in my PC library and I don't have FF16 in my PC library, but it's like I have them elsewhere obviously, so it just feels like a waste to have them both. If I got them like super duper cheap, then yeah, you know, I could do that. The FF9 being 70% off is not enough for me to do that as a note. Station. The remake of FF9? Yeah, sure. Sure, bud. Keep telling yourself that. Silksong was already announced. Like, it was already announced. It's coming out this fall on the Switch 2. Like, literally, it was in the Switch 2 Direct twice. It was really funny too because it was like, you know, when they do like the whole indie game showcase and they just give like 3 seconds to each game. Silksong was in there. Mass hallucination. Yeah, true, could be. They're just repeating the same fucking quests, too. Like, good lord, man. We don't have a lot of time, so why don't we all just play rock, paper, scissors to see who goes with who? Come on. I don't know, I feel like Square saying, yeah, Kingdom Hearts 4 is in development is not the same as, hey, this is our announcement trailer kind of thing, you know? Square is pretty transparent about all the stuff that they do, and that bothers a lot of people for some reason, because one of the things that we always demand out of like everybody is more transparency, and they're 100% like forthright with all of their sales and how their performance is and everything, and then what games they're working on and stuff, whenever the time is right, of course. And then people get complaintive about how they announced this game so long ago and it's not coming out yet, and rabble, or like, oh, you know, your sales were this. Well, clearly that means Final Fantasy 16 was a flop, even though it was like clearly written that it was a wild, like, runaway success, you know, kind of thing. And it's just like, man. Bowser's Inside Story was really good, though. You know, I think you're the first Kingdom Hearts fan to actually correctly be happy that they canceled the gacha game. Like, that was a good move. That was a big, good move that they did. And yet, so there are some people that are like upset about it. Of course, I did also hear someone say that the next main Final Fantasy should be a gacha game. So, I mean, I don't know. It's like, ugh. That was troubling to read. Just... do people not realize how awful gacha games are? Not only just from like a production, like quality perspective, but just from like a malicious, like not good perspective. It's very like abusive and like it draws off of gambling addiction. And who the fuck wants to sit there and pay $1,000 just so they can play the goddamn game? Are you serious? You know, people complain about the fact that Mario Kart World was $80 physical, but then they're like, oh, that's because I spent $500 on my gacha game, so, you know. You know? Bro, be real. Stop giving money to gacha games, please. Anyway, them canceling a gacha game is always a good move. And not only just because not putting, you know, canon lore on gacha games, but also because they're shitty games. They're low quality, low effort, like cash grabs. All of them. As much as I love Square, they do release a decent amount of gacha games, and I hate it. I hate that they do that, but I understand why they do it, because people spend money on them. Why wouldn't you do it? You know, they're so lucrative. Their development costs are virtually nothing, and they just like collect money. It's like a casino. Literally, it actually is a casino, more or less, except you're pulling on waifus instead of money. You know what I mean? It's just, it's frustrating. Anyway, them canceling that game was such a good news, like such good news for fans of games, you know, because they're getting rid of a gacha game, and that means they're not going to be any Kingdom Hearts lore in a gacha game again, behind paywalls. You know what I mean? Like, fuck all of that. That's just horseshit. I'm not overly fond of Kingdom Hearts to begin with. I would definitely not play Kingdom Hearts 4 if they had another gacha game coming out to like coincide with it. I'm really not looking forward to the next wave of Kingdom Hearts games, because if it's anything like the last wave, then it's going to be a nightmare. Just give us Kingdom Hearts 4. That's it. No Birth by Sleep. No 369 days bullshit. Those games were awful. Awful. The only decent one was Birth by Sleep, and that's basically because it was just Kingdom Hearts 2. And even then, it was still kind of bad because they just had to play through the story 3 times just to get the regular ending, you know? It's just... and the stories are nightmares. Anyway, all the main Kingdom Hearts games are fine. 1 and 3 are pretty decent. 2 was kind of a letdown, but if you just give us Kingdom Hearts 4, I will play it. Happily. But if you're gonna release 50,000 side games and a gacha game with required lore and everything, I'm just done. I'm over it. I played nearly every single Kingdom Hearts game, and it was a struggle to get through most of those games. Not because it was hard, but because they were shit, and the lore was so convoluted and disgustingly, horribly constructed. It was just an embarrassment. And 3 tied that off in a nice little bow. It wasn't the prettiest bow because there was a mess that they had to clean up in order to get the ending to 3 to begin with. But the fact that they were able to do it at least in a relatively cohesive manner was a success, in my opinion. And so if you're going to start a new wave of Kingdom Hearts storylines because 3 tied off the Xehanort storyline, it's done, right? Anything new is going to be a new antagonist and a new new plots and everything. So what I mean by that is, like, if they're gonna do Kingdom Hearts 4, the only other Kingdom Hearts game between the only Kingdom Hearts game between Kingdom Hearts 4 and Kingdom Hearts 6 should be Kingdom Hearts 5, and that's it, you know? Birth by Sleep was 0.5 because Kingdom Hearts 0.5. It felt like it from a narrative perspective, but that doesn't mean that the quality was there of like a main game. Side games tend to have much lower budgets and by extension much lower quality. Like if you look at like Crisis Core versus any other main Final Fantasy, or if you look at 63 128 Days or whatever it's called, or if you look at hell, even if you look at like a lot of the side Mega Man games or the side anything game, every developer that has a side game that's not a main entry into their franchise, it's low effort, low quality, low production value 100% of the time. Every single time. And if you know what you're looking for, it's especially prevalent. But most people can pick up on the fact that, like, generally speaking, especially when it comes to RPGs, most of what you're going to get from a side game is going to be non-canon, side questing, you know, generic plots, and also wonky mechanics that are typically used as testing grounds to see whether or not people will, whether or not they appeal to people. Like Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, pretty much all of that was like a testing ground to see if they could go more action-based and develop more mechanics and different things for Final Fantasy games. And while most of those were pretty much well received, none of them really sold as well as you think they did. Chrono Trigger didn't sell nearly as well as people think it did, even though it's often lauded as one of the best RPGs ever, which it's very, very high up there for sure. But, I mean, Chrono Trigger has plenty of flaws that people aren't ready to admit. As far as the actual gameplay goes, in 368 Days, it was okay. It was, like, I agree, it was about as Kingdom Hearts as you could get on a DS. But the problem with that game was not that. It was the fact that it was a glorified mission selector. You went into the same arenas, the same, like, repeatedly, over and over and over again, doing generic missions, forcing you to do, like, 90% side content just so you can move the story one dialogue line forward. With just virtually nothing of interest within it the whole time. The whole game could basically be summed up as Roxas exists. Done. You know, like that's it. Like we already know that he had a place in the organization. That's all. You did it. Good job. You know, it's just a boring game. And it's just Kingdom Hearts for the sake of Kingdom Hearts. That's the problem with 368 days. 358 days, 369 days, 3 fucking who cares days. You just guessed the days. But yeah, I think it's really important to note that no matter how good the gameplay is, which 358 Days did not exactly have great gameplay, it doesn't matter if there's not a comprehensive game attached to it, you know? Just like, you're basically just playing Tetris at that moment, where there's nothing in the story to compel you to move forward. It's just gameplay for the sake of gameplay, which, especially in an RPG, is kind of a kick in the pants, I think. And even so, the gameplay, yeah, sure, is about as good as you can get it on a DS. Wasn't all that great. So just having a bunch of missions to do a bunch of generic shit wasn't exactly fun. Yep, yeah, that's one of the major flaws of Chrono Trigger. A lot of people try to suggest that the Chrono Trigger story is really great, but that's nostalgia talking big time. The story is a bunch of teenagers take a wooden sword, an air gun, and a fucking Nerf gun to go and defeat an interdimensional cosmic space hedgehog with the power of friendship and good feels, you know? And it's just like, I mean, it's definitely lighthearted and fun and whimsical, and that's fun. That's awesome. But it's not a compelling story, you know? There are some neat aspects to it, like the whole Mount Doom thing and a lot of optional things and how time travel affects it. They treat it very lightheartedly, you know, so there's all these different little time travel-y type things that are really fun and neat, but it's not exactly a rich, compelling story. Chrono Trigger is like one of my all-time favorites. I'm just realistic. Deal with it. I didn't have to do anything tricky for that one. It just done. Oh, you were offering it? You have a sealed plastic. I just read that you had it. You have a sealed plastic Kingdom Hearts 358 out of 2 days, and you want to give it away? Well, I have it. I have no need for a sealed one. Besides, I would just open it because if I have a game, I want to play it, you know? So, that's pretty generous of you, though. I'll get a promotion here. So, that's it. We're done with requests. I'm not doing the dull-napped one. I agree that it's a really fun, lighthearted story, and I've definitely rated lighthearted stories very, very highly when I've done my reviews on like viewer choice or just stream in general. However, it's very hard to make a really like 10/10 lighthearted story, you know? I don't think the story's bad in Chrono Trigger, but it's not as like this flawless thing that people remember it being. That's all I'm getting at. You could have played it off of the Kingdom Hearts 10-in-1 collection. That makes a lot of sense. Because that's been out for like 6 or 8 years now.
昨夜空港に到着する前にこうして実際に見上げるととんでもない大きさですね。
気持ちはわかるよ。
まさにクロスベルの新しいランドマークって感じですよね。
しかしこんなでかいビル一体何に使うってんだ。
Office space, although it's more of a government tower, so government takes a lot of people for its work. A lot of people. For a good large government to work, it needs to hire a lot of people to do a lot of work. Period. So a building like this would easily sustain full offices.
まあいろいろな機能が盛り込まれているビルだから。市や自治州の行政区画以外にも国際貿易センターや文化交流に関するフロアもあるの。
You think Sea of Stars is bad because you can spam Moonring? I mean, in any video game, there's always a most powerful ability, and in some situations, you know, there might be a better ability, like for AoE or something. However, I agree that I used Moonring pretty much all the time, so I kind of agree that it was a little bit weighted towards being better than anything else. But you also have to consider that you're on the highest difficulty, and there's going to be a lot of differences there in terms of like what's useful and how to get through it. So, oh, so people were saying it's bad because you can spam Moonring. Well, that's just stupid, because you still have to execute Moonring, which is part of the engaging part of the game, is the timed hits and all that kind of stuff. I don't think the gameplay of Sea of Stars was phenomenal. It was basically Paper Mario with a lot of different abilities that have a different kind of interactions that you need in order to maximize your damage and output of each ability. So it's basically Paper Mario, but a little bit more serious and compelling. So, I mean, at the end, and they did a good job of doing that. So, you know, yeah.
まさに大陸西部の中心となるべく建造されたと言えるでしょうね。
スケールのでかい話だな。
でもそんな風に言われると今回の通商会議も納得ですよね。
実際このビルの完成でクロスベルへの資本情報集中は今まで以上に加速するだろうね。そうした展望を踏まえての今後の取り決めなんかが話し合われるってところかな。
ええ、そう聞いているわ。もっとも経済的な話だけにはとどめ。
さてと、どうする？ダドリーさんとは正午に1階の玄関フロアで待ち合わせているけど。
そうね、まだ時間はあるけど。
まあとにかく用事やら何が起きても
そうですね。では
Alright, I want to take my midday break real quick, just grab something to eat. Since I already have water and I just used the bathroom, I really just need to grab a snack really quick, so I'll be just a minute or two. Hang tight, BRB. All right. There's a poll, apparently. Rage quit. Honestly, after that last dungeon, I almost wanted to. I think RPGs can do both, actually, Locke. And not just Expedition 33. I mean, Final Fantasy is constantly an example of how there can be a lot of stuff presented simply that still has decent balance and provides opportunities for challenges pretty much every single time they release a new game. The reason it's rare is not because it's just hard to do or something. It's because production value in RPGs is what's rare. Because RPGs are not a popular genre. They're the least popular subgenre of game aside from like strategy or some other like really obscure stuff or whatever. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is that not a lot of people play RPGs. Final Fantasy is the exception where there really are millions of Final Fantasy fans that just love all the Final Fantasies. A good selling RPG is 1 million copies. A decent selling like AAA action game is 10 million sales. You know what I mean? Like it's not even close. So why would people put in a tremendous amount of effort into a game that may not sell very well? The answer is less that people just don't particularly care for RPGs and more that people think that people don't care for RPGs, and so the production value ends up suffering. However, RPGs still are on the niche side of things, and it's only because of recently that they've gained popularity because RPG fans tend to be very like aggressive with trying to tell everybody else to play their RPGs. And with the like popularity of like content creators, Twitch, etc., you get a lot of people that come into chat rooms and just like gush about their favorite RPG all the time. They want to see their favorite streamer play it, and so they end up playing it. Nobody ever talks about like the latest Call of Duty that just has to be played. Oh my god, it's so good, right? But you're definitely gonna get people that say, "Oh, OMG, you gotta play Chrono Trigger, or you gotta play this RPG, you gotta play that RPG," right? That's just... So they've grown in popularity from that, but it's more of an incidental thing. It's more of like a loud fans screaming at everybody to play their game. Whether or not those people actually enjoy RPGs is another thing, because we know that from history, before content creation, RPGs were only popular because only nerds played video games, and so only nerds bought video games and nerds like RPGs. But as soon as video games became popular without the help of content creators and the internet and everything, games like Call of Duty or Madden football or whatever ended up being the most popular games by far. Not even close. Like, it's not even close, you know? So realistically, even with that growing popularity of RPGs, there's still a niche interest overall in terms of the grand scale of people that play games. So a high production value RPG just isn't going to happen unless it's Final Fantasy, or if somebody really wants to go out on the limb and risk it all, like Expedition 33. So it's just, that's the reality of it. That's why we don't get a lot of high production value RPGs. That's why they don't have a lot of really awesome RPGs that have content, concepts, unique mechanics, and game balance, and good production value, good story, etc. It just doesn't happen very often. Do you feel similarly about the story in Trails games, Mr. J, like with what I feel? Because sometimes I feel like I'm like... Sometimes I feel like I'm really crushing Trails fans' hopes and dreams when I trash the story so much. But you and Zyfreak both seem to basically kind of make the same similar sort of comments and jokes when we get to those parts that are those things that I don't like about the stories, you know? Honestly, a lot of those sports games are pretty much glorified RPGs, yeah. Oh no, I'm not gonna do the needle in a haystack quest. What a shame. I mean, this is today, which was tomorrow yesterday, and they did say tomorrow something big was gonna happen, so. That's fair. I'm the same way, you know. I will say when I love a game and I see somebody criticizing it unfairly, I do get like I want to get defensive, you know. Even when it's fairly, I kind of want to like hop in and be like, well, it's this way because of this or something like that. But at the end of the day, you know, if somebody has a criticism over a game, who am I to tell them that what they're feeling is incorrect, you know? I always find out how hilarious it is that they just skipped. Like, okay, this is why it bothers me that they skipped so many generations of technology. It's because technology is the way that it is now because we learned from it. Not because we didn't have the technology, but because we learned from it. And a lot of it is like design concepts or like what kind of structure works or like even just, you know, the little signs that tell you where offices are and everything like that. It wasn't so like clearly laid out and nice, you know, organized colors and, you know, help desks being there and everything like that. We learned by just having a basic plan and then those services needing to be expanded upon as people learned and go, this is hard to read, this is hard to understand, this is hard to navigate, etc. And so like to just hop right into 150 years of knowledge and, you know, like convenience and quality of life, it's the most unbelievable part of the technology of this game right there. You get less defensive and more I can really take things too personal and internal while being logically aware of it not being personal. That's fair. So it's not even just that like every part looks like super modernized, which is another issue because smaller parts to make things look nice and concise and modern are again one of those like we're learning things, you know? It's like why old buildings are really bulky and have small entrances and small rooms, and modern buildings have big, open, you know, small parts that are very sturdy and well constructed with intricate machinery and everything, you know? It's just... bleh. Yes, I understand that, Demi-Da. I'm aware of that. I get that. I understand that. That doesn't apply because we're talking about things that cannot be fixed until you have learned why they are bad and then fix them over time. Some things just require time, period. You don't just go right into 150 years of knowledge and understanding and quality of life overnight like that. It doesn't happen that way because things take time for people to learn and then develop them and then for them to be adopted and used en masse. It's just the way it works. So you can have like an airport, but it should be really kind of like dated looking and it can have the technology of an airplane, but it's still gotta have that sort of like wonky, you know, first generation of building kind of look regardless of the actual technology itself. This is like high class, really modernized, super quality of life, you know, glass windows, you know, really good lighting. These are things that aren't really adopted until we learn that it's not good, regardless of technology level. It has nothing to do with technology. And even then, it just, like, again, a building like this would take years to build, and then it would take years for people to use it and go, oh man, this would actually be a lot better if this was over here, or if this was over there, or if we had a help desk, or if these magazine racks actually had that tiered look to them so that it's easier to place them, you know, that all that kind of stuff. The signs having different colors to signify, you know, different departments and being very clear to read and everything like that because of the color differences. These are all like quality of life aspects that don't get applied regardless of technology level. The only way that this actually makes sense to be so like ahead of it is if somebody else from a more advanced civilization that has already gone through those steps came in and designed it for them and explained why and taught them why, and then they applied that very aggressively.
Naruhodo. 銀行家ならではの発想ってわけだね。
よし、それじゃあダドリーさんが来るまで待たせてもらうか。
今日は一般客もいないし、そちらのソファーで待たせてもらいましょう。
Same day, 12 p.m.
来ていたか。
ダドリーさん。
お疲れ様です。
現在正午ちょうど。通商会議が始まるのはあと30分もすれば首脳たちがやってくるだろ
う。なるほど。
それで私たちの方はどちらに向かえば？
本当ならば。
I was just thinking we should look around and get ourselves familiar with the grounds.
思わぬ人がお前たちを案内してくれると申し出てな。
思わぬ人？
やあ、諸君。よく来てくれたね。
Is that the mayor?
ディーター市長。
おじさま。
半月ぶりだね。エリー、ロイド君、ワジ君にノエル君に。おっと、ランディ君とティオ君は久しぶりかな？
お久しぶりっす。
ご無沙汰してます。でも。
As a note, Demidot, it is possible that they just like accidentally stumbled into hyper modern designs and everything like that, but it's still kind of like a far-fetched concept to just like basically model it right after our own worlds when you know, it takes so much time to get there, not just from a technological growth perspective and everything. You know, I already explained all that. But I think the biggest problem that I have with the technology isn't even like just the arbitrary designs or whatever. It's more that it's like from Stone Age to hyper advanced space robots and shit like that. And it's kind of wild because you can't really do that without influencing the world around you a little bit. That's why there are some like indigenous tribes that are still existing in places, but we don't touch them. They're like they're like fenced off. Like they have to advance on their own. You know, it's like one of those like non-interaction packs or whatever, where you don't interact with like lower level technologies until they've gotten to a certain point, and then you can bring them up to speed. And the reason is because oftentimes, if you just throw a lot of big technology in an underdeveloped society, it will cause war. Like, violence will happen, almost guaranteed, because they haven't developed like a lot of human rights and understanding of like the value of human life, etc., 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 all that kind of stuff. And so it just goes like, big gun, I can kill my opponent with this. Oh, there we go, done, you know? And you see that with a lot of underdeveloped societies that have gotten access to very, very powerful weapons. They're just, they've been turned upside down because of people not having developed their societies enough before getting access to that kind of thing. But if one country is like developing hyper fast because of the overall revolution with like, you know, bipedal robots and shit, and the other one's just sitting there like kings and castles, and we got a moped, I guess, I mean, one is going to influence the other, and it's almost positively going to be the one with the hyper advanced technology that's just going to wipe out the rest of them and take over everything.
通商会議の直前でお忙しいんじゃないんですか?
Oh, fair. That's totally fair. I mean, I appreciate you like participating. I just was wondering if that was actually your mindset. I mean, I like a lot of the things about these games. There is definitely something of value to enjoy. I just think that there are some severe holes in what a lot of the fans portray these games as.
準備ならとっくに済ませて、あとは首脳たちを待つだけでね。気分転換も兼ねて君たちを案内させてもらおうと思ったんだ。ダドリー君、構わないな。
市長がそうおっしゃるなら。
Yeah, that's kind of it. It's a little bit too fast, right? It's way too fast. And it's not only is it way too fast, but there's still like this huge variance in technology levels despite all of it, you know? At the very least, if there wasn't war, these other countries way down here would be, if they were interacting with the other ones, they would adopt this technology very, very rapidly and they would catch up. Because there is going to be a wall. Like the most advanced countries that happen to adopt the technology quickest, they're going to hit the wall very, very fast. And that development is going to stop. And it's going to give time for everybody else to catch up. So over the course of 10 years, that much changing. I mean, even in our own society, we got electricity, right? Which is what Orbital thing basically is. But they just like, for them, Orbital whatever is just a catch-all for everything technology-based. Orbital gun, Orbital internet, Orbital fucking vibrators. I don't know, man. It's all Orbital shit, right? So, like, with electricity, it's kind of the same thing, except you still need to develop the technology that utilizes electricity or power in general. And that's like where they didn't participate in that. They just kind of, like I said, it's just a hand wavy Orbital does everything kind of thing without having to actually develop the technology that would use Orbital stuff. And since it's a video game that is made, you know, when all of these things in our world are already made, they can just throw it all in there, you know, Orbital internet, boom, done, you know? And it just skips so many generations of technology that doesn't make any sense. It would make sense if there was an external force, and this is where the story could really, really have been amazing. If there was an external force that had gone through the proper channels and growth of technology that was secretly kind of sporadically dropping technology to different nations, right? In an attempt to unsettle them, because they knew that the rapid increase of technology would cause struggle and strife, and they were kind of like known but hidden kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like they existed, people kind of knew they existed, but they didn't really know too much about them. And so they knew that they were just there, but they didn't really know about like how technologically advanced they were. That actually would really work, especially if these nations were more on an island and they didn't have a lot of technology to like going beyond the continents, or the smaller continent, not an island, but like a smaller continent. If like there was that nation was like on a different continent a little bit further away, where, you know, mass transit, air travel, and you know, interaction between the countries was very minimal, then yes, I would really, 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 really love if that were actually like the like subplot that turns into the main plot. But so far, nothing has really been suggested in that regard. But yeah, that would actually really make sense. That would actually explain everything as to why there's such a drastic difference, and why it happened so rapidly, and why everything's actually so advanced looking despite no quality of life progress occurring, you know? I only want it, Mr. J, because they don't make sense with the way it is now. That's it. Like, there's no explanation. Like, there isn't anything that does it. It's just hand-wavy stuff like, yeah, Orbital technology has really made our lives better, that kind of stuff. It's not really explaining the logic behind it, because it wouldn't be like this. That would actually be cool, Berserk, if their organization was Prometheus. That would because it would give conveyance to the player without like spoiling the story, and it would be kind of a little tongue in cheek as well, you know. I think FF6 and FF7 did it really, really well, yeah. Like with technology advancing, there's a lot of this grittiness to everything. Like it feels very early form, you know. And even then, you see like decades ago, you see early forms of reactors and the modern forms of reactors and how those have improved over time and everything. And it doesn't like go so advanced that it doesn't seem reasonable. And what's really more realistic about FF7 over anything else was that the most advanced things in all of Midgar were the war machines, because they have a fascist control as a mega corp, you know, militaristic iron rule. And so they're highly militaristic, which means all the budget goes into the military development and everything. And, you know, Mako as an energy source kind of fits the whole Orbiment thing of like a revolution in technology and everything like that. But everything else that's not the military equipment, dirty, grimy, gritty, old, beat up, you know, it's trash and slums compared to the highly super advanced machinery. And even then there's still a little bit of that grittiness in some of the older machineries and stuff like that. It's such a brilliant portrayal of like how a hyper revolution of technology would work if controlled by a fascist militaristic regime. You know what I mean? FF8 does a lot of the what would an ancient technology that was hyper advanced look like, and just kind of went on like weird and a lot of domes and curve shaped and stuff like that. And I think they were trying to go for that simply because the hardware finally let them do stuff like that. You know, we all had pixels and sharp edges before. When technology is introduced only to some people, yeah, exactly. Because even then you can see like the world is really spread out, right? You know, there's a lot of distance between one town and another town. So the world was still in its infancy a little bit, you know?
一通り案内されたら34階の警備対策室に来い。
了解しました。
では市長、また後ほど。
あ、よろしく頼むよ。
The early games gloss over the Orbital Revolution to understand if you have read about the material in books in the game. Each country implemented orbital technology differently due to government backing. Of course, obviously. It's like the Cold War arms race, each country trying to create orbital technology as fast as possible. Absolutely, I agree. I'm not saying that part is the wrong part. I'm saying that they glossed over quality of life improvements. There should still be this kind of grittiness to it, this sort of like understood. Like, not as understood is what I mean. I wasn't stuttering. Not as understood concepts of convenience and quality of life, you know? It should, like, building the tower is one thing. That makes sense. Having the internet, fine, whatever. Like, all those things are okay. But this feels like they've gone through 150 years of going like, now this design's a little off. We need to, like, kind of make this more convenient. We need to have features for the people and everything. And those kinds of things, you cannot hyper-revolutionize that. Those are things that you have to learn and adapt to and make better, because people are kind of simple. There's not a whole lot of stuff that we like can just get up there in our heads and just like think about and master, right? There's a limit to what we can actually do. And that's where, like, when we think about an idea, the idea is always a very basic format of that idea before the quality of life aspects of it are developed. Like, if you think about, you know, the earliest controller for video games, what's the earliest controller? Block and 2 buttons. Actually, 1 button for the original early controls for like Pong. It was just a button, and a joypad. Like that's it, or an analog stick, you know. And now you have shit like this with like glowing backlights, and you know, this pad that's touch sensitive, and analog sticks, and 17 buttons, and you know, it's all over the place because we've sat in there and taken a look at the original controller and go, oh man, you know, I really would like it if there was like more buttons, or if there was a thing that did this or whatever. And those things take time to like think about and create, because you have to have the inconvenience before you realize that you want to think past it and create the convenience. And that's where you lose me on this game's like technological growth, because it's like they bypassed, you know, people looking at an object and going, oh, we could kind of make that better, couldn't we? You know, the technology is objective. Does the internet exist? Yes, no. Can we build a tall building? Yes, no. That's all that technology really is understanding the math on how to do the thing that the science tells you that you can do. And that's it. The designs, the artistic expressions, the convenience factors, the quality of life, these are all factors that technology cannot dictate, except for that whether or not if you can do them. And that's the disconnect.
彼の職分からすると、それもまた美徳なのだろうが。
まあ、鬼の捜査一課としての威厳もあるんだろうからね。
おっと、肝心なことを言い忘れていたな。支援課の職務、オルキスタワーへようこそ。さあ、ついてきたまえ。
相変わらずだな。
Yep, pretty much, Demidot. I agree. It was trying to kind of portray like magical technology in a modern world, but there was still some influencing factors like ancient technology from different societies that no longer existed. So it kind of was the same, but not. FF15 is definitely a lot more of what if magic existed today kind of feel, and it made it feel hyper advanced because, I mean, let's be honest, if you had magic, things would be a lot different. It wouldn't just be a replacement for electricity. It would be, you know, floating things and little doodads and, you know, barriers and Firaga to cast on your stove to light it. Maybe not Firaga. That's probably a bad idea.
さすがマリアベルさんのお父さんなだけはありますね。
まあ、せっかく案内してくださるみたいだし。
ああ、お言葉に甘えるか。
Magitech punk aesthetic, yeah. And that's like FF6 in a way, where they kind of have the Industrial Revolution going on for them, and it's kind of the same thing. It's gritty and messy and steam, and you know it's because it's new, and you're just slapping things together as fast as you can in order to make it work. And you're not thinking about the quality of life because it's not even in your head until you experience the inconvenience. You can't invent the convenience. I hope that makes sense to everybody, and I'm not just like talking out of my ass to y'all.
エレベーターが3機も。
へえ、さすが豪勢だね。
まあ、地上40階の高さだからね。専用のエレベーターを入れたら全部で6機が運用されているんだ。
それはすごいですね。
さて、全部のフロアを案内するわけにもいかないから、会議関連のフロアに限定しよう。まずは警備対策室のある34階だ。
よろしくお願いします。
Perfect time to stab him in the back.
ダドリー君からも聞いたが、確かに。
はい。
It was like a service elevator.
両兵団と犯罪組織の動向に帝国政府と共和国政府。
That being said, as much as I'm like kind of criticizing all of this, I think they did a really good job with the buildings design. It feels like a modern skyscraper, and it looks really nice. Very impressive. So there's that, you know.
テロリストの脅威もあります。それと謎のハッカーですね。奪われたタワーの図面はやはりこちらの端末から。
ああ、 どうやらオルキスタワーのサブ端末をハッキングしたらしい。 IBC の一件があって以来、システム部門でもハッキング対策は強化していたつもりだったが、まだまだ不十分だったようだな。
ハッカーなんてまだまだ数は少なそうだけど、
やっぱりエプスタイン財団の関係者の可能性が高いのかね。
現在ロバーツ主任がその可能性を探ってくれています。ただ今回は財団の関係者ではない。
まあそちらの調査はおいおいするしかないだろう。傭兵団や犯罪組織、テロリストたちも心配だ。
And only a month after all that other shit happened.
首脳たちの狙いと思惑でね。
首脳たちの狙いと思惑、
つまり通常会議の参加者ってことですか。
君たちが会ったクローディア姫とオリバルト王子については私もあまり心配。
Of course, because they're the coolest protagonist people and nobody doesn't like them. They're the awesomest, and any sort of a doubt against them is just not allowed.
レミフェリアの太閤閣下もやはり信頼に足る人物だろう。問題はオズボーン宰相とロック。
二大国の首脳ですか。
確かにクロスベルの命運を握っている2人だとは思うけど、具体的に何か動きでも。
いや、その逆だ。会議の開催にあたっていくつかの取り決めや国際協定などの提案、そこで返ってきた返答が両国とも好意的すぎたのだよ。まるで本気で西ゼムリアの平和と発展を望んでいるかのように。
それは
さすがに不自然ですね。いつもことあるごとに反発し合っている2国なのに。
ああ、正直会議
I mean, they're pretty diametrically opposed.
予想もつかない。かなり厳しい展開になることも覚悟する必要がありそうだ。
なるほど。やっぱり政治的にも大変な状況なんですね。
まあマクダエル議長も力になってくださるだろう。
Yeah, yeah. Yes, I know Kamen Rider. I've read some of them. Just because they have books that explain the Orbital Revolution doesn't mean that the game did it right. You know what I mean? And besides, it's more of a superficial complaint anyway. It's not really like a major criticism on the game.
とにかく腹をくくった上でエイドスに祈るしかないだろうさ。
おじさま。
At the end of the day, it's a fantasy game, and their fantasy can be whatever they want it to be. But it doesn't mean that I can't, like, kind of tilt my head and go, eh,
すみません。
you know?
そんな大変な時に案内なんてさせてしまって。
とんでもない。逆にそんな状況だから気分転換しておきたくてね。わざわざ君たちの案内を。
I would say so far this has been my favorite Trails game, though, because I think the story is actually moving forward in a really interesting way. And I think they're handling the political conflict really well. I think they're kind of portraying the intricacies of politics at a very decent and digestible way. It is a little bit wordy, and if you don't know the terms and phrases, a lot of it is just going to go whoosh over your head. Like when they say, you know, nationalists, they're not just saying like they're from a nation. Like nationalists are what 1930s Germany had, you know?
光栄です、市長閣下。
そんじゃ喜んで案内してもらうっす。
ああ、任せたまえ。おっと、到着だな。
すごい。
No, I'm the same way, Mecha. I don't need to either. But it is a developer's responsibility to create a world that's believable, even if it is fantastical, right? With fantastical, there still needs to be believable. That's kind of the magic of video games in general. Wow, that's a very grainy image, but it is nice to see the view. That's kind of the magic of video games and media and movies and everything. Like, think about Marvel, the universe of Marvel. it's way out there. It's so way out there. Like, everything is possible in Marvel. And they made it that way on purpose. But there are things that you do to your world to make it believable. And that's where restraint comes in, and kind of a little bit more effort put into, like, kind of thinking about how those pieces would interact and everything like that. But, like, there's, just because it's fantasy does not mean that anything goes. It has to be fantastic yet believable. That's where it's at, you know? Oh wait, I said super visual, yes. But yeah, I definitely don't need to know everything about a game's history or anything like that. Like, that's not irrelevant, or that's not relevant, because I can look at a game's design and the structures and the concepts, and I can pull from that way more than what, like, 500, you know, library books can do. Just because they wrote it down does not mean anything, you know? If I write down that this is the bestest game in the whole world and any criticism of it is just people being salty and the game sucks, then clearly the book is just there to jerk itself off, right? It's not there to actually be objective or provide information or be a neat little backstory. And I'm not saying that's what this game does. I'm just saying, like, you say a lot more with a picture than you do 1,000 words. You know, writing a book about the history of the thing doesn't mean that it's just an answer to all the problems that, you know, you might have with the way the game portrays itself and looks. That's not to say that that's what this game is guilty of. I'm just saying, just because they have books doesn't mean anything. I've read plenty of them anyway. Hi. Most of them are just like little short stories or something like that, and I don't have the patience for that kind of stuff. There's just too many of them, and it gets to be a bit of a drag when the game already has too much writing. Also, I'd like to point out that if your excuse is that oh, all the lore and story and build-up of the game is on side NPCs and books in the library that you have to spend countless hours reading, they didn't really do a good job of telling the story and making it presentable to the player, did they? You know? Like, it's the responsibility of the writers to make any major points very clear to the player in the story that's required to get through. So, I'd say that as well.
国際会議などが開かれた時、関係者が待機するフロアになる。それではざっと見て回るとしようか。
はい、お願いします。
そちらは警備対策室に加えて報道陣などの控え室が並んでいる。テロリストが潜入した場合に備え、一応警備隊の一個中隊も下のフロアに待機している状態だ。
話は伺っています。
I think backstory and world building are important. They just need to be digestible, and they have to be considered very carefully because again, it's that whole fantastical yet believable thing, you know? If there was just like floating buildings everywhere that everybody just jumped to because they could, and there was no explanation as to it, yet they adhered to the rules of gravity and other sort of earthly conceptions, then it would feel weird. And it's like, okay, well, how are the buildings floating? How are we jumping between them? Like, this makes no sense, you know? They have to have, like, it's like whenever you see a spaceship, they always have like these cool mega advanced looking thrusters or something like that, and that's that fantastical yet believable because they're giving you something fantastical like intergalactic travel, but then they're explaining it even just by the design of having thrusters that seem fantastical to you but believable. That's where that goes in. You don't just have a floating turd and it just catapults itself through space without something moving it, right? That's what I'm getting at. It's stuff like that, you know? And that being said, it's not like I'm saying this game is just a complete dog shit because of something that feels a little bit kind of thing. I'm just explaining what my mindset is on this building, that's all.
警備隊でもエリス売りに集められてる
しかし報道陣ってことはグレイス女子も来るのかな。
なあ、クロスベルタイムズの女性記者だったかな。リストにあったと思うから多分取材に来るだろう。ちなみに報道陣は取材と記者会見の時以外はこのフロアから出さない予定だ。
なるほど、合理的だね。
たまに警備をすり抜けて突撃インタビューをするような乱暴な記者もいますものね。
というか
Also, hasn't the Orbital Revolution only been like 10 years? Which is like half the building time that this building would take.
さすがに見つけたら止めないとな。
It's the same issue that I have with the ages of the characters being completely ridiculous. Like that's really where it's at, you know? 50 years? Okay. That's a little bit more believable. Sweet, we got vending machines, we're good.
これは見事だね。
休憩室みたいだけど、すごい開放感だな。
ここは会議の関係者に用意されている休憩室だ。休憩時間などに遠慮なく利用してくれたまえ。
はい、遠慮なく。
後でお茶でも一服しに行きましょうか。
さて、こんなところで
ここは非常階段エリアですか。
下への階段は封鎖されてるみてえだが、
本来なら階段を使って1階まで降りることができる。
It's not Earthbound, Berserk. Come on.
しかし今回の会議中は34回、35回、36回以外は封鎖するようにしているんだ。
なるほど、警備上の理由ですね。
でももし地震なんかが起きた時は、
その場合自動的に全ての非常階段が開放される。まあ完璧なセキュリティはありえないということだね。
なるほど、気をつけておきます。
ハッキング対策なども考える必要がありそうですね。
さて、せっかくだから階段を使うとしようか。35階国際会議場フロアだ。
そちらが
The 5 major nations.
この後行われる
Let's see, Liberal, Calvard, Arabonia, Crossbell, and the other one that I forget the name of, like Ellistonia or something like that.
国際会議場だ。
Really need to see a map. Have I, like as a player, had access to the world map of this area in the game yet?
すごい見晴らしです。
Because I have not seen a world map in these games yet. Or at least even a map of the general area. I know we saw a little bit more from the Liberal map. You could see like Arabonia was to the north and I want to say Crossbell was to the east. Something like that. Anyway, I don't think we've seen like a region map or even a world map at all yet.
ああ、そのため上の36階はこの字型の構成になっている。ちなみに両脇の部屋は各国首脳の関係者が詰める控え室になっていてね、護衛の将校などが待機することになるだろう。
なるほど。
確かにそういう部屋も必要だろうね。
さて、最後のフロアに案内する。 ここは会議に参加する各国首脳に用意された控え室のあるフロアだ。ざっとだけ案内しよ
う。お願いします。
I like having things in perspective. That's why I was wondering if I had maybe missed a map. But if I haven't, as a player, been given a map, then I don't want to look one up. Because that's kind of cheating at that point, right? In a way. It's almost like a spoiler. Yep, there's no computer, no TV, no video games. Why would you want to stay here?
こちらはオリバルト殿下に使ってもらう予定の控え室だ。左翼にも部屋があって参加者ごとに割り当ててある。まあ、会議でヒートアップした頭を冷やしてもらうための場所かな。
なるほど。一応こうした部屋にも動力ケーブルは。
目立たぬ形で配線がされているはずだ。まあ他の部屋については割愛するとして最後にあそこだけ案内しておくとしようか。
これはディーター市長。
お疲れ様です。
楽にしてくれたまえ。この回廊室からは会議の様子を一通り確認することができる。機密性の高い会議などではカーテンを閉じることもあるが、今回は開いておく予定だ。
なるほど。会場の様子を確かめられるのはちょっとありがたいな。
そうね。何かあったら駆けつけることができそう。
Oh, this is the rafters on the opera. Got it.
そういう意味では巡回ルートにしたいですね。
さて、これで君たちが警備する3つのフロアを案内したが、最後にとっておきの場所へ案内させてもらおうか。
とっておきの場
The
所。
top.
へえ。このビルで最も
Obviously.
話のいい場所
It was obvious, Mr. Croy. To me anyway. But those guys are a bunch of fucking yokel idiots.
さすがに見事だね。
Anybody here been on like the top of a skyscraper or just been really high up and being able to see out onto like a valley floor or into a city or the Grand Canyon as an example or something like that? It cannot be put into words. You see a picture of a cityscape or something like that, it does not do it justice. It really does not. Like what your eye see versus what a camera sees, it's not the same. Does flying into our airport count? The only reason I say it's kind of iffy on that one is because like the tiny little window and the airplane wing and there's a lot of movement and it's really hard to get that whole view, the whole scope of things, you know? It almost seems like it's through the lens of a camera and not like seeing it with your eyes, you know? Probably lock, but they showed the view before, so why wouldn't they show it again? Yeah, it's the same backdrop image. It's the exact same what do you call it? Skybox as they had before, so you can even see it. Oh my god. Oh. I want to point it out to y'all. I want to point it out. Is this it? Yeah, okay. If you draw your attention, where's my cursor? Right here. Damn, that's my there we go, right there. If you draw your attention right there, there's a line that goes right here. That line right there, that's the corner of the skybox, essentially. So you can see basically exactly like it's shaped like this. Like this, and then the, you know. So the corner of the skybox is right here. Oh, sorry, it's over here more. It's hard to see on my monitor versus like the display screen. So the corner of the skybox is like right here. And then, you know, the box comes down like that. Kind of thing. I've found that most older skyboxes are indeed a box, and the reason is because it's saving on space. We gotta remember this is a PSP game, which is basically a handheld PlayStation. So the amount of polygons on screen needs to be limited, and you can already see that the tower has a lot of triangles to it. Yes, the characters are sprites, and they're not made out of polygons. But if you want to have that tower look as good as it does with all that nice texturing that it has, which there's a lot of actually really decent texturing to that, your skybox has got to be flat. I've been on the top of very large mountains looking into valleys. I've been on the top of a couple of huge buildings, and I've been at the Grand Canyon, and nothing prepares you for that view. And really, like, words do not do it justice. It's such a weird feeling, because your eyes start to lose depth perception, and especially if you have peripheral vision that's really decent, it just kind of feels like so impactful. Like for me, I probably have about I would say like 270 degree vision with my peripherals. Like I can see like pretty far back on my peripherals. There's not a whole lot behind me that I can't at least catch a glimpse of. Like I'm looking at you right now, and I can actually see the outline of my shelves behind me. I can see almost the corner of the room right there, just by looking straight ahead. A glass walkway? No, but I went up to another edge where there's some railings. It's not very big. Crossbell's not very big. They show you the entire thing of it multiple times. There's even a big hand-drawn image of it.
街がまるでミニチュアみたいに見えますね。
いやー、夜はさぞかしすんげえ景色なんだろうな。いずれこの場所は展望台として市民に開放しようと考えている。政府関係者だけが独占するのはあまりにももったいないからね。
It's already in 3D though.
なあ、それはいいですね。
キーヤちゃんもここに連れてきたいわね。
おっと、失礼。
Bigger 3D. 3D'er. It's the D'est of the threes.
そうか、わかった。すぐにそちらに向かおう。どうやら首脳たちがタワーに到着したようだ。申し訳ないが、これで失礼させてもらうよ。
そうですか。本当にありがとうございました。
どうもです。
いやー、マジ楽しかったっす。
いい経験をさせていただきました。
3D Plus. It's the premium account, yeah.
こちらこそいい気分転換をさせてもらったよ。それではまた後で。警備の方は頑張ってくれたまえ。
はい、お任せください。
ま、推薦文くらいは頑張らせてもらおうかな。
At least the signal's got to be amazing up here. By the way, it's really important to note that when you get really high up like this, the wind is crazy and it's very cold, no matter the season.
私も祈っているよ。
Yeah, I mean, Crossbell is pretty small overall. In fact, the areas that you go to in this game are essentially how big Crossbell is, like literally how big it is. Obviously, there's a suspension of disbelief about how big Crossbell actually is because it is a city, it's a metropolis even, and they can only draw in so much because making a big city is a lot of work.
確か34階の
しかしこのまま何も起きなきゃいいんだ。
そうですね。
The same day, 1 p.m.
それではこれより西ゼムリア通商会議の本会議を開始いたします。
So I imagine the trade conference is not like a big expo for people to advertise their thing. It's about we want to open our borders and offer trade between our countries. You know, why don't we talk about it?
会議は一度休憩を挟んで約5時間を予定しております。ただし進行次第では多少の延長はありえますので。
Trade negotiations, yeah. It's trade negotiations, but like in an open forum with everybody there, you know? Which is actually kind of better in a way, because not only do you get pressure from your peers to like be more open to, you know, like good trade deals and everything, but it can do things like, you know, hey, if we open trade with them, your friends, you know, why don't you open trade with us as well? Like there's a whole instead of having to like, oh yeah, I gotta go ask my buddy really quick, you know, give me a week. It's just everybody's right there. They can coordinate everything together. I suppose that's part of it too, sure.
ヤン・グリムウッド弁護士、クロスベルのみならず周辺諸国で活躍している法律専門家です。国際法、慣習法にも通じているため、本会議への参加を要請しました。
はじめまして。 ヤン・グリムウッドです。
It's actually kind of smart that they have a lawyer here to make sure that that things that they do are within the realm of their laws and everything.
人権問題などにも積極的に関わられている
と。よろしくお願いします。
誠心誠意務めさせていただきます。
Interesting that guy says, you're a lawyer about civil rights, huh? That's what he brings to the table.
やはり周辺諸国で多大な功績を上げていることで知られ、遊撃士協会という中立的立場から本会議の安全を保障してもらうため参加を要請しました。
アリオス・マクレインです。お見知りおきを。
風の牽制だったか。共和国でも何度か君の名前は耳にしておるよ。
デートでもたまに聞きます。かのクロスベルの地に風をまとう牽制あり。
恐縮です。
それでは早速となりますが、各議案の検討に入りましょう。定義者ディーター・クロイス市長、説明と補足をお願いします。
まずお手元にある資料の最初にある議案ですが、
始まりました。
I want them to have written the nitty gritty.
でもアリオスさんが呼ばれているのは聞いてたけど、
しかも熊ひげ先生の名前で知られているみたいですし、
国際会議では様々な合意や協定が交わされることがあるわ。その場合、既存の国際法や国際慣習法などに照らし合わせて。
なるほど。そのためのアドバイザーがあの熊ひげ先生ってわけだね。
しかし始まったはいいが、さすがに小難しそうな話をしてるみてえだ
な。まあ会議の内容に関しては我々が関与するところではない。この通商会議が無事に終わるか、それだけに集中しておけ。
はい、心得ています。
それでは早速打ち合わせ通りに。
ああ、 お前たちには34回、35回、36回を一通り巡回してもらう。
Sounded like he was just saying the same word over and over again. I mean, he was saying 30 over and over again, but it just seemed like he was saying the 30th floor, the 30th floor, and the 30th floor.
各国首脳のスタッフや招待されたマスコミなどにも話。
了解しました。
それでは私は34階に戻る。エイドスの加護。
やっぱりダドリーさんも何かあると思っているらしいな。
これだけ怪しげな動きがあって何もないのは不自然かと。
どうやら気合を入れて巡
My
回する必要
guess.
がありそうですね。
Here's my guess. My guess is like with the whole Scarlet group or whatever, their names being the bloody this and the bloody that, they don't want to just like assassinate one person. They want to bring everybody down. Like it's going to be a butchery. There's going to be a butcherine, whatever. I feel like it's going to be Chaos Incarnate, and a lot of people are going to potentially like be attacked, but it's Tails or Trail or it's Kaseki, so probably no one will die. We'll see.
早速巡回を始めるかい？
ああ、一通り回りながら関係者に話を聞いてみよう。
If anybody dies, it'll kind of just be like, yeah, 30 are reported, you know, as deceased, and like that's it. Also, they kind of suggested that there was going to be a lot happening here. So it'd be kind of weird if, like, nothing happened. But I'm guessing explosives and, like, kind of a lot of people trying to run through the building, doing a bunch of stuff. It's not going to be subtle, you know? Right, exactly, Kamen Rider. Yeah, when they say nobody dies, it's usually like nobody with a name or a portrait dies. But, you know, oh no, somebody died, you know, people got hurt or whatever. It's very kind of brushed over. It was a miracle. No, that sounds about right. That's, yep. That sounds about right. Nobody got hurt. Yeah, I bet. This game really is a fantasy game because in this world the press is actually impartial. That's how you know it's a fantasy game. Usually in these kinds of segments with these games, you just gotta find all of the event NPCs. Anybody that has like the little fade out, fade in kind of thing, that's an event NPC. And you just gotta hit all of those, and then you can go to the right spot, and it'll trigger the next part of the story. But since we just started exploring, I'm sure there's at least one or two more. If it's Justice League cartoon, it was probably made in like the 70s or 80s or something like that. It's made for kids, and in the US, especially in the older cartoons, any mention of loss of life or injury or whatever was considered not suitable for children. Which is actually kind of part of the reason why anime as a format and style is kind of popular even amongst adults in the US, because death and a little bit of violence and a good amount of sexuality and innuendo is actually completely acceptable for kids, as long as it doesn't actually get to like actual romantic interactions like kissing or anything beyond that, and or like really gruesome bloody stuff kind of thing. Other than that, it's considered fine for a young audience in Japan. So a lot of us will take that as, wow, it's so adult, and it's like it's made for kids still. It's just made for kids with different guidelines, just like this game. It's made for kids, it's written for kids, it's designed for kids. It's just there are different guidelines that they adhere to. So like a lot of the time, like Persona 5, for example, is rated teen in Japan. It's rated MA in the US. It's not really anything in there that makes it rated MA. It's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, people think Persona is so mature, and it's not. It's made for kids. It just happens to have things that the US considers not appropriate for a younger audience. And it's actually kind of an important distinction, and I'll explain why. Obviously, I'm not just gonna just make bullshit up, right? The reason is because the writing style and the way a story is portrayed when it's directed toward a younger audience, there's a sort of like lightheartedness to it. There's not that grittiness, that sort of real feeling. When you write a story for a younger audience, there's a lot of like suspension of disbelief, like Dragon Quest. It's just like happy-go-lucky, journey through sunshine and rainbows, but like with a game that's actually made for an older audience in mind, or a non-young audience, a non-child, teenage audience, whatever. It's more visceral, it's more real, and yet a lot of the themes can be similar, but the writing, the portrayal of it, the acting, the voicing, the lines, all of that is much more substantial, epic, gritty, real, visceral, etc., all that kind of stuff. Like, this is, lots of tropes and attempts at like anime humor and all that kind of stuff. But another game is gonna have a more mature sort of sense of levity, as well as like, portrayals of violence that are not shying away from certain things. What the hell's that? Huh. Interesting. I wonder if they're setting this character up for the next game because she's from a military academy. No spoilers. The way that they're talking about her is like, golly gee, she's the coolest looking person in the world, and she must be super capable if she's here. Wow, she's the awesomest. It's that Mary Sue complex. That's another factor of game or stories that are written for children or younger audience, is the Mary Sue, Gary Stu complex, where everybody loves the hero protagonist guy. Everybody, including the bad guy in some cases, in a lot of cases. The good guys are the coolest ever, and everybody loves them, and they're so cool. It's just a shame that, we have to fight because we think you're so cool and the awesomest ever. But, we just got to be on the opposite end of things right now. What a bummer, kind of thing, right? So this character right here, almost guaranteed a setup for a playable or main character in the Cold Steel franchise, would be my guess. Thank you, Dingus, for 54 months of subbing. Because of the way they're like, golly gee, she's the coolest ever. Wow, what a cool person she is. It's really heavy-handed, obviously, so... I wish I had no, never mind. But it would be nice to have some surplus charm. I got everything. I got it right on my sleeve here, and it's just not enough. Need more charm. Anybody selling any? I was just gonna really go out there and say it. A little bit of a fourth wall break.
よし、これで一通り回ったか。
今のところは特に問題なさそうですね。
Wouldn't it make sense for us to spread out across the floors, like having two of us on each floor, kind of walking back and forth?
そうね、会議の方はどうなっているのかしら。
そうだな。市長や議長が頑張っているとは思うけど。
問題は鉄血宰相にロックスミス大統領ですか。
We'll be doing the same thing we're doing today, I imagine. I don't think I'm going to beat it tomorrow. I think I got a good 3 or 4 days left of this game. 3:05 p.m. Trade conference finally reached its halfway point. Before the intermission officially began, the heads of the state held a brief press conference for the media. Meanwhile, Lloyd and the others took the opportunity to speak to Mr. Grimwood, who had started his break ahead of the others.
なるほど。そんな事情で君たちも警備に参加したのか。
ええ、正直気休め程度にしかなっていないかもしれませんが。
いやいや、市長暗殺未遂事件で大金星を挙げた君たちだ。この場にいてくれるだけでも。
そう言っていただけると。
ありがたいっすね。
それで先生、会議の方はどうなんですか。さほど荒れた雰囲気は感じられませんでしたが。
ああ、今のところは順調だよ。いくつかの通商協定には各国の同意、ディーター市長の呼びかけも無駄にならなかったようだね。
そうですか。ちょっと安心ですね。
しかし今のところってことは何か懸念でもあるのかな。
そうなんですか。
オブザーバーである私。
I mean, if anything is going to cause drama in the field of trade agreements, it's going to be energy. Period. So one of the nations has to be responsible for the lion's share of Sepith production, mining, whatever, and that's got to be the one thing that's gonna be like the hardest to work through that will cause drama, right?
前半は貿易や金融などの経済的な議案がほとんどだったんだ。しかし会議の後半は各国首脳から定義される議案、しかもどうやらクロスベルの安全保障に関する話が出るらしい。
What does that have to do with anything, though?
安全保障ってことは軍事の話も入るって。
You mean like embassies? Referring to embassies?
でも2年前に締結された不戦条約。
Embassies, as far as I understand it, have only been proven to be excellent means of deterring conflict and building rapport amongst nations. Like, they're always they make it feel like everybody's a lot closer to home with other nationalities, which brings familiarity and that familiarity helps stimmy conflict. Am I mistaken on that?
あれはリベールの女王陛下が当時のクロス
But
ベ
maybe
ルの
that's not what they're
危機
talking
的状
about.
況を抑えるために提案したものだ。レミフェリアは関わっていないし、何よりクロスベルそのものが不戦条約には関わっていない。
Apparently, Crossbell never signed the Non-Aggression Pact. I guess maybe like they don't really have much of a military. They just have like a defense force. And I don't know anything about Remiferia because I'm pretty sure Remiferia was never mentioned in the Sky games at all.
その意味で、それとは別の新たな安全保障の枠組みが求められているのは確かでね。
Maybe they're more concerned about what kind of defense we have because of other issues? I'm curious about what this actually means, what they're actually talking about here.
ならクロスベルを交えた新たな条約を結べばいいのでは。
そうですよ。不戦条約と同じ国家間の争いを。
そうか。クロスベルは国家
Ah. Yeah, we're a city state.
帝国と共和国によって承認された自治州でしかない。
Yeah, because so a city state is basically a country that's essentially one city with a little bit of surrounding land sometimes, you know, for like building up and having farmland and being self-sustaining and stuff like that basically. So, like as far as I know, I think Vatican City is the only city state that we have anymore. Most of the time they get absorbed. Oh, Singapore. Okay, yeah. Most of the time they get absorbed by large nations over time, or just like sign over and join basically to be part of another nation or something like that. But anyway, a country is multiple cities dotted around the country's border. A city-state is basically just a single city's borders, and that's it. So Crossbell is very, very small. I had forgotten about the fact that they're a city-state, which makes a lot more sense about the size of it and their position. Monaco, okay, gotcha. So basically, that's actually kind of interesting because what that means is they may be proposing that Crossbell join one of them, like, hey, you know, you can't defend yourself, join us, add your might to ours kind of thing. Or it could be something else. But like, I mean, at this point, when their borders are determined, they can't grow. It's not like they can become bigger all of a sudden. You know, they're only going to be as big as they are. It's not like they can just be like, hey, yo, can we have some of your land? Yeah, obviously that's not going to happen without conflict or war, right? So I would imagine then that they're going to try to bring Crossbell's ability to defend itself into question, which is why mentioning that is a problem. And then proposals will be dropped to join certain countries, maybe.
それはつまり国際条約を締結できるような国家主権を持っていないということだ。
What they can do though is they can still have like alliances and then open up trades with those countries that they're allied with. But not only that, but like if they're particularly allied with one country, they can, like, the other countries that one country is trading with can go into Crossbell and trade with them that way, you know?
経済的な協定は結べても対等な立場での条約は結べない。それが結果的にこの地の安全保障をひどく危うくさせてしまっているわけだ。ややこしいが、なんとなく分かってきたぜ。
すみません。ちょっといいですか。クロスベル以外にも自治州というのはあります。レマン自治州、オレド自治州。
Wow, I've barely heard of Lemon, never heard of Ored or Northumbria. Really makes me want to see a map.
それらの自治州も同じ。
It puts things into perspective for me, so I kind of understand like how the pieces would move around and how they are influenced by their borders and everything like that.
いや、そんなことはない。確かにそれらの自治州もそれぞれの歴史的事情によって国家としては成立していないが、宗主国から移譲される形で 同等の主権が認められている。
But then why not Crossbell?
宗主国、それらの自治州が決定的にクロスベルと異なる点、それは成立を承認したのがアルテミア王国ということなの。
Well, that's bullshit.
アルテリア報国というと七王教会の総本山だったっけ？
Now here's a thought. Was Sepith named after the Septhian Church, or was the Septhian Church named after Sepith? Because if it was the latter, then that speaks volumes for what they think of themselves. Not as a place to offer comfort from the tired and the weary, but some place to profit from and gain power.
国土は小さいけど宗教的な権威は持っているから。自治州や自由都市の多くはあそこに頼って成立しているの。
It's a very European feel with a lot of small countries and city-states with a central religious seat that dictates things in the government, despite like the idea that state and church are separate, yet still it has so much tremendous influence.
だがクロスベルは帝国と共和国に承認されて成立する自治州。
Interesting. Well, I guess that makes more sense that Ereboni and Calvert are the two questionable forces in this situation, right? Because apparently Crossbell became independent from them. Maybe there was a conflict or a war that I don't know about.
宗主国を2つも持っている形になっているんだ。
ええ、そしてそれが歴史的に様々なねじれと悲劇を生んだ。クロスベルに少しでも主権が認められれば、それを二大国が認めることは永遠にありえないでしょうね。
Oh, maybe Crossbell was a contested area between both of those countries, and then Crossbell kind of just said, hey, yo, leave us alone. And they can't gain autonomy until both of them agree that, fine, you have it, kind of thing. In the meantime, they're both fighting for, whether it be directly or indirectly, getting control back.
そんなため息が出てしまいますね。
話を戻すが、どうやら宰相と大統領はそれぞれ安全保障に関する提案があるらしい。無論それは対等な条約を各国が結ぶというものではない。今頃議長や市長たちは警戒を強めているところだろうね。
That also makes sense that there were like members of the government that were like, you know, in favor of this, in favor of that kind of thing, because they basically were more or less agents of those countries in order to influence Crossbell to go back to where they wanted him to go.
すまない。不安にさせてしまったようだな。
This is making me want to go and read some historical books on the subjects within the game if I can find them, but just to kind of see where Crossbell's history lies.
それにディーター市長の方は何やら
It would answer a lot of questions and help me understand where the plot might move forward from there.
策ですか？
それはどういう？
いや、詳しい話は私も聞いていないんだ。
It's my banana phone.
特務支援課
Lloyd the Bannings です。
記者会見が終わった。首脳たちは36階に引き上げたが。
はい。34階の休憩室ですか？何かありましたか？
実はオズボーン宰相とロックスミス大統領から休憩時間中お前たちと直接話がしてみたいそうだ。相手が相手だ。さすがに断ることもできん。休憩時間中に36階にある両首脳の部屋を訪ねるがいい。左翼の採用が大統領、右翼の採用が宰相の部屋。
待ってください。一体何がどうして？さすがに荷が重すぎますよ。
甘えるなバニングス。両者の思惑を伺えるまたとない機会だろうが。
わかりました。すぐに両首脳のところに向かいます。
いざという時はエリー城に頼れ。ビップ相手は慣れているはずだ。話が終わったら報告。
了解です。
ロイド、今のは。
おいおい、
不穏なことを言ってやがらなかったか？
ああ。
どうやら冗談ではなさそうですね。
いやはよ、どうやら思っていた以上に特務支援課の名前は知れ渡っている。
いや、両首脳のスタッフにそれぞれ知り合いがいるんです。それで興味を持たれただけかもしれない。
だとしても断るわけにはいかないわね。
ああ、36階の左翼と右翼の採用の部屋だ。早速訪ねてみ。
了解です。
I mean, you can say no. Here, I'll show you how. No. Well, wasn't hard, was it? Pretty easy, actually.
あれは
そうですか。ルーシー先輩と。
ああ、この前レミフェリアに出張した時にばったりとな。なんとか逃げようとしたんだが踏んづけばっちまったよ。何発殴られたと思う？
一発も。代わりにしがみつかれて泣かれてしまったんじゃないですか。ルーシー先輩の気持ちはわかりますから。
I don't remember who Lucy
多
is.
分先輩が普段どれだけ危険なことをしているのか。
Maybe it's new character that I don't know yet.
鋭くなるからな。やりにくくて仕方ねえぜ。
自業自得ですね。懐かしいな。
Maybe just arbitrary. Doesn't really matter.
レオ先輩とも会っていませんし、いずれ同窓会とかしたいですよね。先輩、そこはおお見知らぬあたりでパーッと豪勢にやるかとか言ってくれ。
一本取られたな。約束はできんが、ま、努力はしてみるさ。期待しないで待っててくれ。
わかりました。楽しみに待っています。
Chloe door. I'm pretty sure I did the Chloe door.
それでは私はこれで。
ああ、ジークのやつにもよろしく言っておいてくれ。やれやれ、ほんと成長してやがんな。
Gotcha.
さすがは次期女王陛下。あんたらもそう思わないか？
すみません。立ち聞きす
How
るつも
long
り
is
は
this
な
break
かった
that we
ん
could
です
just have all these like conversations?
つい聞こえてしまって。でもエリーさん、すごく興味津々でしたね。
Aw, Chi. She was having little kitty dreams so aggressively that she woke herself up from all the little twitching that she did.
ティオちゃん。
いや、でも一国のお姫様相手にずいぶんお安くないじゃねえの？
ああ、学校の後輩ってだけだ。と言っても日曜学校じゃなくてジェニス王立学園ってと。
ジェニス王立学園、確かリベールにある。
ええ、確かに留学生も多く受け入れているけど。
それじゃあ国費で留学されていたんですか？
いや、ポケットマネーさ。ギリアスのおっさんだな。
Oh, I'm sure it was terribly costly to him.
そんじゃ俺もこれで失礼させてもらうぜ。ああ、そういやあんたらタヌキどもに呼ばれてるんだってな。どちらも一筋縄じゃいかないから、せいぜい気をつけとけよ。
あ、
相変わらず怪しさてんこ盛りな人ですね。
リベールの次期女王の先輩にあたる情報将校か。ますます興味深いね。
いずれにしても彼が鉄血宰相の配下として動いているのは何を狙っているのか見極める必要がありそうだな。
お待ちしています。クロスベル警察特務支援課の方。
はい、こちらが大統領閣下の。
ええ、あなた方が来たら通すように言われています。
どうぞ中にを。
それでは
失礼します。大陸最大の国家の一つ、カルバードの信号です。
さすがにちょいとばかり。
What up, G Money?
失礼します。
What's the haps?
クロスベル警察
Hang loose.
特務支援課
Other informal
お招き
greetings.
により参上しました。
おお、よく来てくれたな。遠慮はいらんよ。さあ、座ってくれたまえ。
はい。
それではお言葉に甘えて。
Our dog.
いきなり驚いただろう。いやー、こんな時でもないと時間が取れんと思った。忙しいだろうにすまんな。
いえ、そんな。
お気遣いいただき恐縮です。
It's laying it on a bit thick.
確か君はマクダイル市長のお孫さんだったかな。確か前に祝賀会か何かでお目にかかったことはないかね。
はい、祖父の付き添いで共和国を訪ねた折におととしのことになりますね。
おお、確かにそうだった。しかしあのマクダイル市長が今は退かれて自治州議長とは。
Well, the last speaker's seat kind of vacated itself, so, you know.
あのお年にしてあの情熱、まさに政治家の鏡というものだ。
祖父が聞いたらきっと喜ぶと思います。ところで閣下、今日はどのようなご用で？
君たちの話はキリカ君から聞いていたのでな。シュバルツオークションの顛末も痛快だったそうじゃないかね。こう言っちゃなんだが、前のハルトマンという議長は鼻持ちならない男だったからな。その失脚のきっかけを作った功労者たちの顔ぶれは一度見ておきたかったんだ。
恐縮です。
どっちかというと勝手に自滅しただけみたいですけど。
I mean, it's kind of true. It's kind of true.
あんな教団と関わっていた時点で。
そうそう。それとその教団だ。DG 教団。大陸各地で悪さをしていたが、最大の被害者は我が国。連中にとどめを刺してくれたことも改めて礼を言いたかった。
Or so we think, anyway. A lot of the game's art suggests that Kia is a big part of this story. In fact, the major part of the story.
それに自分たちの貢献などほんの些細なもので。
謙遜はやめたまえ。
I imagine knowing that Kia is from a 500-year-old society, a lot of people would be interested in her, so.
なんでも警備隊すら操られていた危機的状況だったそうじゃないか。そんな中、一人の少女を守って邪悪な教団に立ち向かった。いやいや、なかなかできることじゃない。
いや、本当に恐縮です。
I'm taking a picture of my cat because she's being cute. There's nothing you can do to stop me.
過分なお言葉、痛み入ります。
実際、あの事件が下手に転んだら大変なことになっていただろう。IBC も邪悪な教団に占拠され、国際貿易と金融が。
Yes, thank you for giving us a synopsis of the last game.
そうすれば、
Why do you need to talk to
共和
me?
国経済にも深刻なダメージだったに違い。
それは。
そうなると、君たちには勲章でも送らないと格好がつかんかもしれない。
I want a medal.
よし、帰ったらすぐにでも豪勢なのを手配させてもらおう。
いや、ちょっとお待ちください。
自治州での事件なのに共和国政府から
Very interesting.
ちょっとおかしいよ。
Very interesting. Oh, I think this is a subtle play. I'm not like, yeah, I have my issues with some of the writing of the game, but I think this is intentional. I think what's going on here is we're the city heroes. We're the Crossbells heroes, okay? So if we have a good interaction with the Republic here, and we like, wow, the Republic's pretty rad. We kind of like them. We can influence the population to support the Republic for when they want to vie for like actual control back over Crossbell over the Imperials, you know. And I imagine the other side of the room is going to be the exact same thing. They're basically trying to rub elbows with us so that we can influence the population. So by offering us medals and praises and showering us with affection, they're basically trying to buy us off, essentially. And when we say citizens of Crossbell receiving awards from the Republican government, what he's going to say, guaranteed, is going to be like, oh, yes, of course. Yes, that would be totally inappropriate. You're right, kind of thing. Because what Tia was doing here is she's expressing that Crossbell is autonomous and you do not have jurisdiction over us. And that's what the president was trying to imply, is that he does. But by being nice, you know, kind of killing with kindness sort of thing. Oh, okay. Well, he's also same general concept of playing it off like he wasn't implying anything. Oh, it's even better. Oh, your troubles are ours as well. Yep. He's playing the card. That's the card right there.
そんな顔をするもんじゃない。鉄血宰相にも呼ばれておるのだろう。もう少し話したいところだが、そろそろ行くといいだろう。ああ、勲章は必ず手配するから楽しみに待っててくれた。
This is actually a really clever play. I respect the writing for this. Like, it's obviously a gamble to play that card or to even invite them over to talk at all. But it's like this. If you never apply for a job, you're not going to get the job, right? So if you've never applied for it, you're never going to get it. But if you at least try to apply for the job, there's a chance you can still get it no matter how unqualified you are. You know what I mean? So that's basically what's going on there. He has to make himself present in the face of the SSS because they're the heroes of the city. If he can even get even the slightest bit in favor of one of the members, then that can spread, and that spread can spread to the people, which would allow them to be in support of the Republic, which when it comes to heads, especially during this trade agreement, that either one of them wants actual control back over Crossbell, the SSS can be like, oh yeah, we as the heroes of the city, we recognize XYZ country, you know, kind of thing. And then the people back them because, let's be honest, most people don't actually pay attention or have any kind of care. Most of the time, what people really want that aren't paying attention to politics or whatever, they just want comfort. You know, they just want financial reliability and comforts, you know, and comforts include things like having good food, being able to go on vacations, you know, and do stuff, just hobbies, stability, yeah, no violence. They don't want uncertainty. They don't want unstable situations. They just want to chill and vibe and pet their fucking cats, you know? So they're not involved heavily in the day-to-day of all the political this and political that. So when there's the hero of the city, you know, think like Superman or, you know, the Marvel heroes or whatever. When they go, hey, eat your vegetables, they're going to be like, yeah, we got to eat our vegetables. And so if the heroes of Crossbell say, hey, we support the Republican country of Calvard, then the people are going to be like, I guess that's what I believe in now, you know? We see that way too often right now, especially in some parts of the world where one person saying something will influence everyone under that umbrella to believe and feel the same way, regardless if it's a contradiction, regardless if it's a lie, regardless if it's something that they actually believe in. It doesn't matter. And so it's absolutely a realistic aspect, if that is in fact what they're trying to do here, is use the SSS as a, like, influence spreading vehicle.
オズボーン最初のお部屋は
どうも。
わざわざありがとうございます。
いえ、それでは
Wonder how the Blood and Iron Emperor or whatever the hell is gonna be, because it seemed a little bit more approachable than what his figure suggests. You know? He was very diplomatic. That was like the most standard diplomatic approach ever of just like, you know, playing nice.
とんでもない大狸じゃないか。
ワジ君、めったなこと言わないの。
でも結構露骨でしたよね。私たちを威圧するのが目的ではなさそうですが。
Oh, he was definitely trying to place pressure on you. Absolutely. There's no reality in which he wasn't trying to apply pressure, except for a made-up reality where people don't actually understand what that kind of situation implies.
クロスベルの事件は自分たちにとっての事件、つまり宗主国としての領有権を
That's the right phrase. He doesn't see, like, Calvard doesn't, like, if he said Calvard sees Crossbell as their rightful allies or friends or, you know, guardians or something, that would be bullshit. It's owners. Calvard sees Crossbell as the right, as Crossbell. Calvard sees Crossbell's, he sees Calvard as Crossbell's rightful owner. Period. Owner is the key word there. What's up, Jeff? How's it going?
そのために呼んだのかよ。大国のトップってのはやっぱりとんでもねえな。
まあ、自治州議会の議員とは明らかに格が違いそうだね。
最初の方はどんな話があるんでしょう。
Same thing.
とにかく
It's the same thing. But he's gonna have a different approach because apparently they don't have like official whatever protection rights or whatever the hell the phrase they used was.
あれが最初の部屋か。多分あそこを訪ねたら他にやり残したことはないかな。
Okay. Oh, nice. I saw an article that said Gen Z is inventing a new fad called micro retirement, where you take a few days off of work and then go back to it. And I was just like, fucking leave it to Gen Z to invent something that already exists and then call it by something else and pretend that they did something unique. Up till Wednesday though, that's pretty decent chunk of time there.
それではなんか偉そうですね。
さすが帝国軍人。無駄に威圧的だね。
I mean, if they're highly militaristic, then the military is treated like gods among men. So of course they would be very pompous and arrogant and holier than thou.
失礼します。オズボーン最小閣下。
Oh, you saw it too?
クロスベル警察特務支援課お招きにより参上しました。
入ってきたまえ。この光景、実に見事だ。地上をこの高さから見下ろせるような建造物。人間が作り出す。
Of course he would see it like that. It's something to look down on the world. That's not just a literal statement. There's a hidden meaning of looking down. When you look down on someone, you pity them or you see them as lesser. That's why thrones and castles are always so higher up over the people, because you're above them or something. Oh, you got a new car. Awesome. Hell yeah, dude. Congrats.
かつて映画を誇ったという古代文明に届く所業だろうな。
Yeah, get some games done, you know? Get that through that backlog, get some snacks, and just vibe out on the couch for a little bit.
1200年前のゼムリア文明のことですね。
ああ、なんでも魔法みたいに便利な文明があったそうだが、
単なる理想郷というわけでは必ずしもなかったよ。昨年リベールの異変時に出現した巨大なあれもゼムリアの時代に建造され、そして人の手で
Sealed away though because of a supercomputer that was putting everybody to sleep so that they could give every person their heart's desire in some kind of like crazy dream, leaving them there to sleep for all eternity.
人の可能性と愚かさの象徴として。
人の可能性と愚かさ。
その随分お詳しいのですね。
それほどでもない。
You'll be happy to know I think this is my favorite Legend of Heroes game so far. I think the story is really interesting, especially right now, and the pacing is quite a bit better. Man, when they want to tell a story, like, they do a much better job of it when they're not trying to tell a story. And what I mean by that is, like, when it gets down to the story, there's some really interesting things that they do, especially when it comes to like the political interactions and stuff. But so much of it is filled with that like generic bloat without it having a good value. Like having like generic dialogues and banter and just like, you know, normal conversations is important in order to give the characters personality and so that they can grow and you can watch them, you know, like as they adapt and interact with the environment around them. But this just has so much of it, and it's so tropey that it gets to be a drag. But then when you get to this stuff, it's just like, I'm sitting here going like, ooh, this, that, or the other. What about this? What about that? Like, it's very engaging, at least for me anyway. It's like when they want to, they do some really, really neat stuff.
わからないことがあるからこそ世の中というものは面白い。手の内がすべて見えたゲームなど。
He's not wrong, actually. But unfortunately, a lot of people that use that phrase and understand part of the truth of it will suggest that humanity needs to struggle, period. But the reality is that, like, you know, if we just had everything handed to us on a silver platter, life would be mundane because that would be considered the normal. You need to have a little bit of bad in your life. And I don't mean like you need to struggle and suffer and you know, be financially insecure and all that other crap. I mean, like, all of that should be provided for you, but like, you know, sometimes you just got to do the hard things. Sometimes you got to make hard choices. Sometimes you have drama in your family. Sometimes you just have some things that just aren't, you know, drama and romance, drama and a lot of things. Sometimes things just don't go your way. Sometimes you don't get that job. Sometimes you get laid off. Sometimes whatever, right? And those struggles make it so that when you finally get the thing that you're looking for, that you appreciate it a little bit more and you enjoy it a little bit more. Because if it was just all good, there would be no such thing as good. It would just be normal, you know. And since you can't really go above that, you have nowhere to go, so then everything else is just worse, you know what I mean? And it's kind of weird, but that's just the way human minds work. Gotta take the good with the bad. Or the bad with the good, I guess, but yeah, same premise. But yes, exactly. And again, it should be noted that doesn't mean that people should struggle. It means that sometimes you will struggle, but it doesn't have to be that bad. It's just enough to make it so you appreciate the good. Whereas it feels as if someone like him is using this phrase to suggest that there needs to be massive struggle and lives need to be upturned and there needs to be upheaval and, you know, kind of thing. It's a line that's a really dangerous line because a lot of, like, there's an objective reality to it, but a lot of people use it as an excuse to create war. Oh yeah, absolutely, Locke. That's a very interesting analogy that works really well.
そう思わないか、ワジヘミスフィア。
僕の名前もご存知なのか。いや、逆に名前しか知らないということかな。
いや、そして興味がないというだけのこと。闘神の継承の方がむしろ興味をそそられる。
帝国軍、素晴らしい情報収集能力をお持ちのようですね。
エレボニア帝国政府代表ギリアス・オズボーン。諸君のことはレクターからいろいろと聞いて、それでは残りの休憩時間。
それでお話に付き合うというのは。
どうやら大抵のことはすでにご存知みたいですが。
なに、単なるおしゃべりだ。もしくは意識調査と言い換えてもいいだろう。
意識調査。
ああ、直裁に尋ねよう。君たちはこのクロスベルがどれだけ持つと。
He's just, wow, he's just blam right out there.
また露骨な質問だね。
別に大はない。
I mean, it's an interesting question because, like, it doesn't mean that he's implying that he's about ready to declare war on it or something like that. It's more like he is being a realist in that there are people that want Crossbell back, and there are powers that are willing to go way beyond what Crossbell can do to get it back. And at the end of the day, if two countries have to go to war over it, Crossbell's going to be in the middle. You know what this is? This is Dalmasca in FF12 in a little bit, because like with Dalmasca, it was in the way. It wasn't something that they wanted. It was just in the way of the only landmass that connected Rosaria with Arcades, and so they needed to get Dalmasca, take it to have a staging ground to invade the other country. Even with airships, you still need a land army. Like, you can't wage a war without a land army, period. You just can't do it. You need to, in order to garrison in order to keep control over a country if you succeed in a military tactic. So you cannot run a war on airships alone, you know, no matter how fancy they are. You can destroy shit. That's about all you can do. But anyway, he might just be playing the realist card of, do you really think that you can just remain autonomous and that nobody's going to try to stop that, right? Like, nobody's going to back down. So how long do you really think that you can last? I mean, the same could be said about your entity as well, Mr. Osborne.
動力革命によってあらゆるものが加速し始めたこの因縁の地がどこまで現状のままでいられる。
That's a more accurate concept because Crossbell is as a contested territory. That's a zealot's response. Come on, Noel, relax.
守ろうという意志が自治州の民にあるのならば。
ノエル、そう。意志は常に重要だ。時に趨勢をひっくり返し、歴史そのものを動かすことも稀ではないだろう。人は無力な存在ではない。私もその可能性を信じている。
それじゃあ。
だが、その意志同士がぶつかり合った場合は。
And the bigger resolve wins. And it doesn't just mean that somebody cares more, it just means that they have a bigger gun.
小さな意志はより大きな意志に飲み込まれ、そうして生まれた豪華が地上にいくつも現れた時、あらゆる正義と倫理は灼熱に溶け、世界は一面の炎に包まれる。
It really depends on how much you're trying to drag the rest of the world into it.
そんな光景が容易に原始できるのではないか。
確かに帝国や共和国に比べたら小さな意志かもしれません。ですが大きな炎が
It's also true, there are plenty of moments in history where a smaller force has routed a larger force.
かつて帝国の侵攻を退けたリベール王国のように。
12年前の100日戦役か。
その通り。意志には強さが問われる。
That's why a country's military always tries to improve morale, because if you care about it, then you'll fight harder for it. But there's also another way of doing it, and that is demonizing your enemy. If you label your enemy as subhuman, invaders, dirty, filthy, disgusting, disease-ridden, you know, thieves and murderers, etc., 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 then that will give an ignorant army just as much resolve as being like patriotic, within reason, of course, not like nationalistic, because that's obviously way on one side of the spectrum of bad. But I'm not suggesting that the Crossbell would do one or the other, but there are definitely military powers that are in this story that would do that, that would dehumanize their opponent. So tenacity comes in two forms, of trying to supposedly protect against a supposed invader versus having pride in order to stand tall and defend, you know? Actually, I don't think that's less diplomatic. There is a form of diplomacy here that he's using that is, you know how the president was all buddy and kissing our feet and being our friend and kind of trying to, you know, like, and then just kind of trying to subtlety play that card that technically they have control over Crossbell, you know, kind of thing. That can feel like, what do you call it? Like condescending. Like, come on, man. I know why you're trying to be my friend. Just cut the bullshit, right? This guy isn't trying to be our friend. It's a diplomatic approach about being realistic, and a lot of people would respect that kind of perspective because it doesn't try to play bullshit. In fact, I would respect that kind of thing. Like, I'm seeing Osborne in a different light because the way he's been portrayed as, you know, this bull, this warmonger, this military juggernaut or something like that. But like right here, he's kind of being real. He's kind of being like truthful. And I mean, I'm not saying that I would be a victim of his little mind game, but I would at the very least respect his approach more than the Republican president's take, where he was like, let's be friends, and you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, kind of bullshit. So he's basically just forcing us to come to terms with reality and saying, hey, sometimes your actions have consequences, and those consequences can be severe. And this is a situation that you should be aware of, kind of thing.
帝国の大きく乱れた意志に、それは確かにクロスベルにとって果たしてクロスベルの民にリベールの民ほどの誇りと強さが備わっているかは知らん。
I would say it's probably more so because you have to have that more in a smaller, like, city state like that, you know?
休憩時間も終わりだ。話はここまでとし。ああ、帝国政府からは勲章を送るつもりはない。下手に平民に勲章を送ったら貴族勢力がうるさいのでね。
Well, all the respect that I had is just about gone out the window there, unless he's just commenting on the nobility being the nobility and he's not making a statement that he believes in.
あれほど上機嫌な閣下はあまり見られるものではない。おいおい、何の冗談だ。お前たちのことを気に入ったということだろう。重い言葉かもしれんが、まずは受け止めてみるがいい。私の立場から言えたことではないがな。
とてつもなかったわね。
Yeah, that's basically what makes me feel like he's being painted as a villain there, because he has a sinister looking portrait, so we're supposed to hate him because the game doesn't have a lot of subtlety in regards to that. But what he said was reasonable in terms of like something that I feel could actually be said in that conversation.
ああ、なんていうか立ってる次元が違う気がする。ティオ、大丈夫か？
はい、なんとかあの人から伝わってきた炎のイメージが強烈すぎて。
無理ないよ。私ですら何か見えた気がしたもの。
鉄血宰相か。
It was a little vague, actually. It was a little vague and a little over exaggerating on that part, but whatever.
クロスベル程度なら人飲みにしてしまいそうだな。
でも俺たちをなぶるために呼び出したわけでもないだろう。大統領もそうだけど、俺たちに興味があったというのも嘘じゃないと思う。ならいい勉強をさせてもらったと考えた方が。
You know, it makes me think that Chloe also invited us for the same reason, to get buddy rub elbows with us. Even if her intentions were a little bit more on the nice side, it doesn't matter. She has to make her presence known to the heroes of Crossbell and to become familiar with them.
ああ、ポジティブすぎんだろ。
でも確かに落ち込んでも仕方ないですよ。
そうですね。得られた教訓は生かさないと。
とにかく休憩時間も終わりだ。ダドリーさんのところに戻って。
4:30 p.m. Just as Mr. Grimwood has predicted, the discourse became more turbulent in the second half of the conference. Chancellor Osborne and President Rocksmith continued to raise question after biting question, each one aimed at Crossbell security and future. As the conversation wore on, the looks on Mayor Croy and Speaker McDowell's faces became even more sullen and stern. Yeah, and the society was able to do so much to Liberal, but you don't criticize them. You praise them for the way they handled it, in fact. So maybe shut up.
治安維持組織が操られるなど前代未聞の形によ。詳細については皆様にもお伝えしてあると思いますが、詳細が問題なのではない。危機管理の質が問題なのだ。事件の際、滞在していた帝国人の生命と財産が脅かされた事実もある。そのことについては
待ちたまえ。最初損害賠償と慰謝料についてはすでに手続きが行われているはずだ。この上さらにミラーを出せというのは我が帝国の度量が問われるだろう。
いえ、殿下、そういう問題ではありません。問題は彼らがクロスベル自治州政府がどうやって様々な安全を保障できるかです。
I think that, like, here's the funny thing is, like, the incident itself was already unprecedented, and the fact that Crossbell took care of it in a single night should reflect that it's more than capable of defending itself against invasion or against some kind of, you know, negative influence or whatever. But that doesn't matter to Osborne. He's intentionally just calling it bad because he wants to try to call it into question. Whether somebody agrees with him or not, it doesn't matter. It prevents any kind of like movement forward from happening because he's criticizing it amongst his peers. And unless everybody speaks up and says, "Shut up, man, it was fine," then it's going to continue to happen and nothing will move forward. And it'll continue to cast doubt on it and make it seem like it's worse than it really is.
金融市場への信頼の安全。清掃にかまけ、 怪しげな輩どもにつけ込まれるような者たちに果たして保証できましょうか。
だがハルトマン元議長が失脚し腐敗も浄化されつつあると聞く。今後は健全な政治体制の下でしっかりとした安全保障の枠組みが築かれれば。
いやいや、対抗閣下、ここはそう簡単ではありません。
There we go. I didn't think about this, but of course both Osborne and Rocksmith would try to make the same claim that Crossbow is not capable of defending itself because they're still both trying to get the same thing. So they're going to end up being the dissenting voices, which prevents anybody else from disagreeing with them having any kind of like value to add to it. It's just going to be 2 against 4, but it doesn't matter because if it was just one, everybody would be telling them to shut up. Like, come on, man, whatever. But that second one, it's all it takes. It's all it takes.
クロスベルの政治風土はもともと腐敗しがちな傾向にあります。ディーター市長、マクダエル議長は政治家としても傑出されていますが、仮に彼らに何かあった場合、逆戻りになるのではありませんか？
悲観的な話になりますが、もともと政治に腐敗はつきものです。
Oh, the hard truth.
それはクロスベルだけではなく、我が国も含めてどこも同じ。ならば今はお二人が任期中に健全な政治体制を作れるか見守るべきではないでしょうか。
失礼ながら殿下はお若い。希望を信じたくなる気もわかります。ですがクロスベルは伝統ある王家をいただくリベールとは違うのです。よりどころとなる敬意のないところでは政治は核もたやすく弱体化する。
He's trying to suggest that rule by a single person, like an imperial country like he is, because he's basically more or less Lord Emperor. I mean, he's not the emperor, but there is an emperor in Erebonia, which has complete control. And it's the same thing with Liberal. They have a queen who has complete control. Everything they say goes. An empire and a monarchy are more or less kind of the same thing. The difference is very minute, but like he's trying to suggest that there should be a single ruler, and that's the only way to bring true stability to a country, which is completely proven false simply by the fact that this table exists, which is half of these countries being run by like a democracy or like a council or, you know, some kind of what's the one that England has, a parliament, you know, that all that kind of stuff. So like there are all sorts of governments at this table that have like multiple people in charge of the government where not a single person has complete and utter control. So his own statement is proven false simply by the fact that this table exists.
それは歴史が証明しているでしょう。
No, he's just making shit up.
それは
我が国には君主はおりませんが、栄誉ある共和国憲章があります。
Yeah, see, Rocksmith definitely has something to say about that because he's a republic, which is a form of democracy, which is run by many people with many branches with each different parts of the power.
これは100年前の革命の時、様々な勢力と民族が集まって作り上げた奇跡的なものでして、それを頼りに我が国の政治はたとえ腐敗しても誇りを失わずに存続できたと言えるでしょう。
お言葉ですが、我々にも誇りある自治州法が存在します。歴史的経緯から様々な不備が発生しているのも確かですが、それでも少しずつですが改善できているのも確かです。弁護士、ここ10年で行われた自治州法の追加改正項目がどの程度か。
そうですな。詳しい資料はありませんが、およそ50というところでしょうか。
That's not very many.
10年でたった50。 それはいささか驚きですな。
They're over exaggerating on purpose, but it is true that only 50 laws being passed in 10 years is. And laws aren't just like you can't do this, you can't do this. It's reform. It's like labor laws. It's infrastructure. It's budget bills. It's a whole bunch of different things. You know, it's not just like, oh, it's now illegal to pick your nose on 8th Street or something like that. You know, it's all sorts of the tiny, like, tons of laws are passed all the time. They have nothing to do with the people, but how the government is run, or, you know, regulations on businesses or something like that.
1年にわずか5つですか。
いえ、ここ数年では増加の傾向にあります。去年は確か12の項目が追加改正されたはずでしたね。
ああ、金融と動力ネットに関する諸項目の追加が。
That's fine. That's fine. That's part of it. It's seeing the flaws in the systems and adapting and changing and growing. That's fine. That's
い
fine.
ずれにせよ、その調子ではとても意義のある安全保障体制がやはり現状を踏まえた対応。
Let me guess. The alternative solution is that you take control of Crossbell, right?
それはどうか。
やれやれ。あなた方がそこまで気が合うとは思わなかった。ノルド高原の領有。
No, they're only agreeing with each other because they have the same interests up until it gets to the point of who gets control of
こ
Crossbell.
れは一本取られましたな。ま、それについては別の機会に話。
時間が惜しい。議論を移るべきでしょうな。
わかりました。では、最小閣下の定義の。
これってイアン先生が心配していた通りですか。
鉄血宰相と大統領に押し切られてるって感じだね。反論の糸口はないのかい？
Considering they're the ones under fire, there's only so much they can say. At this point, it's more that somebody else needs to speak up for them, which is what Chloe was doing a little bit. But Prince Albert was basically a wallflower there. He wasn't doing anything. And because of that, there's only so much that can move forward because you have those two major forces saying, we agree that Crossbell isn't capable of defending itself. It's kind of like being a content creator on Twitch. I can't sit there and like go to different places and talk about my stream and be like, hey guys, come and watch me. You know, somebody else has to speak up for me. Somebody else has to be like, hey, watch my friend, the streamer I really like, you know, I like it there, whatever kind of thing. So basically I'm reliant on all of you sticking up for me, as it were, in order to like make it seem like I'm a better place to go, right? Same deal. It's literally the same thing, except for much higher stakes. Somebody has to speak up for them, because of course when you attack somebody, of course the first thing that they're gonna do is defend themselves. You know, like duh, right? And then it's funny because it's like, oh, why are you so defensive? And it's like, well, you just. Well, it doesn't matter if you're being defensive honestly or not. Saying that why are you being so defensive immediately casts everything that you said into doubt all over again, and it just pushes you further and further and further down, right, kind of thing. So you have to have somebody else come in and be like, hey, no, enough of this. You know as well as I do that that's bullshit. But didn't happen. Chloe tried her best, but she is a little young and naive, and I think the fact that they portrayed her that way was good. She isn't perfectly knowledgeable, amazing politician kind of person. She's like 18, fresh out of college, fresh out of high school, you know, like she's not going to have the confidence or the know-how to stand up and be like, listen here, you know it's bullshit. I know it's bullshit. You know that I know it's bullshit. They're doing just fine. Moving on. That actually, interestingly, is a perfect dynamic for this boiling pot, because if Chloe were more capable, then that wouldn't have gotten to that point, you know?
だからおじい様にしてもディーターおじ様にしても反論しにくいのでしょうけど、
だがその構造的欠陥は70年前の自治州成立時に2大国から押し付けられたものだ。
Interesting. So what you're saying is there's systemic what's the word I'm looking for here? Systemic flaws intentionally built in order to suppress a certain people from being able to find true independence.
その上でのあの強引な発言は到底納得できるもんじゃないな。
は、確信犯ってことかよ。
いずれにせよ、会議の内容は我々の感知するところではない。今は会議そのものが無事終了することに集中しておけ。
はい。
Yeah. Every now and again, I find myself in a more public Discord, and of course, there are people that are just like, I'm streaming. And it's just like, dude, you are doing yourself more harm than good.
それではまた一通り巡回を。
捜査一課ダドリーだ。エマ君か。なんだと。
何かあったみたいね。
赤い星座と兵友が一家の監視を
Oh
振り切
boy.
ったらしい。なんだと。うろたえるな。俺も想定の範囲内で何かあったら知らせるから。
了解です。
ああ、そうだ。予備の警官隊を動かしてもいいから。
くそ。本当に動きやがったか。一体何をするつもりだ。
ランディさん。
ランディ、落ち着いてくれ。いくら赤い星座でもここに仕掛けるとは思えない。
そうね。ビルの
Or would they?
警官隊が守っているし。まさかこんな時に抗争を始めるとか。
それもちょっと不自然な気がするね。
Yes. Well, I am commenting on the story, but I was making a direct comparison to something because a lot of time, especially these heavily political stories, are built off of real life situations.
なんですと？
今のは
おじい様。
I was drawing a parallel, and if you know, you know.
今、なんとおっしゃられた？
Oh shit! I want a brisket sandwich. Hell yeah!
申し訳ないが、今一度繰り返していただきたい。
お望みなら何度でもクロスベル警備隊は解体。
Oh damn, that sounds good.
さらに他国の治安維持部隊をクロスベルに常駐させる。
Okay. Okay, so first off, they brought the legitimacy of Crossbell's ability to defend itself into question. Okay, that's the first step. The second step is, don't worry, I have a solution for you because my country is self-sufficient on its security. So why don't you disband your army and station my troops to defend you instead? That is a legal invasion right there. If you were to agree to that, that is a legal invasion. It's like, I don't know, what country are you in? Okay, consider your neighbor country, and then your government says, you know what, we're disbanding our own military, and this neighboring country is going to be our guards and our military now. So like, if you were in Canada, it's like disbanding your military and then stationing American troops instead to defend your country. Or if you were in, I don't know, France, and disband that, and now you have German soldiers defending, being your defense force or whatever. It's basically that. It's all but a legal invasion if they were to sign over on something like that, which is of course an absolutely ridiculous claim, and he's making that ridiculous claim on purpose. Because once again, he's drawn Crossbell's ability to defend itself into question, And fucking the President Rockbell, or whatever the hell his name is absolutely going to be in agreement, except he's going to say, no, station our troops, or something along those lines. This is where their agreement disappears. It's no longer they're on the side. They both wanted to bring their defenses into question. After that, now it's fighting for it, you know? Because it's so bloated, Locke. It's so fucking bloated. But this part is so interesting. It's really well done. It's just like 90% just super generic tropey dialogue with like questionable logic and everything. And then we get to this and it's like, finally, I can fucking eat, you know?
それが一番現実的だと申し上げた。
お待ちください。最小閣下は不戦条約の条項を忘れではありませんか?
They can easily frame that as being non-aggressive. In fact, they're being defensive. We're protecting our friends at Crossbell.
武力でクロスベル問題を解決しないよう努める。
This is basically trust me, bro.
しかし別に侵略することを意味しているわけではありません。
You are telling them to dismantle their military, not an invasion.
民間人を恐怖に陥れた軍隊もどきの役立たずな組織など解体すべきだと言って。
Okay, so they're gonna draw in the whole Gnosis thing as a means of suggesting that the military was attacking its own people, when obviously they were being mind controlled, which can happen to anybody. But it doesn't matter. The truth doesn't matter here. What matters is what the perception is. And everybody knows in this room knows the truth. It doesn't matter. It's about the perception of what that is. And it's stupid that it would work, because if everybody knows the truth in the room, how could that ever carry weight? Oh, I know why. Because the president would also agree with it in hopes of unsettling the legitimacy of the Crossbell's defense in order to get the same thing that Osborne wants. But then they would have to butt heads, which will probably lead to some kind of war, which will lead to Crossbell being in the middle of it, which will lead Crossbell to have to pick a side at that point. In the end, they'll get what they want, at least one of them. It's basically flipping a coin and doing your best to blow at the coin as it's flying around and to make it land on the side that you want it to land. That's about how much control you have in that situation.
実際クロスベル警備隊など帝国軍または共和国軍の前には存在しないも当然です。
Wow, he's actually throwing his competitor a bone there. But it's not really throwing him a bone so much as suggesting that anything is better than the Crossbell military.
高性能な装甲車にしても所詮戦車の前では紙切れ当然。そんなものに高い維持費を使うなら他国の戦力に安全保障を委ねる。それが自治州ごときには一番効率がいいあり方でしょう。
Once again, they're not allowing themselves to recognize Crossbell as an autonomous state, as an actual country, only as a semi-autonomous territory.
いささか乱暴すぎる意見に思えますが。
Oh, okay, Wallflower actually speaks up, but like in the most subdued tone ever, man. Are you a leader or a mouse, bro? Come on.
その他国の戦力というのはどこを指しているのかな?
Now let me guess. Oh, I would happily provide the force from my own what do you call them? Legions or whatever he has control over.
歴史的経緯を忖度もせず帝国軍などと言わないだろうね。
そうは申していません。ですが必要ならば過去の因縁を水に流してでも帝国軍の力を提供すべきでしょう。
This is borderline declaration of war right now.
それが ゼムリア大陸西部の平和と発展につながるのならば。
まあまあ、皆さん。
Here comes everybody's friend, President Rocksmith, to offer his own little tidbit.
最小閣下の提案は私もいささか強引に思えますな。ただまあ、警備隊などという軍にもなりきれない治安維持組織。
And what do you care about our state security? That is really the only question that needs to be asked. So they suggest, like Osborne suggested, that the well-being and economic prosperity of Crossbell is the most important thing ever. And so what they're trying to do is make it seem like Crossbell is so important, so that when the question of their legitimate like security force and their capability is called into question, it seems like a much bigger deal than say like, who cares about Crossbell, you know? So they're trying to inflate Crossbell and make it seem like they're so important, only so that they can suggest that their defenses are insufficient, and so that they have to come in and pat them on the back and say, "Don't worry, I got you. You're now part of us."
それではそこで提案なのですが、警備隊は規模を大幅に縮小。
Dissolution of all the important government services. God damn.
ベルガード門を帝国軍、タングラム門を共和国軍が管理するというのは。
Oh, this is what do you call it? Compromise. It's still a legal invasion. At the end of the day, half of Crossbell City would be Arabonia side, and half of Crossbell City would be Calvard's side, and they'd all be at war at that point for the control of the rest of it.
そうすれば、クロスベル市の有事にもすぐに駆けつけることができましょう。
大統領、それは。
As far as Crossbell is concerned, it's the exact same thing. I mean, if they were to accept a proposal, they would only accept that one simply because it would create a counterbalance, but they shouldn't accept any of them. They should be insulted by all of them and tell them to go get lost. You know, it makes me wonder if Crossbell knew that this was coming or not. They seem wholly unprepared by it. They're just kind of sitting there, kind of jaw agape, letting them pick them apart. And I wonder if that's kind of sort of the like the naivety of their position still, not realizing that there are real forces out there at work trying to take them over, and they were just trying to express camaraderie across nations and creating this trade agreement thing, but these two saw it as an opportunity to call their autonomy into question.
さすがは大統領閣下。あまたの野党の突き上げを裁きながら政権運営されているだけはあります。
いやいや、顔面な貴族勢力を抑えて改革をされている最小閣下に比べれば。
Can't tell if it's just pleasantry or they're intentionally trying to talk each other up to suggest that they are in fact much more wise and capable than these newbie Crossbell politicians. You know, it's kind of like going into a backwater village as like the head of a major country and like seeing the local mayor and all of his, you know, jeans and t-shirt policies and just being like, you know, hey, I know what I'm doing, you don't, bumpkin kind of thing. Even if Rocksmith and Osborne are at opposition because they both want Crossbell, talking each other up is kind of the same thing as bringing Crossbell's defenses into question. It's something that they need to do in order to make Crossbell feel important but incapable in comparison to everybody else.
いい加減にしたまえ。ここは二国だけの会議ではないぞ。
これは失礼した。いずれにせよ、かような方向に議論は流れてきたわけだ。お二人の意見はどうかな。
Say no. That's the only answer. We appreciate your concern for our defenses. However, we feel very confident in Crossbell's own defense forces and our ability to grow and adapt to any threat that might present itself to Crossbell. There's the answer. Word for word.
ひどい。むちゃくちゃです。
よくもあそこまで面の皮が厚くなるもんだぜ。
でも全く根拠がない提案というわけではないわ。
It's lying with statistics. Come on.
こういう流れにだけはなってほしくなかったけど。
I will say this though. I can sit here nice and cozy in my chair and offer all the advice and all the suggestions about it, but like even the most capable person put in that position, your blood, like your heart is going to be racing like crazy, you know? It's like watching a train come at you, you know? Like, oh God, you know what I mean? And it's a very serious moment. It's a very serious situation. Like you never really know how you're going to react in a very like heavy situation like that. And so sometimes your mind isn't going to be thinking as much. You're going to jump to really, really immediate conclusions and you may end up saying the wrong thing. And it takes a very like tempered personality to sit there, take a deep breath, think about it, but only so long, because if you think too long, then it feels like you're not quite part of the conversation or you're incapable of actually presenting a rebuttal.
ここがしのぎどころって感じだけど。
ダドリーさんから。
はい、バニンクスで。
俺だ。
セルゲイ課長。
時間がない。手短に話す。ソーニャから連絡があった。
Sonya Blade from Mortal Kombat!
ベルガード両門の付近に設置されたレーダー施設が破壊された。
Oh, I have questions. Because I don't think it was the respective militaries. I think this was done by a third party. In fact, it even could have been done by the society, since we already know that their presence is here. So this is very interesting because they're trying to frame it as if we're all having this nice trade conference, but in reality, both of those nations are invading from either side, because if they were to destroy the the anti-aircraft radars, like that would mean that, you know, once those radars are down, they can send in their whole fleet undetected, right? But the fact that they were both destroyed in unison, and specifically the radars were destroyed, there's no way that both of those nations would have the exact same plan to destroy the radars and then invade. Like, no way that would happen. So my guess is that the society was behind it, and there's just a lot of players on the field right now, which begs the question as to what the society wants, because I mean, they were also getting the blueprints for the tower, which they probably handed out to both the Imperials and the Republican leaders or dignitaries, or maybe to Heyu and the Scarlet, whatever the fucks, as they are having ties with some of the politicians, and they're trying to cause unrest during this whole situation in some way, which we don't really quite know just yet. But, you know, if they were to like basically be providing, you know what I said? If there was like a super advanced country that was like kind of peppering each little country with a little bit of technology, you know, and that's what the Orbital Revolution actually really was somebody intentionally planting levels of technology in each of these countries so that they have to like this sweeping revolution, which causes technology to go super fast, which means defenses are unsettled, because if you're a more militaristic country and you get access to super hyper advanced technology, the first thing you're going to do is build weapons. But if you're more of a democracy, the first thing you're going to do is build things for its people, trains, infrastructure, right? And if you're a city state, I mean, you're going to try to do a little bit of everything. But anyway, the point I'm getting at is it would unsettle everything, because hyper advanced technology and military versus somebody else not hyper advanced military, it's like swords versus machine guns, right? You know, you're not gonna win with the swords. Anyway, maybe that's the society. maybe that's exactly what the society is doing, because they seem to have an incredible amount of technology at their disposal. So maybe they're literally the ones that are responsible for the orbital revolution, peppering each of these countries with little technology here and there. And I mean, they were already providing the information with like the blueprints by hacking the blueprints and probably sending them out to whoever else, right? Just kind of dropping it anonymously. Hey, look at this. I wonder who gave me that. But then that begs the question as to why they would want it to be unsettled. And the easiest answer would be, if they're all unsettled and all at war with each other and they keep fighting each other, they're very weakened for somebody else to just come in and sweep in and just go, whoosh, all gone, mine now, you know, especially somebody with hyper advanced technology. And since they have no threat of actually being reciprocated against, they could take their time, you know, and make it very easy on themselves. But my take is that the society is responsible for these, not their respective military, because there's no way that both of them had the exact same plan to take out radars and invade with an air force.
いや、そっちじゃなくて。
皆さん、少々よろしいか。今この場で語られている一つ私の方から提案させてほしいことがあります。
先ほどからおとなしいと思っていたが、何をおっしゃられるおつもりかな。
ええ、それは
方々、下がられよ。
Oh, some fucking gunships. Everybody get down. Nobody gets down. I regret to inform you that bulletproof tempered glass would not stand up to that caliber of a bullet. It would be a house of cards. Like that glass would just be falling off of the building. Like it wouldn't shatter, but it would be bent and broken and folded and it would fall off of its perch. Yeah, there's only bullet resistant glass, and that bullet resistant glass is resistant to a small caliber like handgun, maybe a rifle, but like a small caliber rifle, you know, like maybe an assault rifle or something, but not like a sniper rifle. Definitely not a fucking gunship. Not a gun. Not to mention, that's not even saying the proximity of those ships to the window, which means there's no loss of inertia between the initial firing and its you know, its impact point, right? So yeah, no. No. Oh yeah, you know what? That's an interesting third option, Locke. I like it. It could have been one nation doing both to make it seem like both of them were invading, but really it was just the one. Ooh, that's a really good one. I like that. That actually might be the real one. They're firing in the room with both leaders. They may have had, remember the blueprints? The blueprints would have detailed that the glass would have been able to withstand the shots. So they may be sitting there very confident that the bullets would not breach the glass. That's a show of force. Yeah, the fact that they did that and then just said, they're walking away very casually. No, they did that on purpose. That was intentionally as a, it's theater. That was theater right there. Oh, look, oh no, somebody's trying to kill all the politicians. Oh no, who could that possibly be? And it's very clearly theater in order to make it seem like that as a terrorist attack, but not as one country specific attack.
ラインフォルドの高速艇か。
Well, they were the same ship, so.
間違いないだろう。
もう一隻はベルヌ社の軍用ガンシップ。
Oh, interesting. That's intentional.
ええ、連中に奪われたことは報告にありましたが。
皆さん、ご無事ですか？
ああ、なんとか。しかし、連中はどこ？
If it's two different models like that, then it's vague as to who it was. That's why. Because if it's one model, then it's like, oh, what military uses those models? Or where would you find those models? But if it's one of each, then suddenly there's confusion, you know? And Reinfurt and Venar or whatever are the only two producers aside from the other liberal one, which doesn't really make military machines.
会議に出席されている方々、我々は帝国解放戦線である。同じくカルバードの古き伝統を守るために立ち上がった反移民政策主義の一派のものだ。
So racists. So we have the racists and the who are the what were, I think they were nationalists, which are also racists.
帝国と共和国で活動しているテロリスト集団。
It also could just be people posing as them in order to demonize them, or in order to force unification in some way, especially attacking Crossbell immediately after they put Crossbell's ability to defend itself into question. Then they pretend that it's so easy to invade them. Now we need to unify more than ever.
この度、我々は互いの憎むべき恩敵を討たんがため、共に協力することと相なった。覚悟してもらおう。鉄血宰相、ギリアス・オズボーン。ロックスミス大統領、あなたにはここで消えていただき、忌まわしき東方人に侵食されたカルバードの伝統を守るためには。
Oh, they're using the exact language that they would use too. Oh, it's so gross. Oh, it's so perfectly mirroring that kind of grossness.
話にならんな。
だが、ちょいとまずそうだな。
Not one of these people have put them up to it, and I doubt it's actually those supposed terrorist groups. I mean, they are terrorist groups as far as what their ideology is. But anyway, it almost seems like people that are sent as scapegoats to do this on purpose to further bring Crossbell into doubt. Why would you still be in this room? You should be evacuating immediately. They're just sitting around chilling. In this situation, you don't just sit around. You don't slowly take them out of the room or off the stage or whatever. You get the fuck out of Dodge immediately. There is no fucking around. Immediately taken to safety. Non-stop. No dicking around, no talking, no figuring it out. You go. You already have an escape plan already in mind. You go. But they're dicking around, which is not realistic.
あの図面はこのために。とにかく待機させていた警備隊をこちらの方に急。なんだと。
なんだこれは。どうしていきなり。なんだ。何が起こっている。ダメです。ボタンを押してもは。何がどうなっている。
ちょっとこれじゃ取材ができないじゃないの。レインズ君、なんとかしなさい。
無茶言わないでくださいよ。
これはとんでもないことになったね。
Yeah, a little bit. Thanks, Wazzy.
タワーの制御を奪われたようです。昨日のハッカーの仕業かもしれません。
So it was the society,
とにかく35階に降りて
at least setting the stage, allowing it to happen. They are responsible for it one way or the other.
了解です。エレベーターがダメなら非常階段しかなさそうだな。
機まで通れたはずな。
ティオ、いけるか？
なんとかやってみます。少々厄介です。でもこれならなんとか。開いて。
さすがティオスケ。
いえ、セキュリティが低めに設定されていただけです。ですが
I mean, if they had a password protecting access, then they would have been over. So I don't think that that's something that you can just like, oh, let me hack it really quick. It would be like, no password, no getting in.
とても全部は開いていられないかもしれません。
そりゃまた
Not for a long time.
とにかく下に降りるぞ。
Those look like Jaegers.
今だ。最小の首を狙え。ここは倒産。風の牽制か。
ひるむな。波状攻撃を仕掛けるぞ。
助立ちします。
そちらは下がられよ。
かたじけない。
ミュラー・バンダール、アルノール家の守護者か。
あれはリベールの親衛隊。
構うものか。やってしまえ。
Because you get in your way, you get in the way of one another. If you attack in waves, you send in just enough people that can fight in the narrow space until they're tired or weakened, and then they keep coming in waves, and it puts pressure like that. So it's actually smart. Realistically, you cannot send everybody in at once to fight them. Although with guns, you can. You just, the people in front kneel down, the people in the back stand up, and then rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. However, you also want to attack in waves like that. So you ever study like warfare from like the time when like muskets were first invented, and they had to like stuff gunpowder down the barrel, and then stuff a iron ball down the barrel, and like all this cloth and this cleaning and da-da-da-da-da that they had to do every shot. It was like 1 minute between a shot, so you had one shot per minute. And the way that they did that is to make it seem like an oppressive force, instead of everybody just shooting at once and then standing there for 1 minute reloading, they would have the front row shoot, kneel down, reload, then the second row would come in, shoot, kneel down, reload, then the third row would come in, shoot over their shoulders, is what they're doing, kneel down, fourth row, so on and so forth. And by the time you would be counting, as if you were in the front row, you would be counting, by the way, because if you stood up too soon, you're liable to get a bullet in the back of the head. Anyway, you know how many rows there are. You're counting as you're reloading, making sure that it's good. Once that final shot goes out, you stand up, shoot, reload, etc., etc., etc. And what that does is, it's like, you ever hear the expression "cover me"? It's not just a bullshit expression. What cover me means is, like, if you fire into the area of where your opponent is, they have to take cover because bullets are coming at them. So if you want to have your buddy run over to the other side or something in order to get like a pincer going on, they would start to run, and you would shoot at whoever's shooting at you in order to force them into cover. Not only can they not see where you're going from there, but they're now not shooting at you or your buddy, and it gives them enough time to move over. So if you have constant pressure of bullets going at your opposing force, they are forced to be more defensive, and eventually they will become overrun. Same applies with melee, of course, same deal. And of course, your opponent is going to get worn down if you keep going in waves like that, where everybody is actually capable of fighting. I mean, they're Swiss cheese right now, but whatever.
今のところはね。
話は後。後ろからも来るわよ。ね。
機械音確。
何か来たみたいだ。
これは
マフィアのアジトに頼んで似たようなタイプ見てる。
とにかく撃退するぞ。
敵発見。一気に決めるぞ。
ドライブ開始。
Donkey drum.
私の番ね。
エニグマ。
俺の番だな。
そこだ。
I hate how smart the AI is with getting out of area of effects now.
任せろ。
俺の番だな。その程度じゃ俺たちは止められない。こんなものまで。
多分屋上からタワー内に放っ。
しかし今のは結社ってのが作ったもんじゃねえのか。
Nope, they're not really made by anybody. Well, I guess the society is making new archaisms, but they originally come from the ancient times. Also that.
どうでもいいが、あっちも蹴りが。
But us as the player, we know the society is in charge of this.
化け物どもが。仕方ない。最終プランに切り替えるぞ。
スタングレネード。
下がれ。
I seriously doubt they didn't incapacitate or kill at least one of them or several of
ど
them.
うやら簡単には突破できなさそうですな。
皆さん。
お前たちか。
どうやら無事撃退できたみてえだな。ああ。しかしこのままでは逃げられてしまうだ
I
ろう。
don't think their plan is to escape, bro.
やれるか。
自信はありませんが。や。セキュリティレベルが最大まで上げられています。栄養を使ってもこの音型の端末で。
そうか。
私だ。ああ。なんとかこちらはしのいだば。
Why are none of us with the dignitaries? There should be at least 2 or 3 of us watching them because they are completely and utterly unprotected. Every single person that's capable of fighting is out here. We should have been immediately returning to them or having some people that were at all costs staying with them.
どうして
屋上にある飛行艇で逃げるつもりじゃ。
Duh.
考えられるとしたら、飛行艇に搭載した動力爆弾を自爆させるってところか。
そうか。確かにこのビルごと宰相たちを葬りされるというわけか。
確かにテロリストたちならそこまでやりかねないわね。愚かな。さすがにピンチだね。
こうなったら力ずくでもこのシャッターを。
どうやらなんとかなるかもしれません。
何？
へえ、これは。
てめえが僕のベースをめちゃくちゃにした犯人か。絶対許さねえ。
This is what hacking actually looks like, just so you know.
威勢がいいな。そこまでです。おとなしくタワーの制御を解放してもらいましょうか。仕方ない。まあほんの暇つぶしだったし、それじゃせいぜい死なないようにそちらは後です。早くタワーの制御を。
ヨナ、戻ってきてくれたのか。
ええ、どうやら今日の便で帰ってきたみたい。やりました。タワーの制御を解放します。やった。
エレベーターは使えるか？
ええ、ロックは解除しました。テロリストたちが使用中の一機は
ならば私は屋上に飛行船に搭載された動力爆弾を解除するわ。
They make this wild assumption about bombs being on the ship, and then they like treat it like it's serious. It's like making shit up and then treating it like it's true.
キリカさんで
ええ、傍聴関係者には最低限のスキルだから。レクター書記官、手分けするとしましょう。
ま、しゃあねえか。
ならば我々も付き合おう。連中が人形兵器の守りを残している可能性はありそう。
そちらはどうかテロリストたちの追撃を今ならなんとか捕まえられるかもしれません。
承知した。
バニングス、我々も追撃に敵
Well, we're all the same level now.
手分けする必要がある。
了解しました。
あいあいさ。
That would actually be 2 teams of 4 if we have my full 6 party members plus those 2.
ええ、わかりました。そこまでわかれば十分です。ご苦労でした、ヨナ。
ヨナはなんて？
テロリストたちの逃走ルート、オルキスタワー、キブ。そこからジオフロント方面に逃走したみたいですね。
キブということはタワーの地下部分になるので、確かにジオフロントの各区。
よし、必ず捕らえるぞ。あんな真似をされて逃がしたらクロスベル警察の名折れだ。
No one is protecting the politicians.
こちらも同じだ。ギルドが
We've all just left them.
国際会議において
Which means if there's any kind of opposing force in there, they've got complete control of them. My guess is that whoever is responsible for all of this that's in there, or at the very least is going to take advantage of the situation, is going to make himself known when he realizes that there's nobody there to stop him. Maybe even totally part of his plan all along. But that would not be protocol. Protocol would be that there is somebody that stays with them at all times. Probably one from each nation too.
屋上の動力爆弾もちょっと心配ですけど。
キリカさんとレクターさんなら多分大丈夫だろう。ユリア巡査やミュラー少佐もついていってくれてるし。
I mean, realistically, Chloe, Olivier, and well, Julia and Mueller are not there. They left. That's the problem. Chloe and Olivier could absolutely hold their own, but they're probably not going to treat it like that.
確かにあのメンツなら間違いはありえなさそうだ。しかし随分と長いこと降り続けてる。
まあ、地上35階から。
クロスベルの最深部にご案内ってわけだね。
Bing bong.
時間が惜しい。先行するぞ。
遅れずについてくれがいい。
Should have been 2 groups of 8 doing 2 parts of the dungeon. That'd be fun.
元気な兄さんたちだぜ。
私たちも急ぎましょう。
ああ。
Get out of here. This looks like the Death Star. This looks like it's straight out of episode 1 when Obi-Wan turns the tractor beam off in the Death Star.
これはすごいところに出たな。
なんだか圧倒されますね。
どういう場所なんだい？
オルキスタワーのメインシャフトになりますね。巨大なタワーの重量を分散するための場所みたいです。
話は聞いていたけど、こんなに大きな空間とは知らなかったわ。
まあ、とにかく急ごうぜ。
ああ、南の方だ。
It's really interesting how weight distribution works. It's just kind of like you would think from like a plane perspective that weight is weight and it weighs on everything, but you can have all the weight of the entire building distributed in such a way that fucking toothpicks could hold it up. Not literally. The point is that proper, clever mathematical weight distribution can do some remarkable things. Let me guess, they've turned on each other.
ダドリーさん、どうかしたんですか？
面倒なことになった。テロリストどもはここで二手に分かれたらしい。
それって
最初を狙ってた連中と大統領を狙ってた連中がここで分かれたってことか。
ああ、間違いあるまい。共和国のテロリストはそちらの
Well, that's
ジオフロントシーク
quite the assumption.
そして帝国のテロリストはあちらの D
よくわかりますね。
なるほど。決め手は
Yeah, you wouldn't really have footprints here. Their military gear would probably be very clean for this. The only thing you might be able to pick up was in like rubber scuffs or something.
ああ、偽装している余裕はさすがにな
But
かったと見える。
steel and cement doesn't exactly keep tracks.
だったら
So
ここは二手に分かれましょう。急がないとこのまま連中に逃げられてしまいます。
ああ、それが最善だろう。右手の C 区画は私とマクレインの2人で追う。お前たちは D 区画に逃げた帝国のテロリストどもを追え。
人数を分けないんですか？
さすがに2人だけというのは危険なのでは。
こちらの C 区画は熱処理プラントなどがあって少々面倒な場所だった。逆にそちらの D 区画は広くて探索が
at least there's a logical explanation as to why that would happen.
かもしれないな。ロイド、時間がね
え。ダドリーさん、アリウスさん。
敵は自分の命すら厭わない。くれぐれも気をつけろ。
はい。
了解。
My guess is we're gonna stumble upon them and we're gonna watch, or we're gonna see that they've been executed, or we're gonna watch them get executed because they've outlived their usefulness for whatever their job was to do here.
ジオフロントから脱出される前に。
きっちり落とし前をつけさせてやらねえとな。
In fact, my guess is that we'll stumble upon the corpses. Oh, well, I guess I missed that second path. And my guess is the people that will kill them are going to be the Randy's family, the Scarlet Fuckfaces or whatever they're called. So that's where the whole bloodbath comes from. Is is from that. From them basically being taken care of so that they can't, you know, dead men tell no tales, that kind of thing. They're a loose end, they're meant to be tied up, and more than likely the Scarlet dipshits are gonna be the ones to do that.
ここは地下の駐車場か。
ええ、いずれ車社会がクロスベルに到来した時のために建造された区画なんだけど。
いや、それにしたってでかすぎねえか。そんな需要があるとはとても思えねえんだが。
察するに議員と役人たちがありもしない需要をでっち上げて工事を発注したってところかな。
なるほど。ええ、残念だけどそういうことね。今はハルトマン議長の失脚で一時中断。
まあしかしここまで広いと追跡するのも大変。
アクセス。
Okay, we got Joshua Jr. over here.
8名ほどの集団がこの付近を移動中のようです。
One sec, I gotta give Kitty her meds. Inhaler. It's not a penis pump, God. It's a kitty inhaler. Come here, Chi. She's like, no. Oh, she's really fidgety. Yeah. You'll thank me later, Chi, when you're not horking up a lung after you go play for a little bit.
本当か意外と早く追いつけそうだな。
急ぎましょう。
皆さん、
まずい。
何？なんだあいつらは。追ってか。どうして嗅ぎつけた。
I feel like they should have had them like roll over to the side. It just kind of feels like they're not really avoiding bullets, especially with a grate and her standing over the railing just shooting. That's not proper cover. I mean, we can just jump down. It's not that well. Yeah, you can jump down. You're all young. One of these days, there'll be more than a couple games that actually take guns and how they shoot and how damaged they are seriously. Tis I, the Box of Iron Chancellor. How long do you think your precious chest bell will last? Oh, we got our superpower. I'm about to hit level 3 on our materia or whatever, super materia. That goes down. Hello lads, I'm President Locksmith, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I'd like to award you medals for opening all of my friends earlier this year during the Bolt incident. Ha. But I didn't. Let's take a peek over here for a second. Just trying to get my bearings to make sure I've gone everywhere. Yeah, okay. Chance desu!
Nice fight!
Getting a lot of XP. Wow. There it is. Looks like Randy's is pretty close too. But the other two got a ways. So now it's 6 and 3. Awesome. And then 4 turns defense up. And a new ability. Oh, there's their new ability. Raises defense and magic defense when HP is low, once per fight when below 20% HP, 4 turns. Yeah, I can see that being good. Wow, got a massive amount of strength. Awesome. It's okay, it's gonna be the same thing then. That kind of means that, like, yeah, 13 now. Fire. Let's see what we can do with that. 2 more would give me Crimson Ray. Very good single target spell. Lord Inferno, wait, we got a ways for that. So really, I could get Impassion, which is amazing, but I would need. First, I'd want EP cut 2 at least, because good lord, 240 EP. But if I could get a few more red, I might be able to do something there. Let me check my chords. I mean, what else do I need? I need some green. I need some earth. The earth is coming already, but I do need to keep that green. So I would need to get it without losing the green. And these don't provide green, so it'd have to be red and green or green and red. More green than that. So not really possible. So I didn't really get anything extra, but it'll help when the next chapter comes, because obviously this is the end of the chapter because we have the superpower thing. That basically tells me this is the final dungeon for this chapter. I guess chests weren't important enough to invite to the trade conference, huh, Dieter? Fine, we'll be holding our own Chest Zumeria trade conference. I want to go to the chest conference. I see no chance, Des. Now how much? Okay, I'm getting about half as much XP, so I'm gonna need about... So 65 is pretty much the cap on this dungeon's level. $15 battles and I'll level up. This is a good track. It gives me a lot of like FF7 remake vibes in such a way where it's like it's just a well composed piece that feels epic and like Hero's Charge kind of like thing, without it necessarily being melodic. You know, it's very cinematic in nature, and I think it just is it's nice. It's something that feels like you would hear out of a movie. You know, when the heroes got to do their thing. Like it gives me very like Midgar Tower Assault vibe, you know? How often do you think Remiferi and general stores get phone calls asking if they have Prince Albert in a can? It's not the Prince Albert I was thinking of, but sure. combat suit. I'm really glad Princess Claudia got to speak with Lecter again. Maybe now she can finally have some closure. Claudia's last name is like Clossier or something like that, so I think that's supposed to be the joke. Obviously it does not work for the most part because it requires extra knowledge. That's a very decent one. I'll take the extra speed, thank you. If the terrorists came through here, they had to have taken this freight elevator, which begs the question as to why the elevator is over here and not over there. Where like it should have been over here and not over where we came from. But what do I know about things like logic and such? I'm a gamer. Gamers don't know shit. Basta! I got the treasury sense. You're testing my patience.
その先だ。行ってみるぞ。
Oh well, we know which way they went.
ここ地下の貨物路線かな。
ええ、オルキスタワー方面に資材と貨物を運んでいるのだけど、皆さん。
これは追撃を振り切るつもりか。他にルートはないか調べてみるぞ。
Blah 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 blah.
よし、上出来だ。
Already more than halfway to where that next level. Chance. Actually, a 66 might be a level that's feasible based on the XP that I was getting. Okay, that's the way around then. I didn't see a way from down here up there before, so I thought this was the right way. But, oh, that was a monster. I should have saved it. I think it'll be fine, actually. This will probably be my level. Yep. Tia learned Mega Zero Cannon. Shield Breaker. That probably reduces defense on hit. Alright, now it's your turn to step inside. Shut the lid and wait until someone takes you out. Nah. So having defense break on hit. Hell yeah. She only has defense 1 here, but I could get this for Earth. 15% chance to lower defense on by 25%. That's freaking great. I got the Sword Breaker as well. I think those two alone should keep, in my opinion, two of the most important debuffs. 15% is pretty low, but it will give me an opportunity to keep those up longer than normal. But in my opinion, the two most important debuffs are attack down and defense down. And the reason is because defense down is obviously more damage from your attacks, especially the physical attacks, which tend to be the bigger ones. Even though magic is more OP, I would like to have. Oh, I do have one, don't I? It's a Spirit Breaker, yeah. Maybe I can put a different red one here. And then put Spirit Breaker here. I don't really lose anything. We'll give him Sword Breaker for now. But, I have other attack down options that are better, so that's why I thought I could get rid of that one. But yeah, like, generally speaking, enemies, their major, like, damage dealing attacks tend to be physical. So attack down really helps to break that, not to mention, you know, a lot of time enemies just do basic physical attacks. And so that kind of stimmies that as well. But yeah, defense downs mean more damage, and they're kind of annoying to keep up, especially if they tend to be resistant to it. So yeah. Yeah, let's sit here and talk about it. We've already lost a ton of time to them, but we should just...
連中はこちらを負けたと思っているだろう。ああ、追いつくチャンスだ。
チャンスだ! My guess is the next time we see them, they're gonna be corpses or future corpses. Well, looks like I won't be getting that level that I thought I could get. Which is fine. I expected 66, and that's what we got. Or 65, I guess. Well, they're not posing. Hey, by the way, do you know why their helmets are like that? You notice that their helmets don't show their face? It's to dehumanize them. So they're like stormtroopers from Star Wars, where they just have helmets on, or any number of games where the bad guys always cover their face. If your opponent does not have a face, then it's easier to make them seem like they're not human, so you can beat them up or kill them or whatever. So when these guys all die, nobody with a face really died, did they? Right? And dead. Oh, okay.
先ほどのガキどもバカな追跡ルートは潰したはずだぞ
残念ながら別のルートからなんとか追いつけたんでな
どんなデータを入手したのかは知りませんが正確ではなかったみたいですね
大体何なのだこのガキどもは
Although I will say the one guy that has a face makes me feel like he might be the one doing the killing. Oh, you're actually charging them with the actual crimes that they committed that are bad. Okay.
警察だとたかが自治州の警察ごときが我らの大義を邪魔するか
ふざけないであなたたちこそどれだけの人を巻き込むつもりだったの
やれやれいるんだよね大義名分と自分に酔っちゃって周りが見えなくなる連中って
誇りを忘れて虚しき繁栄を貪るだけの愚民どもが
反省する気ゼロみたいですね
我々とて無関係のものを巻き込むのは本意ではない。だがこれ以上あの男を放置すれば帝国はめちゃくちゃになってしまう。
You literally want to install an authoritarian regime and you're talking about him being a dictator.
それを邪魔するというのであれば何者であれ容赦はしない。
話しても無駄だ。とにかくぶちのめすぞ。
手強いぞ、気をつけろ。
Blip.
私の番ですね。
Blip. I win! Do. Obviously, that was not the actual battle. It's going to be a much more difficult one, but combo attacks aren't super good at major bosses, so. Ugh, they have independence and freedom and autonomy. Ugh, disgusting. How do you live without somebody telling you to do exactly what you should be doing at any given moment?
だが俺たちはそれに溺れて誇りを見失ったりはしていない。さまざまなしがらみと圧力、それらに押しつぶされながらも壁を乗り越えようとあがいている。
ロイドさん。
お前たちを侮っていたようなタワーを爆破しようとした。やりすぎだったことは
それじゃ
だがそれでも我々は鉄血最初を討ち取るまで。
皆さん
来るぞ。
It was kind of drastic. Also, I feel like Crossbelt Guardian Force.
クロスベル警備隊の。
どこで手に入れやがった。
Yeah, I know. Put us up with Zack and Crisis Core now.
なかなか便利な協力者がいるものでな。せいぜいそこで遊んでくがいい。これ以上の問答は無用。
I mean, somebody has to be driving that thing. Why wouldn't they not be driving away or at least gunning us down?
やれそうか。
なんとかこちらも行けます。
ま、運が良ければなんとか撃破できる。
とにかく硬い車両です。アーツへの耐性もあります。
まずは動いて隙を伺うぞ。
危険度大、手強いです。
There. Got rid of those.
行きます。
Anti-arc shielding, though it said, so. Yeah, Street Fighter, yeah. Okay, her shot. Oh wow, her shot distance is a lot better than I thought.
行きます。そこです。
行きます。
よし。
そこ。はい、そこ。
よし。
Cool. I always like a evolving fight like that. That like you blow parts of it off and different things occur on it.
行きますよ。
任せて。そこだ。
私のギア。
よし。
私そこ。任せてギア。
よし。
世話が焼ける。
行きます。エニグマ
よ任せて。全力で行くわよ。オッケーです。
任せてくれ。それ。
行きます。やっ。私の番ね。
俺の番だな。
ぞ。行きます。
See ya.
上出来かしら。
やるじゃない。
やりました。
Ooh, there we go. Attacks, crafts, inflict faint, 5% chance. Well, if you notice, as I damaged it, its arts defense went down. That pretty much was the game telling me that the anti-art shield is down. Ooh, Speedbreaker. Ooh, I like these ones that apply stat downs on hit.
よし、やったか。
乗っている人間を早く助けないと。いえ、中から生体反応はありませんでした。どうやら自動操縦で操られていたみたいですね。
おいおい、マジかよ。
人形兵器といい、どうやら妙な連中の協力を取り付けていたみたいだね。
話は後だ。とにかく逃げた連中を。
I think I was right.
銃撃戦の音、一体。
とにかく行ってみるぞ。
I think I was right about them. Oh, but where does this go? This is the beginning. No, I'm not overleveled. The game has reverse XP scaling. It's impossible to overlevel. Meaning there's basically a soft cap on every level that you get in any particular dungeon. Now that I'm level 66, I'll probably get like 20 XP per battle. So you cannot overlevel unless you spend a tremendous amount of time grinding enemies at like 1 XP per. Suikoden has the same system. I completely and utterly fucking called it. %100% on point called it. Completely. Like, to the detail.
まあこれも契約でな。対空レーダーを潰した連中もエイド水域にしておいた。心置きなくいい。無念。シャーリー、残りもやっていいぞ。
いいの？どうしたのさ。他の連中には手を出させないから遠慮なくかかってくれば。
Why are you shooting at the ground? Why are you shooting at the ground?
それじゃあバイバイ。やめろ。ありゃ、邪魔が入ったか。
若遅かった。公式
シャーリー、何をしてやがるんだ。
ダメ。
どうやら全員こと切れてるみたい
だ。なんなんだ。なんでこんな非道なことを。
言っただろう。ビジネスだ。
ビジネスだ。
帝国最小および皇族を狙った不届きなテロリストを処刑する。それが今回帝国政府から俺たちが受けた依頼ってわけだ。
まさか。
It's all set up, by the way. oh, we're here to totally take care of them. But I mean, it's an assassination. They're covering up loose ends. In fact, they were probably hired to assassinate themselves, knowing full well that it wasn't going to work, and then they were here to clean up. Which is actually kind of hilarious. Like, if you had a faction that was trying to rebel against you, and you wanted to take care of them, you could send out somebody undercover to hire them to assassinate you, knowing full well that you had things in place that would prevent them from assassinating you, and then lay a trap for them and take care of them. That feels like a conflict right there. Because you're saying you have to defer to the executive authority of Erebonian Cavalry. What if they both want executive authority, you know? But interesting, I did not know Crossbell State Government had to defer to Erebonian and Calvard.
その通り。つまりこの件に関しては、俺たちは帝国政府だ正式な処刑人ってわけだ。
用意周到じゃないか。
おじけ！なんで殺した？なんで殺しやがったんだ？あんたなら殺さずに無力化できてたのか？ランディ！
先輩！ランディさん。
言っただろう。処刑を請け負ったと。
Yeah, pretty much. Why is he mad about the terrorists getting killed? Because justice isn't execution. Justice is them seeing a court trial and being put to prison. That's justice. Execution is oppression. Okay, let's put it this way. We know that they were terrorists and they were trying to assassinate a politician, yada, 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 yada. If every answer for somebody you don't like is execution, where do you draw the line? You know what I mean? That's why you have to treat everybody with the same level of official respect and due process as anybody else. Everybody should see the inside of a courtroom for breaking the law and be punished at a level relative to the crime that they committed. And execution as a punishment in general is highly contested. Because once again, where is the line? So you're basically saying that they don't even get due process, they don't even get a court trial and a fair trial, and they're just put to death immediately. So yeah, you could be pretty mad about that, justifiably. When you are so flippantly executing people as a government entity, it calls into question where the line is. And sure, oh yeah, you know, they're not gonna execute me until one day maybe you step out of line in the wrong way and it seems like a minor offense, but they just don't like you and they don't like where that could lead to. So better just off you now just to make sure. Just want to make sure we cover our bases there. Hope you don't mind. See, yeah, that's why.
それにこの程度の殲滅戦、貴様には珍しくもあるまい。そもそも貴様らがとっとと連中を
It's also inhumane.
この結末にはならなかったはずだ。
You know.
この結果が鉄血に政治的に利用されることになる。
This is basically showing just how capable the Erebonian defenses are. So clearly Crossbell should just go ahead and let us take care of the defenses, you know? Probably part of everything. By the way, I doubt they'll ever show Shirley actually killing someone. They're framing her as this bloodthirsty killer, but they'll never ever show it because she's 15, and that would be really, really a brutal thing to actually display. It's the same reason why they never actually showed Ren actually killing anybody. It was always just some bullshit excuse to let him go, I guess.
はいパス逃げられないでよね
My guess is that they would not let him live because that's a mouth right there that can tell exactly what was happening.
それじゃ
じゃあなランドルフ隊長
何のために俺は
I thought they said they already killed these guys. Oh, he was paid to do the same thing, but they didn't actually kill them.
どうしてこいつらが
サオ社長その者たちには重大な共和国政府の委任状があっても連れて行く権利などないはずだ
そう言われましても長老方納得できないようであれば実力行使をされても結構ですよそこの風の剣聖殿ならば我らの友人とも良い勝負でしょう
伝説の教主イン顔を合わすのはこれが初めてだそれ以外もかなりの手ださすがに少々武器
心配せずともせいぜい政治犯として民族主義者たちへの牽制に利用されるだけでしょ
ふざけるな貴様ら東方人のせいで我らのカルバードは
ロックスミス大統領
These ones are the mega super duper racist, the anti-immigration fucking front or whatever they're called. Hyper racists. Honestly, I could give two shits what happens to them.
文句や抗議が終わりでしたらどうぞ大統領府の方へそれでは引き上げましょう
It might be like looking at the equipment and everything. It looks like it's probably what do you call it? The place where you melt down metal and stuff, like ironworks.
Huh.
Same day, 6 p.m.
So か我がこちらはもう安全だ安心してくれたまえ
テロリストたちの方は
共和国の一団はヘイユエという貿易会社の社員に囚われたそう
Yeah, odd that they use their name, you know?
共和国政府の逮捕委任状を持っているとのことでした
おお、それは頂上
That's basically saying I work with the mafia and they're my buddies. Plain as day admitting it in this whole room. Yet they're not technically the mafia, so there's like a suspension of disbelief or whatever. It's a plausible deniability. That's the one. There's a plausible deniability there. They could be like, I don't work with, they're just a trading company. If they happen to have mafia ties, well, I will have stern words for them, you know, kind of thing.
彼らは我々の友人でしてな身分は保証しますからご安心を
そして帝国からの一団は 帝国政府による委任状のもとに赤い星座なる両兵団にほぼ全員が
The fact that they have this information so readily is interesting. I guess we would have told them as it is, how it is, so. But yeah, it does kind of like, it's putting it out plain as day that this was a fabricated event.
なんたることか。最初、一体どういうつもりか。帝国政府が処刑などの名目で国外で両兵団を運用しただと。ええ。確実を期すために私はともかく王子殿下を狙った罪は万死に値すると言わざるを得ません。背後にいる愚か者たちへの良い警告にもなってくれるでしょう。よ
確かに自治州法では認めざるを得ませんが、
だがこれはあまりに真理に基づい
Yeah,
た
not only that, but it's taking a military action on foreign soil. But of course, I mean, there's that gray area of technically they're under the thumb of Calvard and Arabonia, so it's like, is it a military action on foreign soil, or do they have to defer to them for executive, you know, whatever the fuck they were talking about earlier?
それは誤解です。それよりも方々、図らずとも証明されましたな。この程度のアクシデントですら。
Yeah, once again, orchestrated on purpose to bring attention to the whole Crossbell's defenses aren't sufficient enough. But I mean, they basically all but admitted that it was orchestrated, you know? Which is also essentially a mass execution as a attempt to prove something, which is also horrible. Like yeah.
まんまとテロリストを無様に取り逃がし、結局は我々の配慮によって逃亡を阻止できた。確かに先ほどの議案の良い事例と言えるであろう。
失礼ながら実際に命を狙われた皆様方にとって先ほどの中流案、もはや真剣に検討せざるを得ないのではありませんかな。
なんと強引な。
まさかそのために。
Thank you, Claudia.
ここまで悪辣な仕掛けを用意しているとはね。
I'm glad that Olivier and Chloe are calling a pot a pot, you know, here. They should absolutely 100% not be giving in to their demands at this point.
最小閣下と大統領閣下のご意見も拝聴に値しますが、
He's being diplomatic.
その前に襲撃によって邪魔された私の発言を再開させていただき、
してどのような定義？
いえ、定義ではなく決意表明と言うべきでしょうか。迷いもあったのですが、この事件で決意は固まりました。
He's gonna vie for independence.
今この場をお借りして
Then they wouldn't have to worry about their defenses because they're independent of them. It's our problem, their problem now.
他国の思惑に振り回されるわけにはいきません。周辺地域の、いや大陸全土の、私はここに市民及び大陸諸国に対し It's
like I wrote the story! It's like I wrote the story. It's like I wrote it. I wrote it. I wrote this story. I'm predicting the things that I already wrote. I'm so clever. Afterwards. It is a subtly veiled threat. You're right. It is also a subtly veiled threat. But at the same time, it's like, would we have failed to stop them? Would we actually have? See, they already had everything pre-planned down to the intimate detail. that says nothing about how close we and Arios were to apprehending them. You know what I mean? Which we would have, by the way, more than likely. Point I'm making is, they're making a threat. They're making a threat, but not one that they can actually like fully, with confidence, propose. If that makes sense. Oh.
これは
奇遇だね。
赤い星座の
戦記とその娘か。
シグムント様、こちらの用意は
構えるな。お互いクライアントのオーダーをクリアした後だ。これ以上のお楽しみはさすがに無粋というものだ。
同感です。そういえばノイエブラン新装開店、なかなか挨拶に伺えずに失礼しました。
なんのこち知らぬ中でもないのに挨拶にも出向かずに悪かった。そういえば死に損ないどもは元気か。
嫌になるくらい元気な方々ばかりですよ。まああなた方のおかげで未だに夢見が悪いご老人もいらっしゃるようです。
長老会を襲って人質に取ったりしたからね。
依頼で不在で正解だったよう
あ、ひょっとしてイン東方人外最強っていう伝説の教主って。
そういうお前はわずか16で最強の両兵団の大隊長を務めているという。
Oh, 16, not 15.
一人の方が動きやすいんだけどね。
Once again, aging convention is so fucking dumb in this game.
それよりもね、かっこいい覆面をしてるけどつけない方が強いんじゃないの？筋肉の使い方も不自然だし、普通にしてた方が強いはずなのにもったいないんじゃないかな。
ほほ
親バカかもしれんな。こいつの見るには確かにな。ま、気に障ったのなら俺からも謝罪させてもらおう。
別に。さあ、くだらない挨拶を続けるのなら先に行くぞ。
すみません。では。
ああ。
Chapter 2 end. Personally, I felt like that whole scene was completely worthless, pointless. Well, good time to end the chapter, because if I let it go, man, we'd be busy in a cutscene for another 5 hours, so we are going to wrap it up there. Damn, hell of a chapter. That one was good. There was definitely some of that, you know, stuff that I don't particularly care for, but it just goes to show you that if you have good meat and potatoes meal, I'm okay with a little bit of like side dish that wasn't, you know, all that great kind of thing. So like the fact that there were some generic scenes and some generic interactions and some annoying overwriting like that last scene there, I didn't care because what the rest of what I got was really good. And it's like I'm starting to see a little bit of what people talk about because Sky was definitely no good for me. Like all of it was just pretty not great at all as far as story goes. And the first game, Zero, was all right. It was like 80% of the story was just side garbage to try and build up to the one plot element we got at the end of the game. It felt very much like Sky 1, where it's like a 60-hour prologue, you know, and now we're actually getting the story, so that kind of bothers me a little bit, but definitely a really good chapter, easily the best storytelling in all of Legend of Heroes leading up to this point so far, all of it. So really, 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 really excited for what comes after this chapter. So we'll see how it goes, but that's it for all we got tonight. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, we have our final day of the week that we get to tackle this before we gotta wait till Tuesday. So look forward to it. We'll see how everything unfolds. Definitely some shit happened. So have a good night. Thanks for all the love and support, bits and donations, subs and resubs, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everyone.